Gravis was still a bit confused, but as he saw his father's expression getting increasingly annoyed and bored, his eyes widened in realization. "Wait, you're going to teach me?" Gravis asked incredulously. "Is that so strange?" his father asked. Gravis rubbed the back of his neck in nervousness. "Well, don't take this the wrong way, but you never really taught me much regarding cultivation. I never even thought about the possibility that you would personally teach me something," Gravis said. "That's because I want you to forge your own path," his father said. "But you can't forge your own path if you don't know how to forge." Gravis blinked a couple of times. "Was that another joke?" he asked. "Yes," the opposer said with narrowed eyes. Okay," Gravis said. Some seconds passed in silence. Then his father sighed. "I'm your father. Teaching you something shouldn't be that strange to you," he said. "I'm sorry, father. I just hadn't thought about that," Gravis said helplessly. "It's okay," his father said. "I didn't really teach you much, so such a reaction is to be expected. Anyway, we should get started." Gravis nodded and stood up. "Where are you going? You don't want to learn how to forge?" his father asked with his usual even voice. Gravis was confused again. "We're inside your room. I don't think we can forge here," Gravis said. "Why not?" his father asked. Gravis ruffled his hair in confusion. "Well, there is no oven, smelter, or whatever it's called. There is no water to cool the products or anything else. There is no equipment here," he said. "Will you have such equipment in the middle world?" his father asked. No," Gravis answered. "So, why should I teach you a forging technique that needs equipment?" he asked back. Gravis furrowed his brows. "I don't need equipment to forge?" he asked. "No, not your technique, at least. You only need something to cool the product, nothing more." Whoop! A small bottle appeared before Gravis. "This bottle has an ocean load of water. You shouldn't need more in the middle world," he said. Gravis looked at the bottle and picked it up. It wasn't heavier than a regular bottle, but when he sent his spirit into it, his eyes widened. "So much water," he said in shock. Gravis couldn't even estimate how much water was in the bottle. It seemed absolutely endless. Were there millions of tons? Billions? Trillions? Gravis had no idea. It was just too much. Also, were there fish and plants in there? "This is an ocean?" Gravis asked. The opposer nodded. "You haven't seen an ocean before, right?" Gravis shook his head. "No, I only heard about it. The lower world also didn't have anything like an ocean, at least I think so." "That's because it isn't a natural world," his father said. "There is no need for an ocean. Many beasts would live in the ocean if it had one, and not many humans would go there. It would just be a senseless waste of energy and space. It's different for the highest world. We have some big oceans here, and humans in this world are powerful enough that they don't care about the ocean water. It wouldn't be much different from air to them." "That makes sense," Gravis said. "What about natural worlds?" he asked. "The highest world needs sea beasts, so natural worlds have oceans. By the way, you can't retrieve anything from the bottle. Otherwise, you would find a way to use it as a weapon or bargaining tool. You could flood an entire middle world easily with that," his father said. Gravis blinked a couple of times. "Then how am I supposed to cool the finished weapons?" he asked. "You just treat the bottle like a bucket. Hold the weapon into it and it will cool. Get comfortable with the bottle because you're going to use it a lot in the future," his father said. "Is that really all I need in regards to equipment?" Gravis asked. "Yes, you don't need more. When you have the materials, you only need to use your lightning to make the material malleable. After that, you need to temper it so that it actually gets converted into a hard weapon. Then, you need to draw the formation arrays on it. The cooling is the last step. That's everything in regards to forging," his father said. "That sounds simple," Gravis said. "It is," his father said. Gravis remained silent for some seconds. "That's really it?" "Yes," his father said. "What more did you expect? Did you think that I'm going to teach you some mystical way of swinging a hammer to imbue materials with some kind of law or meaning? The real world isn't that mystical. Forging is a job. It's a profession. It's work. Gravis sighed. You know, you're really taking all the fun out of cultivation, Gravis said helplessly. That's how the world works. Anyway, we should get started, his father said as he summoned a thin booklet. This has all the important materials relevant to a middle world written down. The first thing about forging is to treat the mineral correctly. If you can't make it malleable, you can't do the other stuff. That's why you have to know the materials. Pack. His father tossed the booklet over, and Gravis looked at it. That's a pretty small book. Are there really so few materials? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Look inside. You'll see, his father said. Gravis opened the book to the first page. The first page was completely black. When Gravis saw that, his brows furrowed, and he looked back at his father. Is this a joke? He asked. What? There is nothing on here. It's just a blank, black page, Gravis said. It's not a black page, his father said. Gravis opened the book and showed the black page to his father. It's a black page, he said. No, it's a white page with black writing on it, his father said. Gravis looked taken aback. He had quite some control over his spirit. After all, he was able to read the small descriptions of the items inside the store. Yet he saw absolutely nothing but black with his spirit. Gravis looked back at the page and concentrated. Slowly, he felt his vision zoom into the page. Inside his mind, the page transformed into a vast black island. Yet there was still nothing but blackness. Gravis started sweating as he noticed that he still couldn't see anything else but blackness. He concentrated more and more. After some seconds, his eyes started becoming red in concentration. There! Gravis suddenly shouted. I see something white. Believe me now? His father asked. Well, I think so, but I still can't discern even a single word, Gravis said. That's your problem, not mine, his father said. Gravis rolled his eyes but then got an idea. With a smirk, he retrieved the booklet into his spirit space. Then, he made his self inside his spirit space smaller. It was made out of pure lightning, and he had control over lightning. He might not be able to compress it further, but he could split some lightning off his self. Over 99% of the lightning went to the side while his self became smaller and smaller. After some seconds, Gravis was unseeable by human eyes. Then, he moved the abandoned lightning over him so that it shed some light onto the booklet. It was like Gravis was standing on a flat continent. Everything had words written on it as far as the eye could see. Gravis smirked when he saw the clear words. If his spirit didn't work, why not simply use his eyes? He might not be able to see the writing with his regular size, but it wasn't an issue when he was so small. Did anyone ever tell you that you're a smartass? Gravis heard from in front of him and saw his father standing on top of the booklet inside his spirit space. His father was just as big as Gravis right now, or more like just as small as Gravis. Is that a compliment? Gravis asked with a smirk. It's neutral, his father said. This might help you in dangerous situations, but you might also find shortcuts for your cultivation. That would be bad. Whoop! Gravis involuntarily opened his physical eyes again as he saw the booklet and his father in front of him. His father had thrown him out of his own spirit space. Read it with your spirit. You need to learn how to concentrate all of your spirit into something if you want to forge properly, his father said. Why didn't you say that in the first place? Gravis asked. Because I didn't want to, his father said with a severe tone. Gravis commented dryly. Starting that day, Gravis tried to read the book without stopping. He just sat in front of his father as he concentrated on the booklet with everything he had. In the beginning, Gravis thought that it was a bit awkward to just sit in front of his father, reading constantly. Yet, his father just closed his eyes and sat there motionlessly. Gravis had no idea what his father was doing. So, Gravis just continued sitting there trying to read. Gravis didn't notice, but a lot of his siblings had come to visit. It wasn't that he had completely shut himself off, but that his father had put him into an isolated space. To Gravis, it just looked like his father was sitting there, doing nothing. Meanwhile, his siblings saw Gravis for the first time and were quite surprised. The young boy was just sitting there, staring intently at a booklet. Many of them looked at the booklet and read some stuff in it. It wasn't hard to read such small writing with their power. They quickly realized that their father was teaching Gravis how to forge. Some of his siblings were happy for him. Some were envious. Some only rolled their eyes. Though, the majority was envious that their father was teaching something to Gravis while they had never been taught anything. Though that was to be expected. The vast majority of Gravis' siblings were artificially raised to the immortal emperor realm. Only a select few would go through the bitter path of cultivation. Of course, those few had also received some teaching from their father if they managed to come back from the lower world they had been assigned to. Some of his siblings complained about the unfairness, but the opposer just looked with boredom at them. You gave up on cultivation, and you won't be able to become stronger if you rely on me. Either you put in some work to temper yourself or you just stay how you are. What's the point of teaching forging to you? Without the ability to comprehend new laws, you will, at most, be able to forge something for the law comprehension realm. That's 3 entire realms below yours, the opposer would say. Of course, many of Gravis' siblings only got angrier at that. In their eyes, their father was playing favorites. Felt so unfair. One of them even doubled down on his complaint. I raised you to the immortal emperor realm. If you want, I can reduce your power back to the body tempering realm. Then, you can start the path of cultivation again. At that point, I can teach you something, the opposer said. This person still wasn't happy with that. Yet, they didn't take their father up on his offer. Cultivation was just suicide. Why would anyone want to do that? They already had a high status and could get nearly everything they wanted with their power. What was the point in throwing their lives away to eventually achieve the same thing they already had? Smart decision, the opposer said. With your attitude, you would just throw your background around and get mugged and killed by the first bandit that sees your nice robes. That particular sibling felt offended and quickly left. How could someone like their father become so powerful? He wasn't even able to talk with proper etiquette. Orpheus also visited his father, and when he saw Gravis sitting there, he only lifted an eyebrow. Why is he reading here? He asked. I don't know, his father said. I never told him he couldn't leave. If he feels more comfortable reading in front of me, he can. I don't mind either way. Orpheus and his father talked for a long while, and he finally got to know the whole truth about his father and his problems. After his father was finished explaining, Orpheus sighed. But it wasn't because he was hurt. Orpheus was happy that his father was able to make progress. Orpheus was also very smart, and he had thought a lot about life and happiness. He wasn't blinded by his father's illustrious status, and had realized that his father probably also had problems that he didn't want to share with anyone. The fact that his father shared some of his problems with Orpheus made him feel closer to him. You know, the opposer said with a sigh, you actually have the talent to become a heavens magnate. There are not many things I lament, but I'm sad that you decided to stop cultivating. Orpheus felt his insides shake a bit. His father hadn't said many positive things to him in his life, so this small show of affection meant very much to him. Yet Orpheus only laughed bitterly. I have no chance of reaching your realm either way, so what's the point of becoming a heavens magnate? A star god and a heavens magnate are the same thing to heaven. When there is no possibility to break free, why should I continue? In the end, I'll just be a slightly stronger ant to heaven. Nothing will change, Orpheus said. I'm happy with my wife and family. As long as we stay inside the city, there is no danger to us. Even if I became a heavens magnate, the best thing in my life would still be my family. There will be no difference in happiness either way. The opposer sighed again. You're right, he said slowly. It's your life and you define your happiness. It was only my inherent pride for my children that made me lament your decision to stop cultivating. I just want to say, I'm proud of you, the opposer said, shaking up all of Orpheus' emotions. His father had never said anything like this. Tears almost came out of Orpheus' eyes. Thanks, father, Orpheus said. After some more talking, Orpheus left, throwing one last smile at Gravis. After some weeks, Gravis was able to concentrate his spirit enough to actually read the words. Yet, it was still very exhausting to his concentration, but Gravis didn't let that deter him. In actuality, he saw the constant stress on his spirit as some kind of training. His concentration had nearly run out when he had achieved unity. Who knew, maybe he would need even more concentration in the future. Being better in something was always useful, even if it was a skill that was rarely used. It was a net positive. The more Gravis trained his concentration, the easier it was to read. After 2 months, he had become used to it. Keeping up his concentration was stressful, but with his powerful will, he was able to force himself through the stress. Like this, Gravis continued reading. It took him 6 entire months to finish the booklet. Bang! Gravis fell onto his back as he finished reading the last word. He was finally done. If Gravis were only reading it, he would have been done about 2 months ago, but he was reading very slowly. After all, he had to remember everything in detail. The contents of the book were very detailed and descriptive. There were even diagrams and descriptions of how the specific material looked when magnified many times. Apparently, when one magnified any material enough, they would find that matter was also just energy. Energy was energy and matter was energy. This meant that everything was energy. Were space and time also energy? Was gravity also energy? Gravis wasn't sure, but it seemed that way. He had also seen and recognized some similarities and patterns between different materials. Gravis felt like he was on the cusp of understanding something, but he just couldn't make the connection. "You done?" his father asked. Gravis sighed in exhaustion. "Yes, I'm done." "You remember everything?" his father asked again. Gravis nodded. "Yep. Good. Then let's get on to the next topic," his father said. Gravis furrowed his brows and lifted his head to look at his father. "You won't test me?" he asked. "Why?" his father asked. Gravis sat back up again and scratched the back of his head. "Well, what if I didn't remember everything?" "But you said you did," his father said evenly. "Yes. But what if I only said that to stop reading?" Gravis said. "Would you do something like that?" his father asked. Gravis scratched the back of his head more. "No," he said. "There you go. Testing you is a waste of time," his father said. Gravis sighed. He had realized by now that his father was logical to a fault. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. "Maybe that's where I got some of my personality from?" he asked himself. Whoop! A jade token appeared in front of Gravis. This jade token has the information for all possible alloys for the materials. "It's about 18 times the content," he said. Gravis' eyes widened. "I already read for so long. Do you intend to keep me here forever?" he asked. His father just blinked with a bored expression. "This shouldn't take more than a couple of hours," he said. Gravis' eyes widened. "That fast? But didn't you say it was 18 times the content?" he asked. "Yes, but the jade token will directly push the information into your spirit. You just need to slowly get used to and comprehend it. As I said, it shouldn't take more than a couple of hours," his father said. Gravis grabbed the jade token and looked at it with furrowed brows. Then he looked at his father. "Why didn't you just give the information about the materials to me in a similar way? After all, you said that the reading was mostly for training my concentration. I have trained my concentration to the highest point it can reach when I was only 10% into the book. Couldn't you have just given me a similar jade token then?" Gravis asked. His father blinked with a bored expression again. "You knew the point of that exercise, and when you've reached that point, there was no reason to continue reading. I could have given such a jade token to you." Gravis ruffled his hair in frustration. "And why didn't you?" "You didn't ask." Gravis took a deep breath to calm down. "So, I've wasted about 4 months on this?" His father narrowed his eyes at Gravis, and Gravis actually felt some genuine annoyance from his father. Gravis had known his father for his whole life, so he was pretty good at noticing the small differences in his expression. "Do you think it's that easy to create jade tokens that beam knowledge right into your spirit?" his father asked. "Others don't even get all the information at once." They have to search for it by themselves. You're in a privileged position here. Yet you're still complaining? Then what's the difference between you and your sister, Melody? Gravis took a deep breath. He had forgotten that he was in a privileged position. The best forger alive was teaching him personally, yet Gravis had still complained about the time it took. Gravis hated hypocrites the most, but now he saw himself acting the same way. He was getting the best education regarding forging, but he had still not been satisfied with it. When Gravis realized that, he felt horrible. He had acted exactly like the people he despised. "I'm sorry," Gravis said genuinely, even bowing a little. "My greed for power has blinded me to reality. Thank you for reminding me of my own principles, Father Gravis." His father nodded. "Good. Then go learn the alloys," his father said. Gravis nodded and concentrated his spirit onto the jade token. As soon as his spirit touched the jade token, it broke apart, and a sea of knowledge assaulted Gravis' spirit. It was a very similar feeling to the time when he had absorbed heaven's lightning, but still a bit different. Back then, he had immediately comprehended the concept behind that specific kind of lightning. This time, he wasn't comprehending any concepts but just learned one thing after another without any connection between them. Even though one could say that learning all these alloys was less knowledge than learning punishment lightning, it still took way longer for Gravis to deal with this knowledge. This was the difference between just learning and reciting raw data and actually knowing the concepts behind it. Gravis remained unmoving with a stunned and shocked expression for hours. His whole being was entirely concentrating on the knowledge that was infused into him. There were so incredibly many combinations of materials that could create so many different alloys. Only a select few of these alloys would be useful for weapons, but that didn't mean that the others were useless. Many different kinds of machinery or equipment needed different kinds of properties for their materials. On top of that, many materials had different affinities. Some made it way easier to store a kind of element, while others were better at storing will spheres. Some other alloys or materials didn't allow certain formation arrays to be placed on them, while others only allowed a limited number. Of course, Gravis knew that he wouldn't come into contact with over 99% of the materials and alloys he learned. There were simply too many, and different worlds had different materials. Yet, Gravis didn't know which world he would go to and what materials he would be able to find there. Therefore, he needed to learn about all of them. After several hours, Gravis finally managed to regain control over his spirit and body. Such a state left him completely helpless, and if he weren't with his father, brother, or mother, he would be incredibly nervous during that time. Of course, no one would just barge into his father's room to kill him. Therefore, this place was the best place to go through these risky situations. He hadn't been able to deal with his emotions in the lower world because of the same reason. Any weakness could prove fatal there. "You done?" his father asked. Gravis took a deep breath and sighed. "Yes, it's a lot of knowledge," he said. "I even feel like I'm on the cusp of understanding something. The diagrams about the composition of energy of the different materials feel like they're hiding a deeper meaning. Forging is also a law that is divided into many smaller laws. Understanding the concept of why different materials are how they are is one of these laws," his father explained. "Oh, that's a law?" Gravis asked in surprise. He had thought that laws felt different. He had thought that they would be more magical in understanding, but apparently not. "Also, what do you mean with smaller laws?" "Some things are easier to understand than others. Understanding why water flows downward is easier than understanding how space bends. There is a system for categorizing different laws, but you don't need to bother with that right now," his father said. Gravis furrowed his brows. "How come? What's speaking against me knowing these things? Because, if you know the different levels of laws, you might start overreaching. Knowing about the levels would also make you fixate on a specific goal. Normally, fixing on a specific goal is a good thing, but not in the case of laws. If you only concentrate on achieving one thing, you're blind to recognize the things you find along the way." Gravis thought about this for a while as he looked at the ceiling. "It makes some kind of sense, I guess," Gravis thought unsurely. "I might reach my goal sooner, but maybe I wouldn't be able to comprehend many other, smaller laws along the way. The opposer saw that his son wasn't entirely convinced. You could say that the smallest and weakest laws are the most important for your future, he said. How come? Gravis asked. Because they are the door to a new path. If you don't know how the raindrop works, you can't even begin to understand how an icicle works. Without understanding how an icicle works, you can't understand how a snowstorm works, and without that, you can't understand how the supreme cold works. The more powerful and fundamental the law, the more small laws you have to know to grasp it. If you only focus on one goal, you might miss understanding something about other small laws. There is nearly no useless law in this world, and the more you know, the better. Just try to learn about the things that interest you. That's the best path forward. Gravis finally understood what his father meant. Now, it also made sense to him. Gravis was very introspective, and he knew that there was a real chance that he would only focus on his explicit goal, ignoring everything else along the way. Not teaching him about different laws was really more beneficial than detrimental. Thank you, Father, Gravis said. He was thankful that his father allowed him to see another potential problem about himself. Life was about growing and becoming the perfect person they wanted to be. The more Gravis knew about himself, the better he could judge if an action would yield a positive or negative result. The personality of a person was one of the most significant factors for power. His father nodded again. Good, if you want, you can try to understand the concept behind the different materials. The law you would be able to grasp from that would be called the middle-tier hard pure material composition law. Gravis blinked a couple of times. That's a mouthful, he said, because it's the lowest form of a law. Generally, the longer the name, the lower the law. Every word of the name specifies what you know further. Let me explain it to you once so you understand. Gravis nodded. The composition law is one of the highest laws that exist. When you know that, you know how everything is made in the world. When you understand that, you can use it to create everything you want to make. Gravis' eyes widened. Does that mean that I can also create life? He asked. If you also understand how life works, yes. Anyway, the more words you add, the more specified your understanding of the law. The word, material, shows that you only know the composition of dead matter. You don't know about the composition of living matter or different forms of energies. The word, pure, shows that you only know about the pure materials. There is nearly an infinite number of combinations of materials that create something different. So, you would only know about pure materials. The word, hard, refers to materials similar to or and stone. You don't know about wood, water, earth, or similar, relatively softer materials. Lastly, the word middle tier refers to the fact that your understanding would only go up to the immortal realm. Therefore, you would only understand a tiny bit of knowledge regarding something very specific in the grand scheme of things. His father finished explaining. Gravis slowly started realizing how much there was to learn. He had read for such a long time and knew so much about all these things. Yet, it still required so many words to show exactly how small the area of his knowledge was. Gravis' eyes shone for a bit as he realized a small peculiarity. When I understand a law, I can't know its specific name with much accuracy, right? Gravis asked. His father nodded. Exactly. You only know what you know. You can't know what you don't know. Naming a newly understood law requires knowing things that you don't know. So, there are generally two names for laws, an official one, made by a powerful cultivator very knowledgeable in that field, and one that the cultivator created for themselves. Gravis nodded. Thank you for explaining. What's next? Boom! A huge pile of different materials appeared out of thin air. Smelting practice. Under his father's directions, Gravis named a lot of different materials and their properties. Though, since he didn't understand the underlying concepts, he could only quote what the booklet had said. One could argue if being able to recite all of this information was knowledge or not. After all, he didn't understand the deeper meaning of the materials. He could only quote something. Gravis only knew the what but not the why. Yet, a vast sea of what was required to understand the why. There was no way around this. After Gravis had recited the different materials and their properties for around 2 hours, his father grabbed a piece of or Look, he said. Bzzz. A purely white bolt of lightning appeared and enveloped the ore in the air, and Gravis immediately felt the familiarity with this lightning. It was punishment lightning, the same lightning Gravis had. Yet, Gravis wasn't really surprised that his father could use such lightning. His father had also said in the past that people generally understood this lightning further down their cultivation path. This meant that there were a lot of people able to use it. As the material floated in the air, the lightning bathed it, heating it up quickly. After a while, it started becoming malleable. Gravis knew the specifics of the material, so he knew how much power his father was using. On top of that, due to his affinity towards lightning, he could also feel the power with his being. It wasn't very strong. Gravis could create such powerful lightning without any issue. Slowly, the ore started taking the form of a standard sword. After around 3 minutes, it had completely taken the shape of a sword. Yet, it didn't have sharp edges. You need to use your spirit to form the material into a weapon, his father said. It's quite a bit of stress on your spirit and concentration, which is where your concentration training comes into play. You need to keep the finished product's shape in mind and use appropriate force with your spirit. Too much and you might damage its composition, too little and it will break. Gravis nodded as he kept looking at the sword embryo. The edges of a sharp weapon need many times more concentration than just creating the weapon embryo. When the material is much weaker than your current realm, you can simply force it. Xing. In nearly no time at all, the sword's sides compressed, forming a very sharp cutting edge. Whoop! The sword reverted to its previous, dull form. If you forge with such weak materials, you only need to force the borders of the sword into a sharp edge. At that point, depending on what material you used, you only need to follow the material's properties while cooling it down. Of course, I skipped the step of the formation arrays here. Bang! 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 Many small thunderclaps resounded throughout the room as many small bolts of lightning concentrated on the edges of the dull sword embryo. The normal lightning still kept the material at the appropriate temperature, while the small lightning bolts put more force on the edges. Gravis' eyes narrowed as he realized how much focus this needed. The small lightning bolts for the edges would also increase the material's temperature, and if it got too hot, its composition would change, making it worse. His father was moving the small bolts of lightning around so that they still put more pressure on the edges yet didn't make them too hot. On top of that, his father was adjusting the balance of the remaining lightning to counteract the heightened temperature around the edges. This required a lot of subtle and minute movements. It was like a person doing 4 different things at once with their 4 limbs. If you want to forge something actually useful to you, you will be working with materials that you can't force into shape with your spirit alone. At this point, you need to do what I'm doing right now. Use your control over lightning to compress the material around the edges without damaging it. It requires a lot of concentration and fine control to use this method effectively, but it's not nearly as consuming to your spirit as the previous one. Whoop! Suddenly, the sharp edges vanished again to reveal the blunt sword embryo again. When Gravis saw that, his eyes shone. You didn't cut off part of the material to make an edge, but compressed it, Gravis commented. His father nodded. There are different ways to forge a weapon. Theoretically, you could grind the edges into a sharp shape, but that's not as effective as this method. Materials have different properties and can achieve different levels of power. That's referring to the material rank inside the booklet I gave you. Gravis nodded. This material is at the early Unity rank. Exactly. This means that the most powerful weapon you can make with this material is one appropriate for someone at the early Unity realm. Yet, you need to keep in mind that this is the upper boundary. It only shows the most powerful state of the material. Now, his father said, if I were to grind it down like this, sir, an ear-grating sound appeared as the lightning hit the sword embryo's edges diagonally, shooting outwards. A lot of particles shot away from the sword, leaving behind a sharp edge. This would only be able to become an initial Unity weapon. By not using compression, I haven't taken full advantage of the material. Of course, there is still one step remaining. There are still no formation arrays on the weapon. If I were to put the formation arrays onto the weapon perfectly, I would be able to create an initial Unity weapon. Yet, if I make some mistakes, the formation arrays might still work, but their efficiency will degrade rapidly. With this, the sword might downgrade to a peak spirit weapon. Remember, the material rank only shows the theoretical highest rank. This means that everything after that needs to be perfect to achieve it. Bang! The sword transformed into dust. Now it's your turn. We'll talk about the inscription of the formation arrays later, his father said. Gravis nodded and pulled out one of the ores in the pile. He had chosen this one because this was not the first time he saw it. This was the ore that the lower world had called core or core for short. Surprisingly, this ore was at the initial Unity rank. So, if everything went perfectly, it could become even a Unity weapon. Yet, how could the lower world be able to do something as complicated as creating a Unity weapon? Gravis remembered the specifics of this ore and also its official name. It was called Low Oregon. The reason for this simple name was that this was the best ore for weapons, which could be found in lower worlds. It was supremely rare in lower worlds but grew more and more common the more powerful the world became. It was very cheap due to its abundance in the highest world and was the go-to material for everyone below the Unity realm. It could be compared to standard iron or for mortals. Gravis made it levitate in front of him and envisioned a saber. He spent some seconds planning out every detail of the saber. Then he summoned lightning in the air around the saber. Something like this had been difficult in the spirit-forming realm, but due to his higher control, it had become quite easy now. The beginning wasn't hard since Gravis only had to heat the material slowly. He remembered all the specifics of the material and kept them inside of his mind. Keeping the disjointed information in his mind was way more exhausting than just understanding it by heart. Yet, in the beginning, there was no other way. After some minutes, the ore started becoming malleable. Gravis stopped increasing the power and did several calculations in his head. He had to check all the details and behavior of the material to even estimate the current temperature. There were several calculations that took the behavior of the material into account to roughly calculate the temperature. Gravis also had to include the usage of his spirit and concentration in the calculations since they were the best indicator of how hard it was to manipulate the material. Gravis wished that he just had a thermometer for the temperature. Though Gravis quickly realized something. Something as basic as a thermometer for forging should definitely exist. There was no way that no one had gotten the idea to make something like that. Yet, Gravis was also pretty sure that he could understand more about the material by only relying on his feelings. The less help someone used while creating something, the harder it was. Yet, they got way closer to their work too. Tasks that some tools solved would help to create a better product, but the creator wouldn't understand as much about his work. He might not even know what the tools did specifically. Gravis started molding the ore slowly into a sword shape. Crack! And tore the ore in two. What went wrong? His father asked. Gravis rubbed his chin. I must have miscalculated. The fact that it broke apart meant that it was still too cold to mold properly. My calculations were wrong at some part. His father nodded. Right? Do you want me to tell you? He asked. Gravis thought about this for a second but then shook his head. I should find it out myself. I might need to test several other materials and find the common cause of error. Another possibility is to just brute force my way until I hit the correct temperature by feeling and then retroactively look at the calculations. The opposer nodded. Good. Finding things out yourself is always better than someone telling you. Gravis smiled and nodded. And like this, Gravis continued smelting weapons. Gravis had been smelting for a couple of days now, trying out different materials, different amounts of spirit, and different amounts of concentration. However, he had to take breaks now and then. Keeping the form of the weapon inside his imagination while doing the calculations was very demanding on his concentration. In over 90% of cases, Gravis pulled the ores apart too soon, breaking them in the process. 5% were too high while the remaining 5% were just right. After seeing the results on different materials, Gravis noticed that he nearly always pulled the material apart too soon. After a couple of days of smelting, he went back to trying only one material. This material had a rank at the initial Unity realm. A material like this should be just right for him. After all, he was at the initial stage of the Unity realm. Of course, he went back to this material because he found out the answer. Gravis had tried some materials for the early stage of the Unity realm previously. Smelting them was many times more difficult, surprising him quite a bit. He even had to move some of his other centers of power into his spirit to keep going. While trying out these materials, Gravis noticed that he was wasting a bit more spirit than concentration, which required him to increase his spirit. Judging by the time, his concentration would be about half empty if he finished his weapon. Sadly, that calculation wasn't accurate. After all, Gravis didn't know how much concentration the other steps would take. Surprisingly, his calculations had been pretty spot on while smelting materials at the early Unity rank. Gravis quickly tried to find out the reason for why his calculations had been so off, but it took him a couple of more failures to finally find the answer. When he found the answer, he face-bombed. "Of course," he said. "My spirit is way more tempered than the average cultivator. Everyone else breaks into the Unity realm immediately without further tempering their spirit due to the equalization problem. But that's not all. I also have a more powerful will aura, which allows me to concentrate more and for longer periods of time. Yet, the impact that concentration has on the material in comparison to spirit is not nearly as strong. After some adjusting, I should be able to reach the standard that the calculations are based on." His father nodded. "So, you found the answer. Good." Gravis also nodded. "My spirit is about 3 times more powerful than the average cultivators. Thus, the malleability felt way easier since my spirit has more force. I judged the temperature according to the described usage of spirit. Yet, my spirit is more powerful, making me misjudge the temperature. My concentration is also slightly more powerful, but that doesn't have much impact." "That's correct," his father said. After that, Gravis went back to a material at the initial Unity rank. He quickly shoved about 70% of his spirit into his lightning to make his body fit the standard that the calculations were based on. He moved a little more than necessary to counteract his heightened concentration. Like this, Gravis found way more success. By now, he was hitting the perfect temperature around 95% of the time. It was actually pretty easy to find the correct temperature now. Without the calculations' help, this would become way harder. Sometimes, Gravis lost his focus and the material would change into the wrong shape. Luckily, Gravis just had to regain his focus to try again. After doing this for another couple of days, Gravis was quite good at keeping his focus. Sadly, he also found an issue. It was very difficult to pay attention to the outside while forging a weapon. Right now, this wasn't an issue, but in the future, this could become troublesome. Gravis was safe in this room, but he couldn't guarantee his safety in the middle world. Creating a weapon would be a risky affair, leaving him open to assassinations. But that was a problem for another time. By now, Gravis was pretty good at creating and keeping the shape of a weapon embryo. Since he mostly used the same material, he also didn't need to calculate anymore. He had developed the feeling that the material should have when it was ready, allowing him to save a lot of his concentration. After these couple of days, Gravis tried to create a cutting edge on the sword, but that proved more difficult than he had believed. For starters, Gravis didn't try the compression method for the edge. He first tried the grinding. Yet, even this relatively simple method was proving difficult. The lightning needed to become more powerful to grind the weapon, but that also increased its heating effect on the weapon. If the material got too hot, it would change its composition, making it different. These materials were specifically selected because they were perfect for creating weapons, and any change in the materials would reduce their effect. If the composition of the part that would be cut off changed, it wouldn't be bad. After all, that part would just get grinded off. Yet, the new grinding would damage more material. At some point, the flaw in the grinding would damage the core of the edge. If Gravis didn't gain full control over this, he wouldn't be able to forge a weapon. Sadly, there were no calculations for this. There were almost limitless ways of forging, and a guide for materials couldn't describe a suitable usage for every forging method. Creating the weapon embryo wasn't difficult or varied. It just had to be heated and molded into a form. Nearly every element or forging techniques worked the same in this way. Yet, it was different for the edge. That's where the techniques started to walk on separate paths. Some people used hammers. Others used their elements. Some people also just used a different form of energy or specific laws. So, without the calculations, Gravis could only slowly get a feel for the material. Another difference to merely heating the material was that Gravis wasn't infusing it directly with lightning anymore. While creating the edge, he was diagonally shooting the lightning at the weapon. Based on the angle, different amounts of lightning would get reflected, similar to light. Therefore, the angle and intensity had to be in sync. To find that perfect balance, Gravis had to practice a lot. Thus, a whole month passed. To get the feeling for the first material took Gravis nearly 2 weeks. But, obviously, that wasn't enough for him. If he only knew how to make an edge for one material, he wouldn't progress as a whole. Thus, he tried different materials. The more materials he experimented on, the faster he was gaining the feeling for them. By the end of the month, he wouldn't require more than 5 tries to hit the threshold perfectly. By now, a small mountain of finished weapons without formation arrays lay behind Gravis. Cooling the weapons down wasn't hard. The cooling time and method were very specific for each material, and water was most commonly used. With the bottle that his father gave him, he only needed to follow the instructions. After a while, cooling the material down correctly had become a habit. The cooling really wasn't complicated at all. There were basically no issues. After completing his 1000th weapon, Gravis laid back. Then, he sighed as he closed his eyes for a second. "This should be about enough," he said. 5 failures for the edge for every new material is okay," his father said. "In the future, you should try to reduce that number even further. After all, sometimes you only get enough or for a single weapon." "I know," Gravis said. "I stopped because getting even better at it will require a lot of time. The closer I get to one, the longer it takes. Try to get to a perfect record while still being in the nascent nourishing realm," his father said. "You might fall behind if you don't keep practicing." Gravis nodded. "I won't. I might not find as many materials in the middle world to practice, but I'll search for them. Natural worlds are worlds only filled with beasts, Gravis," his father said. "They don't make weapons or armor. I'm sure you'll find enough materials. After all, there is no competition." Gravis' eyes widened. "Yeah, I forgot about that. Nearly no beast should care about some, or at least not in the sense that they would use it. Some beasts might get attracted to N or vein with specific characteristics, but they won't destroy it." "Exactly," his father said. "So, the next and last point on the agenda is formation arrays." Gravis sat back up again with furrowed brows. "What about the compressed edge?" "You'll learn that naturally when you get a perfect record for grinding new edges. Learning it now won't help you much, and you wouldn't be able to use it. You would need to spend years trying, and I don't think that's what you want." Gravis took a deep breath. "You're right," he said. "So, formation arrays, yes?" Gravis asked. Formation arrays are inscriptions, which are carved into a weapon. Different shapes have different effects on energy. Of course, the basic formation arrays only have a very subtle effect on energy. For example, you can't convert energy into an element with just the basic formation arrays, his father explained. There are formation arrays that absorb energy, some that move it around, some that store it. Some other formation arrays influence the will, spirit, element, or awareness. The last one isn't relevant to forging weapons. I'm going to teach you the relevant formation arrays for manipulating energy, will, spirit, and lightning. Energy is the base, while you need to know the ones for manipulating will and spirit for your lightning crescent. Contrary to the expectations of beginners, carving the formation arrays into a weapon is one of the easier parts. Yet, it becomes more difficult the further you progress until it becomes the most challenging part in the end. "How come?" Gravis asked. "The initial formation arrays are only basic. As I said, they only manipulate the energy in very simple ways. Yet, such a simple format clearly wouldn't be enough for more powerful cultivators. After all, they have comprehended their laws, and using basic formation arrays wouldn't do justice to these laws," his father explained. Gravis nodded. He had already guessed that the laws would most likely become the strongest weapons of the cultivators in the future. Merely storing and unleashing an element or energy from a weapon seemed too basic and weak for such powerful people. There were surely ways to make a weapon harness the power of a law. The basic formation arrays are used in smithing up to the peak of nascent nourishing. As soon as you start comprehending laws, such basic usage becomes useless. At that point, you would need to transcribe the concept of your law into the language of formation arrays. At that point, inscribing formation arrays becomes difficult, his father explained. Formation arrays tailored to specific laws are sold at a high price. Not everyone has the money, time, guidance, knowledge, or safety to practice forging. Therefore, forgers start becoming more important and sought after the more powerful the cultivators get. Theoretically, to inscribe a law-specific formation array doesn't require the forger to understand said law. It's as simple as copying something onto a weapon. Since cultivators all understand different laws, it becomes important for business to know the formation arrays for more laws. That's why these formation arrays are so expensive. Gravis rubbed his chin. So, theoretically, I could find and ask a forger to create a weapon specifically made for my punishment lightning, right? You said that it is a law. His father nodded. Correct. Punishment lightning is a popular element. So, a lot of forgers know the required formation arrays. Gravis snorted. But the more advanced and complex the laws become that a cultivator can understand, the harder it is to find these formation arrays, right? His father nodded again. Also correct. Even though the weakest laws are, by a huge margin, the most numerous, they still have the most public formation arrays. After all, they're comparatively not that hard to understand. The more powerful the laws, the fewer people are able to create or recreate the relevant formation arrays until only a select few know them. Such powerful formation arrays are highly valued in trade. Gravis scratched his chin. I guess the divine forger, Linus, knows a lot of them. His father nodded. He is one of the very few people that actually know formation arrays for more than one of the most powerful laws. The other people that know as much as him or more are very secluded. Most of them are just acting as ancestors for peak sex, and they don't forge weapons for others since they think it's beneath them. Gravis nodded but kept quiet. Whoop! A small book appeared, making Gravis furrow his brows. Did he need to read even more now? Reading the small booklet had already been time-consuming. How long would it take him to read this book? This book has all the relevant basic formation arrays noted down, his father said as the book floated over to Gravis. Gravis opened it and was immediately surprised. The size of the writing was large enough that even mortals could read it. This was way less information than Gravis had anticipated. As I said, his father said, the basic formation arrays aren't difficult, and even people in the lower worlds can use them. You should be done in about 3 hours or so. Gravis had already started reading. Going through this book was a piece of cake. His spirit had been tempered, which had increased his comprehension ability way past what a mortal could do. Completely memorizing the book from front to back wouldn't take much time. Sure enough, in about 2 hours, Gravis finished the entire book. This was nothing in comparison to all the properties of all the materials found in the middle worlds. As he finished reading, Gravis realized that the formation arrays were really simple. Inscribing them was also straightforward and logical. When Gravis had gotten his new weapons on his journey, he had always marveled at how great and mysterious they were. Such weapons could store energy or lightning. This had been wondrous. Yet, after knowing all the background information, Gravis realized that inscribing the formation arrays was probably even easier than creating the edge of a spirit weapon. No wonder Old Man Lightning had been able to create a fitting weapon for Gravis' peculiar technique in nearly no time. Right now, Gravis could take the core or low or to create a peak spirit weapon. This meant that he was already at the same level as the forgers of the Heaven sect. Yet, Gravis had also trained with many different Unity rank materials. Together with his knowledge, his forging was already superior to everyone inside a lower world. When Gravis realized that, he sighed. I shouldn't forget that I didn't fully achieve that by myself. Without all these calculations, information about the materials, and endless supply of I wouldn't have been able to become that good so fast. On top of that, my inherent control over lightning makes it many times easier to control it finely. Others probably need years and years of practice to reach such fine control. Yet, Gravis wasn't deterred. Luckily for my ego, these are only the advanced basics of forging. Similar to my combat training before going to the lower world, this is just a starting boost. Every future progression will depend on me. After that, Gravis started practicing the whole process of creating a weapon. In the beginning, Gravis often wasn't detailed enough in inscribing the formation arrays. It required a lot of control and feeling. If the formation arrays weren't perfect, the weapon would become weaker. Like this, Gravis practiced with a lot of different weapons and formation arrays for another 2 months. After these 2 months, Gravis was able to make the edges for new materials after only around 4 failures. Yet, he felt like his feeling for the materials had increased by a lot. He started being able to feel some of the peculiarities of materials without trying to remember what the booklet had said. Gravis realized that he had gotten closer to understanding the concept behind them. Yet, he had no idea how much more he had to learn to understand the concept. He remembered that he had thought that he'd been at the cusp of understanding the concept behind the materials after just reading the booklet. Yet, after so much practice, he felt his knowledge increase crazily. But that one small step looked even harder to take now. I've been naive, Gravis thought. I thought I was close to understanding a law, but obviously I'm not. After such a long time, Gravis had a completion rate for weapons of about 98%. Sadly, since he could only use the grinding method for the edge, all the weapons he finished were 1 grade lower than their rank. Yet, he had also managed to forge many weapons with early Unity rank materials which would create an initial Unity weapons. Such a weapon would be even useful to Gravis now. But didn't Gravis have the Voidstone saber? Yes, he did, but Gravis now finally knew about Voidstone. It was a material of the early nascent nourishing rank. It might still be useful until that realm, but then it would become useless. Even more, Gravis couldn't really save a lightning crescent in it. He could only infuse it with one, but a lot of the lightning would get wasted inside the saber. The Voidstone saber didn't have the required formation arrays, and the lightning crescent was also more powerful than Gravis realm. On top of that, since the lightning crescent was infused into the Voidstone saber, it had an even more destructive effect on it. Gravis was sure that the Voidstone saber would start breaking down at the middle Unity realm. On top of that, it didn't even have as much utility as a proper Unity weapon. After thinking about all this, Gravis decided to stop practicing. I've been learning how to forge for a little less than a year now. Soon, I'll be 23. Then, Gravis remembered something. Speaking of, nearly 100 years should have passed for my friends. I wonder how they are. Gravis thought in nervousness. 100 years was a long time. It could very well be that all of his friends had already died, and his father just kept quiet to not distract him from forging. "Father," Gravis said. "How are my friends?" he asked. His father looked at Gravis with his usual even look. Gravis was a bit nervous as he waited for an answer. Around 100 years had passed for his friends. Anything could have happened to them during that time. "All of them are still alive," his father said. Gravis released a sigh of relief. "Is that true? I wouldn't lie to you regarding that. Your will is powerful enough that the death of a friend won't affect your path," his father said. "Why did you say regarding that? Would you lie about other things?" Gravis asked with furrowed brows. "Only to protect you from the old bastard. If I reveal some key secrets, he might just go directly after you. I can't protect you against everything, and this would put you in danger," his father explained evenly. Gravis sighed again, but he understood. He couldn't know everything about the highest heaven or the world yet. He simply was not powerful enough. "I understand," Gravis said. "When will you be going to the middle world?" "You're finished with your preparations now?" his father asked. Gravis had already thought about that topic, so he already knew the answer. "I'll go after my 23rd birthday. Spending my birthday with Mom, Orpheus, and you doesn't seem to be such a bad idea. According to the time dilation and your physical age, your birthday is in 13 days, his father said. Then he nodded. "That seems to be a good starting point." I'll inform your brother and your mother on the date. Gravis nodded and stood up. He stretched a bit and then walked to the door. I'm going to talk to Mom for a bit. Thank you for teaching me how to forge, Father, Gravis said with a smile. Then he turned to the door. Gravis, wait, his father said. Gravis turned around to look at him. What is it, Father? Gravis asked. His father sighed, surprising Gravis. This could only mean something bad. Had he lied about his friends? There is something I need to tell you about the natural worlds, his father said. Gravis furrowed his brows. I'm guessing going through the middle world won't be as easy as I've imagined? Gravis asked. His father nodded solemnly. There are different rules in a natural world than in any other world. After all, beasts have a different purpose to the old bastard than humans. You must know that, even though I see you as a human, you would officially count as a beast as soon as you enter one's body. Meaning? Gravis asked. His father looked a bit conflicted, surprising Gravis. His father knew about Gravis' powerful will, and the fact that he didn't want to tell him showed how serious this issue was. After some seconds, his father sighed again. To be honest with you, I've decided against telling you the rules. Why? Gravis asked. Because I fear that if I were to tell you, you would decide against going, his father said. Gravis' eyes narrowed. If his father believed that, it had a genuine chance of actually being true. Yet, Gravis couldn't think about anything that would make him stop his path forward. Nothing that he could imagine could stop him. Powerful enemies? He didn't care about that. Not being able to create bonds. He could deal with that. A longer required cultivation time? That also wouldn't be an issue. Gravis had also already expected that reaching the immortal realm might take thousands of years. He was willing to risk that too. So what did his father mean? What rule could possibly stop him? Even if he were forced to worship heaven, he could probably deal with that. Gravis couldn't think of anything that could stop his path forward. I can't think of anything that could stop me in my path, Gravis said. You might think that now, but that's just because you haven't realized the rule. If you had, you wouldn't be so confident anymore, his father said. What? Will I be stuck at a low level for a long time or something? Gravis asked. His father shook his head. No. You should be able to reach unity again in a matter of days. This isn't the issue. Gravis groaned in frustration. You know, maybe instead of saying that you won't tell me about something, you just don't bring it up at all? Gravis said with annoyance. I told you because, like this, you can prepare yourself. The fact that I let you go to a natural middle world shows that I believe you will be able to pull through, his father said. Yet, even though you believe in me, you won't tell me, Gravis said back. Because, in order to continue, you need to be directly confronted with the rule without a way out. If I were to tell you now, you might decide to take the much harder and longer route to temper your body just to evade that rule. You would think that you still have an alternative with that method, but this alternative only exists in theory. You would think that you could temper your human body to that level, but that's practically impossible. I'm absolutely sure about that due to my experience, his father said. So stop asking. Just be prepared to go through very tough decisions. Gravis remained silent for a bit. If you were in my position, would that rule stop you? He asked. No, his father answered. This rule wouldn't be a problem for me, but that's got nothing to do with power, but with personality. This rule will force you to change your personality drastically, and you won't like it one bit. Gravis closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Saying that Gravis wasn't nervous would be a lie. Gravis knew that his father was excellent in grasping his personality. If anyone else had said these words, Gravis would believe that they were underestimating him. But not if they came from his father. His father had watched him grow and had seen what Gravis had gone through in the lower world. If his father said that Gravis might decide against going, it might actually be true. On top of that, his father was making a sacrifice right now. If this rule was as tyrannical as his father said, Gravis might resent his father due to that. It could happen that he would feel betrayed by his father since he allowed him to take this path. Right now, Gravis couldn't imagine thinking something like that, but he couldn't know how he would act in such a situation. The fact that his father didn't tell him could create resentment inside Gravis towards him. His father was ready to risk their relationship so that Gravis could continue becoming stronger. "Thank you, father," Gravis said. His father sighed again. "There is no reason to thank me. I am sending you on this path, knowing full well what awaits you. Yet I still let you walk on it," his father said. Gravis nodded. "But right now, I'm thankful because I've seen what you are trying to accomplish. Even though it doesn't look like it, you are protecting me and giving me a scapegoat. I don't know what the future holds, but right now, I'm thankful." His father sighed again. "I'm sorry, Gravis," his father said, surprising Gravis. His father had never said sorry about anything. "Don't be," Gravis said while shaking his head. "You do what you think is best for me. The future will show if that is true." Gravis also released a sigh. "I'm going to talk to Mom now. Bye," Gravis said as he exited the room. The opposer only nodded at his son and closed his eyes. There was nothing else he could do. Gravis spent the next 13 days talking to his mother, his brother, and looking through the city. Nothing much happened, and Gravis felt relaxed during these days. Yet he also felt a bit nervous. Right now he was safe, but soon he would be thrust back into danger. His powerful position that he had held in the lower world would be reduced to nothing, and Gravis would only count as someone mediocre. There would be a lot of beasts way more powerful than him that could annihilate him with a mere thought. This thought made Gravis nervous again. The middle world encompassed everything between the body-tempering realm and the immortal realm. The unity realm was only in the middle. Gravis might not be part of the weakest group, but one could liken it to going to the lower world while being in the energy-gathering realm. There were still a lot of more powerful people or beasts out there. Yet, going through hardships was necessary. Gravis might be nervous, but he was also excited. Finally, he could become stronger again. He had waited for a year, preparing himself. Now he could finally continue. And like this, his birthday arrived. "Happy birthday, Gravis!" his mother shouted as she hugged him. Currently, they were inside his father's room. It was pretty big and rather empty, something very fitting for a small get-together. "Happy birthday," Orpheus said as he hit Gravis' shoulder with some force. Gravis felt his shoulder ache a bit, but he only smiled. "Happy birthday," his father said evenly. For once, he wasn't sitting in the middle of the room but standing. "Thank you all," Gravis said with a grin. This was why he wanted to celebrate his birthday before leaving for the middle world. Who knew how long it would take for him to see his family again? He wanted one last memory with all of them together before he resumed his journey. 23 and already in the Unity realm while following the will-forging path. "That's really impressive, Gravis," Orpheus said as he hit Gravis on the shoulder again. "The earliest that people reach the Unity realm while following the will-forging path is 26, and that's incredibly rare." 26, huh? Gravis commented. "How do they reach the Unity realm that quickly?" "Mostly by getting artificial tempering experiences and a lot of pills," Orpheus said. "It's like the practical exam for research assistants, just longer and with more powerful opponents." Gravis nodded. "Yet, they won't be able to learn about situations where they are hopelessly outclassed, even though they went through a lot of life and death dangers, right?" Gravis asked with furrowed brows. "Right," Orpheus said. "So, you have an additional advantage over these created geniuses. You went through genuine tempering. That's why I'm so proud of you." Gravis only grinned. "Thanks, brother," he said. "I still remember when we met a little more than a year ago," Orpheus mused. "You just finished your first practical exam. You didn't even have your will aura then. To be honest, I've expected that you wouldn't return from the lower world," Orpheus said with a sad voice. "But no, you proved me terribly wrong," Orpheus said with a laugh. "You didn't only return, but you also managed to kill a lower heaven. You have surpassed all my expectations." "Yes, thank you," Gravis said back. He was a bit embarrassed by Orpheus' praise. They all stood beside a relatively high table with food and beverages on it. Cultivators didn't need to eat, drink, or breathe, but that didn't mean that they didn't enjoy the occasional food or drink. "Man, I've really missed your coffee, father, Orpheus said as he drank from his cup with a smile. It needs to be rare to be special, their father said with his usual, even tone. True that, Orpheus said between sips. After that, the family started talking about different things. Orpheus was talking about his job and his family most of the time. Apparently, he only had 8 children. That wasn't because he didn't want more, but that his wife didn't want more. She first wanted to see what would happen to their current children. Orpheus knew that Gravis wouldn't be interested in getting to know someone new right now. After all, he had to focus on the middle world. That's why he didn't bring his family with him. The party might feel a bit empty with only 4 people present, but to Gravis, this was his whole family. After some hours of talking, his mother clapped into her hands. Time for presents, she announced with an excited smile. Gravis also smiled. He was impressed that his mother could still be so excited after she had lived for such a long time. It was awe-inspiring that she managed to find happiness and meaning in her long life. Wasn't this what everyone wished for? Whoop! Some small, rectangular things appeared on the table. Gravis saw them and immediately felt some warmth course through his insides. How did you get these? He asked with surprise and a bit of shock as he looked at his mother. His mother only smirked happily. She knew that this was the perfect present for Gravis. I forced your father to make them, she said as she pointed at his father. Gravis looked at his father, who just shrugged. I also thought it was a good idea. Yeah, but I came up with it, his mother interrupted. Yes, it was your idea, his father said, seemingly with a helpless tone. Gravis and Orpheus snickered a bit as they saw that. Even the opposer had someone that could force him to do stuff. Gravis grabbed one of the things and looked at it. All of these small things were pictures. Yet they were not just any pictures. They were all pictures of his friends. One of them depicted Sky sitting atop a gigantic tree as she overlooked a crowd of bowing beasts. Apparently, Sky had managed to create a circle of friends or underlings. When Gravis saw that, he felt happy for Sky. She had remained lonely for a long time, and now, she was part of an organization. On top of that, she was probably the leader. Another one showed Manuel levitating inside a massive storm with closed eyes. He sat in a lotus position, and the violent storm that destroyed everything around him didn't seem to affect him. Gravis guessed that Manuel was gaining insight into a law. One picture depicted Ion stumbling over some treasure and groaning. When Gravis saw that, he had to laugh a bit. Ion was probably the only human that groaned when stumbling upon a treasure. His luck and laziness were the main reasons for that. Another picture showed Nero sitting in a circle with many other people beneath a beautiful tree. Judging by the looks of the people, they all had different elements. Yet they all wore the same robes. Nero was now part of an organization with people of different elements. Gravis also guessed that they were friends, judging by their expressions and calm aura. The next picture showed Old Man Lightning kicking someone in the dick with a smirk. Gravis laughed again when he saw that. He still remembered the fight between Old Man Lightning and the priest. This really fit his character. The last photograph was of Joyce, fighting a many-kilometer-tall golem with blood all over her body. Yet, her expression only showed fiery determination to win. She won, right? Gravis asked. She did, his father answered. This was probably the hardest fight of her entire life. Gravis smiled. They have become strong, right? He asked. His father nodded again. You are the weakest of all your friends right now. Instead of growing envious, Gravis was happy for them. They had already continued on their path to power. Soon, I'll reach their heights, he said. Then, he put all the pictures into his spirit space. Thanks, Mom, Father, he said as he embraced his mother. Oh, shush, his mother shouted in a fake angry voice. I'm your mother. That's my job. Gravis really cherished this present. When he ever felt alone in the future, he could just look at the picture and think about his friends. They have already gone further than him. So what would stop him from following them? Now I believe it's my turn, Orpheus said as he stepped forward. Whoop! Plop! A green ball of slime appeared on the table. Gravis looked at it with surprise. What's that? Can I touch it? He asked. Go ahead, but be careful that you don't destroy it, Orpheus said, while Gravis moved his hand towards the glop of slime. His father looked at Orpheus with furrowed brows. Orpheus just looked back with a smile and a roll of his eyes. After that, his father just closed his eyes and shrugged a bit. Apparently, he had accepted the present. Gravis wasn't able to notice this exchange since they kept it secret and were way more powerful than him. He took up the glop and moved it around on his hands. Just as expected, it felt squishy. What is this? Gravis asked. That's a constantly mutating organism, or CMO for short, Orpheus explained. It becomes stronger and weaker second by second. It just changes forms constantly. Sometimes it grows appendages, just for them to die off later. It's the most unstable life form in existence. Gravis hummed a bit as he moved it around. What's it good for? He asked. Orpheus laughed a bit. I'm surprised you didn't guess it already. You can watch and understand how living beings change. You can see it get injured and healed. You can see it gaining a weakness to something just for that to become its main attribute in the next minute. Orpheus pointed at the CMO. So, by watching it, you can learn about life, Orpheus said. When Gravis heard that, his eyes widened in shock. Then, he looked at the CMO. So, this can help me understand laws related to life? He asked with shock. Orpheus laughed a bit and hit Gravis' shoulder again, making him nearly drop the CMO. Exactly. That thing wasn't cheap, even for me. But if it helps you learn an additional law, it's worth it. Thank you, brother, Gravis said with an impressed expression. This is incredibly useful. No problem, Orpheus said back with a laugh. You can keep it in your life ring. Just keep it separate from everything else living in there. CMOs are very fragile and weak. Gravis quickly put it away. This thing would be a tremendous help in learning about life. A law like that surely wasn't weak. My present, the opposer said. Whoop, clank. A black scale appeared on the table. It was only a couple of centimeters big, but Gravis could feel its incredible hardness. When Orpheus saw the scale, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Sure enough, their father had the best stuff. Everyone looked at the black scale with different expressions. Gravis' mother only smiled. Orpheus looked at it with shock, and Gravis looked at it with confusion. What is this? He asked as he grabbed it. It was surprisingly heavy, but nothing that Gravis couldn't lift with ease. It weighed maybe only a couple of tons. That would be hard to lift in the energy-gathering realm, but not in the unity realm. Yet that was only one scale. How heavy would the whole beast be? It's a scale from a black dragon, his father said. I gave the dragon some stuff in exchange for the scale. Gravis looked at it some more. What can I do with it? Immortal beasts can change their outer appearance however they want. This means that you will be able to morph into a human without any issues as soon as you reach that realm. You can probably guess the rest, his father said. Gravis furrowed his brows, but he still had a glint in his eyes. So, I should use this scale to create my own scales, Gravis said. You're saying I shouldn't aim for a perfect human body, but for a body that is best for combat. His father nodded. Precisely. You have the chance to create a powerful body. You won't be able to fully replicate the scale, but you can copy parts of it with its life essence. When you feel like your body is about to reach the level of a spirit beast, you should eat the scale and take it as a blueprint for your scales. Gravis nodded and smirked. Thanks, father, he said as he put the scale into his spirit space. This reminds me of another thing that I wanted to ask you. Ask, his father said. Can I use Heaven's body in a similar way? Gravis asked. His father nodded. Yes, I would suggest eating it when your body is about to advance to a unity beast. Heaven's closeness to the laws and rule over the world will give you a nice surprise. When you eat it, you will be able to choose a path for yourself. Others would hesitate, but I'm sure about the choice you're going to make, his father said. Gravis looked at Heaven's body inside his spirit space with ambition. I almost can't wait, he said. The presents had been way better than Gravis had expected. Initially, He had believed that only his brother would gift him something. After all, giving other people presents felt a bit like a routine to Gravis. He had expected his parents to think similarly, but apparently they didn't. Gravis didn't demand presents for his birthday, but it was nice when he got some. His mother's present was helpful to his emotional well-being. His brother's present would help him understand more about life, and his father's present would help Gravis create a powerful defense for his body. Gravis didn't receive any kind of trump card that could save his life. Many people would feel bad about that, but not Gravis. Having a trump card to fall back on would make most tempering meaningless. After all, as long as he had such a trump card, he would never truly be in danger. The presents helped him on his path forward without interfering with his tempering. None of them expedited his path either. They were all there simply to give him a more solid foundation and battle strength. So, in Gravis' eyes, the presents had truly been perfect. After that, they talked some more. Everyone was enjoying their time together. "Hey, is that scale from the Black Magnate?" Orpheus asked his father, covertly. "Yes," his father answered. Orpheus just sighed when he heard that. "I wouldn't even be able to meet him. I guess power truly is everything." "You don't need to lament," the opposer said. "You've made your choice, and it's a valid one. The CMO is something that even immortals want. It's more than good enough for your brother." Orpheus sighed again. "I guess you're right." Gravis didn't notice that exchange and just continued talking with his family. This was the last day with them in who knew how many years. It might even be his last talk, period. Today, he would enjoy himself to the fullest because tomorrow, his journey would continue. After seeing the pictures of his friends, Gravis' anxiety completely vanished. Now, he only felt motivation and excitement for the middle world. He remembered the hidden rule that his father talked about, but Gravis was sure that he could deal with it. Nothing would stop him on his path to power. The party went into the next day, and when Gravis didn't find anything to talk about anymore, he took a deep breath and stood up. "It's time," Gravis said. His mother sighed and looked a bit sad. His brother punched his shoulder again while his father nodded. "I have chosen a fitting world for you, Gravis," his father said. "Heh, if you choose my world, it might be even worse than if heaven chose it," Gravis said with a smirk. "But I like challenges." His father nodded. "Good. Here's an overview of the world's layout," his father said as a diagram started shining in the air. Gravis looked at it, and his eyes shone. "Interesting," he said. The whole world only had a singular landmass, but there was a significant difference to the lower world. The circular landmass looked like a humongous crocodile had taken a bite out of it. 3/4 of the map was land, while the remaining quarter was water. The water even stretched into the center, splitting the center of the world into two halves. "I chose this world because the continent is surrounded by a lot of ocean," his father said. "The map only shows the continent, but there is a bigger ocean surrounding it. The center of the world is where the land and ocean meet in the middle. This divides the central areas into half land and half ocean. The ocean surrounding the land has no meaning to you," his father said. "That's where the sea beasts below the Unity Realm reside. Also, don't underestimate this world's size." "Oh," Gravis said. "How big is it?" "The continent alone is about 3 times as big as an average middle world, and a middle world is already many times bigger than a lower world. The bigger the world, the more opportunities and enemies. My only concern in choosing a world is that you won't find enough powerful enemies. That's why I chose this one," his father explained. "On top of that, the beasts in this world are in the top 10% in terms of power and civilization. It makes no sense to thrust you into a weak world just so that you will be killed in a powerful higher world." Gravis' eyes shone a bit. "Civilization?" he asked. His father nodded. "Spirit beasts already have some intelligence and awareness. That, of course, will only increase the more powerful they become. It might not be the same as a human civilization due to the beast's inherent straightforwardness, but it's a civilization nonetheless. You can liken the civilizations to packs of wolves with their territory." "Interesting," Gravis said as he rubbed his chin with a smirk. And I'm guessing that heaven won't lower the karmic luck of my companions anymore? He asked. No, he won't, his father said. You know the reason. Gravis nodded. Either repayment or using them as hostages later on. His father nodded. Remember, there is not a single human in there. Some beasts might look similar to humans, but they're not. Gravis nodded and cracked his neck a bit. Is there something I should know when entering the world? How will this entering into a beast work? As soon as you enter the world, you will feel your body breaking apart and dissolving. You won't experience any pain. Don't move your physical power into your lightning or spirit. Just let your whole physical power be dissolved. Moving your physical power into your other centers of power while it's being dissolved will make your centers of power lose balance again. Gravis nodded. Then, you need to wait until a beast dies with a nearly complete body that has an affinity for your element. Your spirit and lightning will enter the body, and it will get fully healed by the laws. At that time, you're on your own. Remember that your new body won't be able to handle your punishment lightning yet. You first need to achieve unity again. Yet, your spirit is under no such restriction. You have full access to your spirit in the unity realm and the corresponding pressure for your will aura. No early-grade unity beast or below will be able to withstand your will aura. Middle-grade unity beasts can kill you, but that would be the same even if you still had your current body. So, you could say that your strength doesn't really decrease at all. You're just more restricted in your way of fighting. Reaching unity again won't take more than some days. At that time, you will be more powerful than you are now. Also, I will limit your spirit sense to be the same as a beast in your current realm. If you can see every danger beforehand, you might avoid it, his father said as he finished his lengthy explanation. Gravis nodded. Makes sense. Then he turned to Orpheus. See you soon, brother. See you soon, brother, Orpheus said back. Goodbye, Mom. I'll miss you, Gravis said as he turned to his mother. His mother smiled. I wish you all the best on your journey, Gravis. Return soon. Okay? Gravis nodded. I will. Then he turned to his father. I'm ready, he said with conviction. His father nodded. Good. Then he summoned a portal, which stood right in front of Gravis. I'll keep watch over you. Thank you, father, Gravis said. Goodbye. Gravis said one last time to his family with a wave and then stepped into the portal. The portal vanished, and Gravis was gone. He had stayed home for an entire year, which was more than enough for him. Now, it was time for him to continue on his path to power. There was darkness as far as the eye could see. Everything was black around Gravis, and he felt an itchy sensation all over his body. It wasn't really bad, just annoying. Gravis lifted his hand and looked at it. Sure enough, it was slowly dissolving into nothingness. Flakes of his skin left his body as they vanished into dust. Seeing your own body get dissolved into nothingness and vanishing would be a traumatic experience for every mortal, but Gravis had already been prepared for that. His father had told him what would happen. Sure enough, it doesn't hurt, he thought. That's at least something. There was no air around or anything, but Gravis didn't need that to begin with. His body was also dissolving at a much slower rate than he had expected. At this rate, it would probably take a couple of hours, though that was hard to determine without any visible indicator for the passage of time. Gravis tried to sigh but failed since there was no air. This will take a while, he thought. I wonder how long I will stay in this space. Father said that I have to wait until a compatible body dies. The middle world is huge, but it might take some time until something with a fitting elemental affinity dies with a somewhat whole body. Most beasts eat the corpse, making it hard for the corpse to stay whole. Gravis sat down onto whatever he stood on previously and began to wait. There was nothing to do. Oh, right, Gravis thought suddenly. I should retrieve my life ring and obsidian ring into my spirit space. Whoop! And like that, everything was gone but his clothing. He had enough spare clothing inside his spirit space, but he really doubted if he would need those. After all, he was about to inhabit a different body. Since his spirit space would follow him into the new body, everything would remain safe inside it. While waiting for the process to finish, Gravis looked at the CMO inside his life ring. The blob was just sitting on top of a stony mountain. Gravis had already ordered the mushroom to keep away from it, but he just wanted to be sure. So he placed it outside its reach. Speaking of the mushroom, without anything else threatening it, it grew at a rapid pace. It didn't become stronger, but it became bigger. By now, it covered a territory that was over 20 kilometers wide. That was quite impressive for a single mushroom. The CMO just sat there doing something. Gravis looked at it and concentrated his spirit on it. His spirit wasn't powerful enough to see the underlying laws or energy that created it, but he could see its effect. It was changing color slowly. By now, it was completely red. Gravis expected that it probably had developed an affinity for fire. On top of that, it wasn't really a blob anymore. Some bone spurs broke out of its skin without any rhyme or reason. Other parts of the blob had weird appendages coming out of it. I wonder how it creates all these things inside of it, Gravis thought. Speaking of, doesn't my body do the same when it heals? Wonder how that works. Gravis' spirit was powerful enough to see the microscopic level, but he didn't find anything. He had the theory that maybe some small living things made up living beings, but that wasn't true. It was just one cohesive blob. Yet, even though he had only seen slime when he first saw it, he could now see many different parts. Sometimes it was creating some random scales. Other times it grew some weird hair or nails. It was actually bizarre to see the blob produce these beast-like or human-like features just for them to get reabsorbed or die later. Yet, there was some kind of conscience or instinct living inside the blob. When some of its new appendages died off, they fell away from the body. Curiously enough, the blob either created some kind of tentacle to grab the fallen appendage or slightly moved over to it. It is able to discern that it needs its own mass back to survive. If it doesn't reabsorb its own meat, it would shrink. On top of that, I feel that it is absorbing a little bit of energy. When it creates something harder, it absorbs more energy than usual. Truly interesting. Gravis thought as his self inside his spirit space scratched its chin. Like this, Gravis just kept watching the CMO. This continuous growth was rather interesting. After a while, Gravis looked away and checked on his body. Already gone? Gravis thought in shock. How long did I watch the CMO? How much time has passed? Gravis had no idea how much time had passed. His life ring didn't have any day and night cycle, and he couldn't discern the time by looking at the outside. There was just blackness. His self narrowed its eyes. I should be careful in the future. The CMO has distracted me for quite a while. However, it shouldn't have been too long. After all, I didn't get transported to my new body yet. Right now, Gravis was nothing more than a minuscule flying orb. This was his tiny spirit space. It was huge on the inside, but on the outside it was smaller than an ant. A couple of centimeters wide lightning ball was orbiting around his spirit space. It didn't look imposing from the outside, but from inside Gravis' spirit space, it looked as massive and imposing as the sun. Gravis made it move around a bit and noticed that he still had full control. It was like the lightning was still inside his body. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Gravis went back to watching the CMO. Like this, time passed. Oh, something's happening, Gravis thought as he felt a pull. He had been watching the CMO for who knew how long. Gravis had utterly lost his concept of time, but apparently he was about to enter a body now. I'm ready, he thought with motivation as he looked at his floating spirit space. He noticed that, as the force of the pull increased, his spirit space and lightning started to vanish. They became more and more transparent until Gravis could barely make them out anymore. It felt bizarre to still be conscious and see your whole self vanish into nothingness. Did Gravis even exist anymore? PSH. An immense stabbing pain suddenly assaulted Gravis at the right side of his chest. Gravis wasn't sure where he felt that. The pain made him open his eyes. Eyes? I can see, Gravis thought as he realized that he was already inside his new body. He quickly used his eyes and spirit to look around. Sadly, his eyes only saw blackness. His spirit covered only 10 kilometers around him, surprising him quite a bit. Blub bub blub dash Gravis had tried to say that his father had told him about his suppression of his spirit, but only bubbles came out of his mouth. Apparently, he was underwater. His spirit showed him that he was lying down on the ocean floor, on some sand. Some kelp and other kinds of flora were around him. Yet, everything was completely dark. He could only see with his spirit. On top of that, he felt an incredible pressure suppressing his body. This body isn't able to handle these depths. I need to swim upward, he thought. But first, fuck that crab. The stabbing pain he had felt was a crab that tore a chunk off his new body. Gravis immediately used his will aura and pressed the crab into nothingness. It was probably a ferocious beast, the bottom of the food chain. Gravis had also inspected his body by now. His spirit space was residing in his head, as usual, while his lightning was in the center of the lower half of his body. Everything around the lightning had been decimated. The body wasn't able to handle the lightning. So, the lightning resided in a destroyed part of his body. Gravis quickly swam upward but noticed that his lightning wasn't moving along with him. As his body rose, the lightning burned more into his body. Gravis reacted quickly enough and used his spirit to make the lightning stay in its usual spot. The two injuries were already making Gravis feel weak. This body didn't have much life energy remaining. Luckily, BZZZ. Beasts also had some small inherent energy inside their body. Gravis quickly repaired the damage, but the lightning just created some new space for itself. There was also something else that assaulted him, a feeling of hunger and suffocation. Gravis quickly checked his body and found what he was looking for. By willing it, he made his gills move. The feeling of suffocation quickly vanished. After swimming for a bit, Gravis finally exited the depths of the ocean. The pressure around his body lessened, and it felt manageable now. Some bubbles came out of his gills. That was supposed to be a sigh. Gravis looked upwards and tried to narrow his eyes. Sadly, his body wasn't able to do that. Is this funny to you, Heaven? Gravis thought in annoyance. Why did he think that? It was because of his new body. It was black and around 6 meters long. Some slimy skin coated his outside, and he had no arms or legs. He also only had a single fin at the back of his long, slithery body. Gravis tried to groan, but only bubbles came out of his mouth. He was a fucking electric eel. Gravis grumbled for several minutes about his body. An electric eel? Really? He thought with frustration. Is this some kind of joke? Gravis blew some more bubbles in frustration. Anyway, I'm stuck with it now. I can change it however much I want in the future. At least, the body is only at the level of a ferocious beast. Actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I think that it wasn't heaven that made me inhabit this body. The highest heaven probably won't allow the same mistake to happen again. It probably still keeps an eye on this middle heaven and me. I think that's just my lack of karmic luck. I remember that the first time I appeared in the lower world, I have been transported to the top of a volcano. Since I still had my elemental synchronicity at that time, this couldn't have been considered bad luck, Gravis thought as he tried to scratch his chin, unsuccessfully. If heaven chose my body, I would probably have entered a body that was already at the unity realm. At that point, I wouldn't be able to achieve unity again, making my path more difficult in the future. I wonder, does a lack of karmic luck work in the way that it chooses the thing worst for me, or something that the majority of people would consider bad luck? Gravis thought about this for a while. Enemies are good for me, yet I still run into them, even though I would count that as lucky instead of unlucky. I guess most people would think it's bad luck if they were transported into an electric eel at the bottom of the food chain. Yet, that's good for me. I have a lot of time and evolutions to redesign my body. Interesting, he thought. Gravis used his will aura to stop a fish that was just about to swallow him. It was rather huge with a body length of over 20 meters. High-grade demonic beast, Gravis judged. That would be pretty devastating to a newcomer inside the body of a ferocious beast. The fish remained still inside the water as Gravis' will aura was delicately suppressing it. He didn't want to completely destroy it. After all, he needed food to survive and become stronger. Leisurely, Gravis tried out his new body. Moving his fin wasn't an issue, but the new flexibility of his body felt weird. His signals were being sent to entirely different places. When Gravis tried to bend to the right slightly, he felt his whole body coil. It was like his chest was going all the way to his tail. After some minutes of trying out his new body, he turned to the still frozen fish. Time to eat, he thought. He swam around the fish to inspect it. Am I just supposed to bite into it? I haven't eaten raw meat before. I wonder if it tastes different to beasts. Some more bubbles came out of his gills as he sighed. Well, let's just try it. Clank. Ouch! Gravis thought as his teeth bounced off of the fish's scales. Seems like I can't bite something off of the fish. The power difference is too vast. Another frustrating thing was that Gravis wasn't able to weaken his lightning. As soon as he entered his new body, the inherent connection between his centers of power had vanished. Apparently, unity wasn't possible without all three centers of power working together. Gravis analyzed the fish more. He looked into its mouth. I could eat the tongue, he thought. Then he moved to its back and saw its behind. If he were a human, he would show a conflicted look right now. The ass is also a weak part. Then Gravis shook his head. I won't eat some ass, he thought. Anyway, let's first kill it. Sirrr. A tearing sound could be heard as Gravis' spirit tore the fish's brain apart, killing it immediately. Gravis also tore the tongue from its mouth with his spirit and made it float in front of him. Then he bit into it. His teeth bit into the tongue, but he couldn't even draw blood. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tear the tongue apart. After some seconds of trying, Gravis released some bubbles as he groaned. Change of plans. Sirrr. The whole fish was torn apart into tiny pieces, which quickly vanished as they got absorbed by his spirit space. I'll just swallow them whole. It's like using a knife and fork. Gravis summoned a small piece of meat and shoved it into his stomach with his spirit. Then he watched. Gravis still felt hungry due to the small size of the piece of meat, but he didn't know what would happen if a beast ate meat that was way above its league. So, he first wanted to see what would happen to the current piece. After some minutes, his stomach started digesting the meat, or at least it tried to. Sadly, his stomach wasn't able to digest this meal. When Gravis saw no progress after several more minutes, he groaned again and shoved the piece of meat out of his stomach. Great, so I have to find weaker prey, he thought as he looked up. I'm not sure if the beasts at the surface are more powerful or weaker, but I'm sure of one thing. Gravis looked down. I saw a ferocious beast at the bottom. So, I should check down there first. So Gravis swam downward. Yet he wasn't very fast. Seeing his slow progress, Gravis groaned again. Okay. Fuck this. Gravis used his spirit to shoot himself through the water. At the same time, he also used his spirit to move the water to the side. Like this, his body wouldn't get destroyed by the water resistance or pressure. Why didn't I think of this before? He thought. After some seconds, he reached the floor again. He also saw the small particles of the former crab. Gravis decided against eating that. The previous crab could only be described as dust now, which probably didn't taste very good. Gravis inspected his surroundings with his spirit and quickly found some other crabs and similar animals. He also found a tasty-looking flounder, but low-grade spirit beast, Gravis judged. Maybe the beasts at the bottom are stronger after all. Maybe the crabs can only survive down here since the powerful beasts don't care about them. I doubt that any energy beast or stronger would care about such weak prey. Yet, Gravis wanted to test his hypothesis. Using his body, he slowly swam to the flounder and circled above it. Sure enough, the flounder didn't react at all. After some more seconds of circling, Gravis stopped above the flounder. A small ring appeared in front of Gravis, and he held it with his teeth. It was the life ring. Time to harvest, he thought. SSSSHHH. The sound of rapidly moving water appeared as all the ferocious beasts in a 10-kilometer radius shot into his ring. Absorbing such weak beasts was as easy as breathing to Gravis, though he didn't have a lung. So, breathing might actually not be that easy. The flounder noticed the commotion and locked onto Gravis. What was this weak eel doing? Actually, it didn't matter. This weak eel had disturbed its rest. The flounder shot upward at Gravis, but instead of biting him, it was also absorbed into the ring. Sucks to be you, Gravis thought. His life ring didn't only have land, but also a humongous sea. Keeping all these animals there wouldn't be an issue. The flounder was incredibly confused for a second, but then immediately knew that its master had summoned it to its home. This life ring was its home, and it would serve its master. Seeing that there were no more ferocious beasts inside his spirit's range, Gravis tried to smirk but failed. With a nod of satisfaction, Gravis summoned one of the crabs and tore it apart with his spirit. He quickly separated the edible from the inedible parts. For information, Gravis considered the organs as inedible. The worms and beasts weaker than ferocious beasts would surely be happy about his leftovers. Then Gravis shoved the whole crab into his stomach. Okay, this might have been a little much, he thought as he felt bloated. However, his stomach quickly went to work. In comparison to the previous time, his new meal was being dissolved. Yet Gravis frowned, or at least he tried to. I remember that Sky achieved a swift breakthrough after eating, but this digestion is taking forever. Does the digestion speed up the more powerful I become? Gravis mused. Some more bubbles came out of his gills as he sighed. Well, I can't accelerate that. Might as well make myself comfortable here, he thought. So Gravis laid down on the soft sand. Wow, I actually feel sleepy. It's been forever since I slept, he thought. It seems like this body requires sleep. Whoop! The massive flounder appeared. It was actually over 200 meters long and quite chunky. Even though Sky was way stronger than this flounder, the flounder would tower over her. Master! The flounder transmitted to Gravis. Protect me while I sleep. If you see anything you can't deal with, wake me up, he transmitted back. No worry, Master. This my turf? Oh, your turf, it transmitted. Spirit beasts weren't very smart, so its transmission was just barely coherent. Gravis wanted to be careful. His body was weak, and if some beast assaulted him while he slept, he might actually die. Gravis also used his spirit to keep the pressure at bay. Something as simple as that didn't require any conscious effort. It would even work while he slept. So, like this, Gravis went to sleep for the first time in several years. Sleeping felt weird to Gravis. It also took him quite some time to fall asleep since he wasn't used to it anymore. Luckily, he didn't dream. The brain of his new eel body probably wasn't developed enough to have dreams. After who knew how long, Gravis woke up again. Apparently, a lot of time had passed while his consciousness was asleep. Gravis awkwardly stretched himself and thought about how weird it felt to sleep again. He also saw the flounder patrolling around him, looking at everything. At least it was doing its job. Master, it transmitted as it noticed that Gravis woke up. Continue patrolling, Gravis said. Yes, the flounder transmitted back. Whoop, sir. Gravis summoned several shrimp and tore them apart with his spirit. Then, he separated edible from inedible and shoved the edible parts into his stomach. He didn't even taste any of it. It was about as much meat as previously, but Gravis didn't feel as bloated. It seems like my body has gotten more powerful, he thought. It probably won't take too long to achieve my first evolution. But now, Gravis had no idea what he should do. The digestion couldn't be accelerated, and he wasn't tired anymore. After some minutes, boredom set in, and Gravis decided to look at the CMO some more. Seeing it constantly change form felt enchanting. Of course, only his spirit sense was inside the life ring. Everything else remained outside as his eel body just laid on the sand. During his sleep, a lot of other beasts appeared in the vicinity, but nothing dared to come too close to that imposing flounder. From time to time, some demonic beasts also appeared, but that was a relatively rare occasion. The demonic beasts might become enticing enough to a spirit beast if it felt hungry. So they kept themselves away. It wasn't that they were smart enough to realize the danger, but that their long-honed instinct made them fear the deep. Gravis' body started shaking suddenly. Oh, I'm becoming a demonic beast, he thought with some excitement. Let's see how this whole evolution thing works. As his body shook, Gravis felt the energy inside his body move, but it wasn't the energy that he used to heal himself. It was the energy that made up the whole body. This was something fundamental and completely different, energy in the form of matter. Something Gravis had no real experience with. Gravis felt himself become bigger and longer. He felt his instincts driving him forward as an image of a bigger eel appeared in his mind. No! Change! Gravis willed, and slowly, the image in his mind started changing. Instead of growing bigger, Gravis did his best to imagine the form he wanted. His father had told him that he couldn't change too much at once. So, Gravis had to take it slow. As soon as he had seen his body previously, he thought about his future changes. That wasn't very hard and didn't take up much time. The main reason for that was that he had already planned the evolution for every possible body type when he had been taking a break in his homeworld. Of course, a long, snake-like body had also been a consideration. He had even considered what he would do if he inhabited the body of a worm. The evolution and changes that a worm would go through were similar to what he would do with an eel body. Thus, Gravis already had a pretty solid plan in mind. Yet, after receiving the scale from his father, and hearing about the fact that he could morph into a human when he became an immortal, changed his plan slightly. He wasn't planning on creating a perfect replica of a human anymore. Why waste such an incredible opportunity to create a body perfect for battle? Gravis thought with a smirk as his body shook. The more weapons I have at my disposal, the better. As the image in his mind changed, Gravis started to feel a disconnect. It was like his body would no longer be himself if he went through with the change. So that's the threshold. As long as I don't overstep this boundary, it should be fine. Gravis did some more modifications to the image as his physical body started morphing into the image inside his mind. After some seconds, Gravis finalized the image inside his head and willed his body to become the image. His body morphed faster, and after a minute the process ended. Gravis breathed through his gills with satisfaction as he looked at his new body. What did he change? There were only 2 changes that he had made. One of them wasn't visible from the outside. It was a change of his bones and their structure. His spine now looked more like that of a mammal, something that was important for the future. He had decided to modify his spine after he had seen that he could still change some other stuff after he was finished with his main change. What was his main change? His head. His head had changed its shape completely. It became bigger and now looked very similar to the head of an alligator. His snout poked out of his head with visible teeth poking out of his closed mouth. Gravis had envisioned the head of an alligator. They had a powerful bite, but the mouth wasn't as big or cumbersome as a crocodile's. Yet, to him, this was more than enough. He wouldn't use his mouth as his primary weapon, after all. It would only function as an auxiliary or backup weapon. Gravis had also decided to add some additional muscles to his head so that he could actually show expressions. Not being able to show expressions felt weird to him. Now he could finally sigh, smile, sneer, and most importantly, narrow his eyes. Yet, right now, Gravis' look could only be described as weird. He hadn't changed his slimy skin, after all. So, his alligator head didn't have any scales. It was just a slimy, fleshy head in the shape of an alligator. On top of that, he still didn't have any arms or legs. A fleshy alligator head on a 6-meter-long eel looked weird, but Gravis didn't mind that. It doesn't matter how I look right now. This is only temporary, and I will achieve my true, envisioned form soon. What happened, Master? The flounder asked. Look different, it transmitted. Following your instincts isn't always the best path to power, Gravis transmitted back. Sadly, the flounder didn't have the capability to understand such a concept. Even for a spirit beast, it was quite stupid. Seeing that the flounder didn't understand him, Gravis didn't bother to continue his explanation. He might have had the patience to teach Sky, but the flounder wasn't his friend. After all, it had tried to kill him previously. The fact that it was still alive was pity enough from him. Gravis tried some expressions and noticed that he could perform nearly all of them. He had changed his bones and muscles so that he could smile and frown with his big head. Instead of having eyebrows, he had made the muscles above his eyes movable. This should be good enough. Let's see about that digestion speed. After all, I'm a low-grade demonic beast now, Gravis thought with a smirk. Whoop! Another crab appeared, and Gravis repeated the usual process. His body hadn't increased in size, so he couldn't fit more of the meat into him, but that shouldn't be a problem. Gravis watched his stomach go to work and, sure enough, the digestion was faster than before. Great! Instead of taking multiple hours, I should be able to digest a meal in just a single hour, he thought with satisfaction. After several more minutes passed, Gravis noticed something else. Interesting. My hunger had vanished for a couple of minutes, but now it returned. I guess the bodies of ferocious beasts aren't enough anymore. I should get some demonic beasts. Gravis looked into his life ring and took note of all the ferocious beasts inside it. Whoop! All the ferocious beasts that had been kept inside his ring were released. Gravis also released them from the life ring's restriction. They had regained their free will. They haven't attacked me and I won't eat them. Keeping them is useless. The beasts were confused for a second but then quickly fled when they noticed the gigantic flounder. Like this, they quickly scattered into the distance. Where can I find demonic beasts? Gravis asked the flounder. What that? It asked back. Beasts that are stronger than these weaklings, but weaker than you, Gravis answered back. Weak beasts on surface. It transmitted to him. Gravis nodded. And down here? Gravis asked. Only very weak and very powerful beasts here. It transmitted back. Gravis tried to scratch his chin unsuccessfully. Interesting, he thought. Just as I had expected. However, I think the flounder is mistaken. I think it's thinking of energy beasts. Energy beasts might not be able to transmit their thoughts, but they are smart enough to keep as far away from spirit beasts as possible. Gravis looked upward but didn't see much. The bottom of the ocean was utterly dark since no light could reach it. If the spirit beasts are on the ocean floor, the energy beasts are probably at the surface since it's the farthest place from the floor. The demonic beasts can't go to the surface or the floor, so they're probably stuck in limbo. They should inhabit the space between the surface and the floor. Also, I found that fish at that place earlier, Gravis thought. Speaking of, I should see if I can digest it now. Whoop! Gravis summoned some edible parts of the fish he had killed earlier and shoved them into his mouth. Then, he watched his stomach for a couple of minutes. It's being digested, but it takes quite a long time. I think it should be more efficient to hunt weaker demonic beasts and eat the fish later, he judged. Whoop! The massive flounder disappeared as Gravis recalled it into his life ring. Keeping it outside would only be detrimental. The demonic beasts might flee at the sight of this massive flounder. After that, he used his spirit to shoot himself upward. With his ridiculous speed, it took only a couple of seconds until he reached a part where the pressure wasn't overwhelming. However, that pressure had stopped being relevant after he had reached the power of a demonic beast anyway. Speaking of, the ferocious beasts probably have it quite difficult at the bottom of the ocean. The pressure makes it really hard for them, though I only saw crustaceans at the bottom of the ocean. Their hard outer shell probably makes it easier to hunt there. Yet, on the other hand, the ferocious beasts might not even hunt. I think they mostly gain their power by eating the falling leftovers. Gravis thought as he saw some meat falling down beside him. I guess most of them eat these leftovers until they become powerful enough to actually hunt by themselves. Yet, I wonder where the fish and eels become powerful. Fish and eels don't have such a powerful outer layer. So, there should be some area where they gain their strength. Gravis thought as he looked around him. They are probably further away from the world's core where the energy density is lower. No spirit beast or energy beast would be interested in staying there. Gravis shook his fleshy alligator head. Let's focus on getting stronger for now. Analyzing the workings of the world can wait. He thought as he looked at his surroundings. Surprisingly, the density of beasts was way lower than on the bottom of the ocean. Gravis only saw 2 demonic beasts inside his spirit sense. One of them was a rather big fish, while the other one was a kraken. The big fish looked like it had just eaten something. Middle rank and high rank, Gravis estimated. I should be able to digest a middle rank demonic beast without any issues. CRK. CRK. Both beasts were torn apart by Gravis' spirit. Then, he summoned them into his spirit space and resummoned the fish parts. After separating edible from inedible again, he shoved as much as he could of the fish into his stomach. And I'm feeling bloated again, Gravis thought in frustration. Yet that didn't deter him. He looked at his stomach for a couple of minutes and saw that the fish was being digested many times faster than the stronger one he had tried previously. I can work with this. Should only take around 2 hours, he thought with satisfaction. Anyway, I should hunt some more. Better hunt enough to reach the next evolution. I think it should take around 2 beasts 1 rank higher than my body to rank up. So, I need 1 more middle rank demonic beast and 2 more low rank energy beasts. After that, I just have to eat and wait. Gravis used his spirit to shoot himself through the water and found some other beasts after a minute. Even though the population looked rather scarce, it wasn't a problem to find food with Gravis' insane speed. Yet, it still took him another 5 minutes to actually find a middle-rank demonic beast. After collecting that beast, Gravis looked and charged upward. The ocean was pretty deep, and Gravis had previously already ascended by about 20 kilometers. Yet, there was still no light. After ascending another 20 kilometers, Gravis saw more beasts. They were demonic beasts, and their ranks were varied. Gravis couldn't see a pattern of strength. Since he didn't need demonic beasts anymore, he quickly shot past them. After another 10 kilometers, Gravis saw his first energy beast. It was a 50-meter-long orange fish. Man, eating that will take forever. I should find some smaller energy beasts, Gravis thought as he ignored the fish. The bodies of beasts were equally powerful in total. Their size made no difference. The only difference would be over how much mass the power would be distributed. An energy beast that was only 2 meters long had the same amount of power as one that was 200 meters long. It was just more compressed. After another 10 kilometers, Gravis finally saw some light. The surface shouldn't be far, he thought, and sure enough, only a couple of kilometers further, Gravis jumped out of the ocean into the air. After coming out of the water, Gravis hovered in the air. His body wasn't nearly as heavy as his previous one, so flying wasn't an issue to him right now, though that would probably become impossible after he became a spirit beast. Gravis looked around for a bit but could only see ocean as far as the eye could see. No sign of any beasts at the Unity realm or higher. I am probably nowhere near the actual continent. Well, better for me, I suppose, he thought as he shot along the surface of the water. Without the water's resistance, his speed multiplied. He kept checking all the beasts inside the water with his spirit, but after some seconds he found a problem. I need air, Gravis thought. Or more like I need water. My body is still required to breathe. Splash. Gravis charged into the water, protecting his body with his spirit, and took a deep breath. Then he jumped out again and continued flying. He repeated this process many times on his journey. RRRK. Whoop. After around 2 minutes, Gravis found a shark that was only 5 meters long, and it was an early rank energy beast, perfect for him. Got one, Gravis thought as he tore it apart and summoned it into his spirit space. A couple of minutes later, Gravis found another beast. It was a 20-meter-long eel, but it should be easy enough to eat since its body was very thin. This shouldn't take more than 5 sittings. After killing that eel and summoning it into his spirit space, Gravis stopped moving. Got everything, he thought with satisfaction. Splash. Gravis went back into the water and shot at the floor again. After arriving, he checked the surroundings with his spirit. No living being around, not even ferocious beasts. This is probably the turf of a powerful spirit beast. Doesn't matter. Whoop. The flounder appeared again. Don't let anything get close to me. And if you see something that can put up a fight against you, inform me, Gravis informed it. Yes, master. It sent back. Then it started to patrol the surroundings. Meanwhile, Gravis just laid down on the ground, doing nothing. His whole hunt had only taken a couple of minutes, so his earlier snack was nowhere near digested. Well, time to look at the CMO some more, Gravis thought. And like that, Gravis spent the whole day eating. One stomachful of food one rank higher than him took 2 hours to digest. Yet, the beasts became increasingly bigger as his rank increased. This made his advancements slow quite a bit. At least it would have. It took around half a day of eating before he became a middle-rank demonic beast. At that time, his body itched again, but he only grew bigger. Apparently, he wasn't able to control his body's evolution inside ranks. He would just grow bigger and more powerful. After becoming a middle-rank demonic beast, Gravis was now over 10 meters long. He didn't like being that big, but it had one advantage. His stomach was also bigger now. With that, he could eat more food. After another couple of hours, he advanced into a high-rank demonic beast. He grew bigger again and was now 20 meters long. Man, being so big makes everything cumbersome, Gravis thought in frustration. Yet he didn't despair. After all, he could just reduce his size again later. Luckily, he had caught only small energy beasts. With his new size, he could swallow them in one bite. Though the digestion took longer too since it was more energy. Digesting such a beast took over 14 hours. Gravis also slept a couple of times between eating, but he hated it. Sleep seemed like such a waste of time to him. By now, Gravis had been in the middle world for 3 days. Oh, it's time, Gravis thought. He was about to become an energy beast. Gravis' body itched again, and a picture of a giant eel appeared inside his mind. No, he simply stated and started morphing that picture. He changed it as much as he could until he felt the boundary again. Decreasing my size also counts as a change, huh? Gravis thought with interest. Originally, I wanted to keep my bigger body to eat more food, but making my body small again in the future might eat up a whole change this way. I think it's better that I remain small, even though finding small energy beasts will be harder. Gravis envisioned his new body, and after around a minute, he finalized the image. Master, strong enemy. The flounder contacted him suddenly. Really? Now? Gravis thought with frustration as he lost his concentration. The image inside his head reverted into a giant eel. He checked his surroundings with his spirit and saw the new arrival. Middle-rank spirit beast, he judged. Gravis tore the beast apart since it had disturbed his evolution, though he was quite surprised by the amount of spirit that it took to kill it. Tearing that beast apart consumed over 10% of his spirit. TCH, this could become troublesome in the future. I could use my body to actually battle the beasts, but it's nowhere near done. Gaining battle experience with this slithery body won't help me at all in the long run. The offender had been a 100-meter-long stingray. If it had come at any other time, Gravis would have only caught it with his life ring, but right now he had only been angry at it. One should remember that beasts also had no karmic luck, just like Gravis. Because of that, they might also experience something that could be considered bad luck. Gravis quickly regained the image inside his head and changed it again. It was a hassle, but his body wouldn't evolve without a clear image in his mind. After a minute, the image finalized, and his body started changing again. It took a couple of minutes before the process was over, and Gravis looked at his new body. Gravis had shrunken to a length of 2 meters, even smaller than he had been initially. Together with his slim frame, he looked even lighter than a human, but that would obviously change in the future. Yet, there was something that didn't fit the rest of his body at all. Too powerful. Imposing, muscle-filled arms grew out of his chest. They were around half as long as his body, but they were even wider. The arms ended in hands with 5 fingers, which had claws at their end. If one looked at Gravis, they would think that half his body was comprised of these massive arms. Yet, since he still had his slimy skin, they only looked weird. Gravis was happy with the results, but he also felt like he was becoming an abomination. An appearance like this looked surreal and weird. The next evolution will be my scales. Changing the outer layer probably also won't eat up an entire change. I should be able to move my mass around a bit, and making my torso wider shouldn't be an issue in the next evolution. Can I eat? the flounder suddenly asked. Gravis looked at it and frowned a bit. After some thinking, he shrugged, thanks to his new arms. Clank! A formation array inside the flounder broke as it was released from the life ring's influence. It had tried to kill him, but it had also protected him. He felt like he should free it and get another guide. The flounder's lack of intelligence was more frustrating than helpful. It was also too big to eat. The flounder's eyes widened as its old thoughts returned. Go, you're free now, Gravis transmitted nonchalantly. You weak. You dare hurt me? It transmitted with anger as it shot at Gravis. RRRK. And like that, the flounder was dead. Gravis sighed. I try to be nice for once out of pity, and look what happens. He thought with disappointment as he shook his head. Fuck that stupid-ass flounder. Sadly, the flounder was also way too big for him. Eating it would take ages. So Gravis simply shot away. Contrary to expectation, he was slower than before. That was because his body had become way heavier, and it required more of his spirit to move around. He moved just as quickly as his spirit regenerated. Sadly, that was only around a third as fast as previously. TCH, at some point, swimming will probably be faster than this, Gravis thought in frustration. Well, doesn't matter. A couple more minutes won't change anything. After around a minute, Gravis reached the surface of the ocean again and started flying. The spirit required to keep him airborne and moving forward was less than just moving forward in the water. After some minutes of flying and searching, Gravis needed air again, or, in his case, water. My body doesn't require as much air as before, but it still requires some. After diving for a bit again, he continued his journey. I need 2 middle-rank energy beasts, 2 high-rank energy beasts, and 2 low-rank spirit beasts. This shouldn't take longer than a couple of hours, Gravis thought as he inspected the water below him with his spirit. After around 5 minutes, Gravis saw a fitting target. It was a 6-meter-long barracuda. Its mouth was even more imposing than normal, but that was the only change. Fast and powerful. The big jaw allows it to hunt bigger prey. Gravis thought. I kinda want to test my new arms. It's a whole rank higher than my body, but arms are more useful against animals than people believe, even without a weapon. Splash! Gravis entered the ocean again a couple of 100 meters in front of the barracuda. The fish quickly noticed Gravis and shot at him with impressive speed. Gravis' fleshy exterior looked appetizing. Yet, Gravis only smirked. Gravis was directly at the surface. So, the barracuda shot diagonally upward at him and opened its mouth wide. Gravis waited for the last moment to dodge. He used his powerful arms to shoot himself further down into the water. His arms' power in relation to his body size shot him over 10 meters down, making the barracuda miss him. Splash! The barracuda couldn't stop its powerful charge and left the water. Bang! Gravis' powerful tail shot him upwards again, and he stretched his arms. Pack! The barracuda was long but not very wide. His hands grabbed its sides and held it above him. The barracuda struggled in the air with all its power, and it was quite challenging to hold it, but Gravis was powerful and experienced enough to handle it. Snap! Snap! The barracuda threateningly snapped its jaws in the air, but they were nowhere near Gravis. His fins also couldn't reach Gravis' body or arms. Gravis only smirked as he watched the barracuda. Sucks to not have proper limbs, eh? He thought as he barracuda struggled. CRK. Gravis used his new maw for the first time and bit the barracuda on its belly. It took a lot of effort since the barracuda was a whole rank stronger than him, but eventually he managed to crack its scales and took a bite out of it. Doesn't taste that bad actually, Gravis thought. He hadn't tasted anything up to now since he had always just shoved it into his stomach, bypassing his tongue. Tasted way better than he had expected. The barracuda was helpless. Gravis could slowly kill it with his maw or keep it above water for like half an hour to suffocate it. Seeing that he had won, Gravis just decided to tear its brain apart with his spirit. The winner was already clear. Arms are useful, Gravis thought with a smirk as he put the barracuda into his spirit space. Usually, it was nearly impossible for a beast to jump ranks in a battle. After all, beasts had fewer ranks in general in comparison to cultivators. So every rank was a bigger jump. On top of that, their techniques and battle styles weren't as varied as humans. The stronger one simply won. Fish were incredibly fast and agile in water but nearly helpless in the air. The air just didn't give enough resistance for their fins to work effectively. If Gravis hadn't fought directly at the surface, this fight might have become tough and prolonged. Of course, that was only true as long as he didn't rely on his spirit or will. Gravis shot out of the water again and continued his hunt. After another 10 meters, he found a 15-meter-long swordfish. It was a high-rank energy beast. Gravis destroyed its brain and summoned it into his spirit space. One would think that his spirit space was starting to get crowded, but after he had reached the Unity Realm, his spirit space had grown tremendously. It now had a radius of around 200 meters, easily enough to accommodate all his prey. One more middle-rank energy beast and one more high-rank energy beast, he thought as he continued hunting. After another 10 minutes, he found his second fitting middle-rank energy beast. 30 minutes later, he found a fitting high-rank energy beast. All right, this should be enough, Gravis thought as he dove into the water again. The spirit beasts are at the bottom. I think I'll first check for a smarter guide that can check my surroundings while I watch the CMO. Luckily, I don't need to sleep anymore. After around a minute, Gravis reached the bottom of the ocean again. Let's see what I'll find, Gravis thought as he shot into the distance. Gravis swam along the ocean floor with quite some speed, thanks to his spirit. Yet no sand or water was being disturbed. That was also thanks to his spirit since it moved the water around him and then back into place. This made him move without sound nor wave. He moved almost like a ghost. Gravis traveled like this for several hours. He saw a lot of spirit beasts, but none were up to his standards. The main reason was that they were simply too big. Beasts who lived in the sea were generally bigger than beasts living on land, and apparently that was also true for spirit beasts. On top of that, Gravis also saw some mid-rank spirit beasts and even a high-rank spirit beast. Sadly, all of them were just too big to eat. He would need months to eat them. After some hours, Gravis arrived in a peculiar area. It didn't look any different from the other areas at first glance, but something was definitely different. There were a lot of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts swimming around. This was strange since every other territory only had ferocious beasts and only the occasional demonic beast. Yet here there were way more demonic beasts. On top of that, the energy density was a bit higher than in the other areas. Why are there demonic beasts swimming around in this energy-rich environment? A spirit beast should have long occupied something like this. Yet, there is no spirit beast in sight. Gravis also saw a high number of plants and corals. Fish and other animals were living near these corals and moving around. Most of the corals are demonic beasts. They probably only hunt occasionally when they find fitting prey. Yet, Gravis looked at some corals that even were high-rank demonic beasts. There is no fitting prey around, he thought as he scratched his chin with his new hands, accidentally injuring his skin with his claws. As long as they don't leave this area, they won't be able to find any prey. I wonder, have they given up their path to power? He was rather interested in this area, so he checked it out more. The area was pretty sizable, with over 200 kilometers in diameter. This was even bigger than the territory of a normal spirit beast. Wherever Gravis swam, the beasts made way for him and fled. Gravis counted as an energy beast, and the other beast felt his pressure. Gravis saw no other energy beasts around and lifted an eyebrow. I wonder, are there no energy beasts around because there is no food or because something kills them? Gravis shook his head. The energy density alone would help them, and beasts are drawn to places with high energy. I doubt that it would be the first possibility. When energy beasts find this area, they will flock to it, and in no time at all there should be plenty of food around. I'm pretty sure there is a spirit beast around that owns this territory. Gravis continued scratching his chin, more careful now. But I didn't find any spirit beast. I already checked through the whole territory. This is really peculiar. After that thought, Gravis checked the area more closely with his spirit. He also looked at the corals more closely. He saw some of them grab a beast occasionally, but there was nothing else of note. After another hour of checking, Gravis found something peculiar. The center of the area didn't look any different than the other parts, but the corals were denser. Another interesting thing was that all these corals were at the high-rank demonic beast level. Speaking of, I only found high-rank corals in the center of the area. On top of that, there were no weaker corals between them. They are all at the same level. This is really peculiar. On top of that, the closer I get to the corals, the higher the energy density. Beasts generally don't give off energy like this. They are greedy and wouldn't want to lose it. Whoosh! Gravis dove into the sand and used his spirit to move it around his body. After a while, he was below the center of the area, but surprisingly, he didn't find the reason for the higher energy density. The energy comes from above me, right from the corals. Is it between them? I can't check with my spirit since the corals are so dense that there is no open spot. Wait, Gravis suddenly thought. Too dense? Why would they be so dense? Wouldn't the corals fear the other corals? On top of that, the corals further away weren't as dense as these ones. Additionally, all these corals are at the exact same level. Gravis looked at the corals with more concentration. Interesting, he thought. All of these corals are only of a few types. They don't have these tentacle things that other types have. They just look like colored stone. Gravis watched the corals more closely and studied them like he studied the CMO. The CMO's pattern of growth also appeared inside his mind, and Gravis felt like he was about to grasp something. He felt like the corals hid a deeper secret. Like this, Gravis watched the corals from below the ground for around an hour. He saw their synchronized movements and also saw slight wisps of energy leaving them. If they all didn't have their own fluctuations in power, I would believe that this was a single organism, Gravis thought. But then he narrowed his eyes. Single organism? He thought as he watched them more. His spirit traced their lines, and slowly, the strength of the corals was fusing inside his mind. Earlier, he saw how every coral had its own power, but now the power of every coral seemed to fuse. After some more seconds, it all morphed into a single form, and Gravis' eyes shone. That's brilliant, he thought with admiration. The corals in the center of the area weren't corals. This was a gigantic octopus disguised as corals. The corals on the outside of the area were real, making it incredibly difficult to spot the nearly 500-meter-long octopus. On top of that, its power had been distributed into many small segments, simulating the appearance of many demonic beasts. The octopus is exuding a slight amount of energy so that weaker beasts and real corals flock to this place. Then, it let them live around it, creating the illusion of a natural, energy-rich environment. When energy beasts or spirit beasts appear, they would think that they have struck it rich. At that point, the octopus would fight and eat them. This is so smart. On top of that, it's a high-rank spirit beast. With its intelligence and power, it's probably the secret hegemon over all of the nearby areas. The other spirit beasts probably don't even know that it exists. This beast is perfect as a guide and companion, Gravis thought as he burst out of the sand. Then, he hovered above the center of the corals. Your scheme is impressive, octopus, Gravis transmitted to it. Oh? A deep and slow voice answered Gravis. You have seen through my disguise? It asked. A lot of corals moved to the side as two eyes opened. They looked at Gravis with interest. You look peculiar, visitor, it said slowly. I haven't seen your kind before. Gravis' eyes shone with admiration. Interesting, he answered. You don't talk down to me, even though I look like an energy beast. I don't know what an energy beast is, the octopus transmitted, but I assume you are referring to being similar to your power, it said. And yes, I don't talk down to you. You are able to talk to me, saw through my disguise, and show no sign of fear. You are not simple. Gravis smirked. Same to you. I only know of one beast that was as articulate as you while still being a spirit beast. Your intelligence is admirable. What do you want? The octopus asked. Apparently, flattery didn't work, though Gravis preferred that. I require a guide that knows a lot about this world. I also require someone that watched my surroundings while I study something. Of course, this only holds true until I reach the level of a spirit beast. After that, I only require the guide's wisdom of this world. The octopus remained silent for a while. Interesting proposition, it transmitted. What do I get out of it? It asked. My protection, knowledge, experience, company, and goal, Gravis answered. I can understand the knowledge, experience, and company part, but I'm unsure of what you mean with protection and goal, the octopus answered. How can you protect me, and what would I need protection from? I haven't seen a more powerful being than me before. An apocalyptic pressure suppressed the octopus, making it unable to move. Gravis had activated his will aura. Then, Gravis' spirit lifted the whole octopus. Slowly, it reached the same height as Gravis. Gravis could lift something like this for a short period of time. On top of that, they were underwater, making it easier. Yet, that single lifting had cost him around 20% of his spirit. Lifting the whole thing was harder than just tearing its brain apart. Proof enough? Gravis asked. Whoop! Bang! Gravis' will aura vanished, and the octopus fell back to the ocean floor. The octopus remained silent for half a minute. Impressive, shocking, interesting, it said to Gravis. I want to know more, it said. Gravis smirked when he heard that. You know more about the specifics of the world, but I know more about its general outline and rules. For example, I can tell you that you are in the last stage of the third realm in terms of power, also called a high-rank spirit beast. High-rank spirit beast, it repeated with interest. Yet, in this world, you can find many more powerful beasts. The most powerful beasts are in the 6th cultivation realm. You are only at the 3rd. In comparison to those, you only appear as strong as all these beasts living around you right now, Gravis said, gesturing with his arms. The octopus remained silent as it continued thinking. What's your goal? It asked. To become the strongest, Gravis said with a severe tone. The octopus remained silent for 2 whole minutes. I want to see the wider world and further my knowledge, it said. I agree to become your guide and will follow you from now on. Glad to have you on board, Gravis said to the octopus. I want to see the wider world and know more about it, the octopus slowly answered. I have stayed in isolation for far too long, thinking that there was no more to achieve. Your words have shown me a new world, and I feel the excitement from my youth return. Judging by your words, you are probably pretty old. Huh? Gravis asked. I do not count my age, but all the offspring I have fathered have already died. I haven't spoken to anyone in a very long time, the octopus said. Do you have a name? Gravis asked. What is that? The octopus answered. A name is a word or concept that only refers to you. You are an octopus, but there are many other octopuses. How would anyone be able to refer to you specifically when you don't have your own name? Gravis explained. The octopus remained silent for some seconds. Refer to me as Orthar, Orthar said. Gravis nodded. Fitting name. I will call you Orthar from now on. My name is Gravis. I will remember your name, Gravis, Orthar slowly said. What guidance do you require? How well do you know the surrounding areas and the spirit beasts ruling them? Gravis asked. Very well, Orthar answered. I have traveled far and wide, and I have seen the rulers. Do they know you exist? Gravis asked. No, you are the only being that knows of my existence, Orthar answered. But then how did you travel? The others should have noticed a huge octopus swimming around in their territory, Gravis asked. Clank, clank, clank. Orthar's form changed until he looked exactly like a conglomerate of crabs. The crabs even had their claws and snapped them threateningly at him. Like this, Orthar said. Gravis' eyes widened in astonishment. If he hadn't already seen Orthar, he would have believed that this was only a wave of crabs. This went way past the simple concept of a disguise. Orthar has basically transformed into a swarm of crabs. Yet, if one looked closely, they would see that the crabs were all connected by some thin lines or at areas where they touched each other. But if one didn't already know what to look for, they would never notice that. Impressive. I believe you, Orthar, Gravis said. I am searching for spirit beasts with small bodies. I need to eat them to evolve, but I don't want to eat for a really long time. Orthar morphed into his normal octopus form. Initially, he had still looked like a coral reef in the form of an octopus, but now he was showing his original form. Orthar was utterly black, and his tentacles were massive. His head was only around 200 meters long, but every tentacle had a length of 300 meters. His size was awe-inspiring, and Orthar towered over Gravis. There are 10 beings that fit your requirement in the surroundings. I will lead you to them, Orthar said as he swam into the distance with his original body. There was no more reason to keep himself secret since he would leave this place soon. Gravis followed him but needed to use his spirit to keep up. After all, Orthar was already a high-rank spirit beast. After some minutes, they arrived at their goal. Yet, Gravis furrowed his brows. This isn't small at all, Gravis said. He saw a clam, nearly 100 meters wide. That couldn't be considered small. You said you require beasts to evolve. The clam might appear big, but all its meat is concentrated in a small area, Orthar said. Gravis nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Thank you, Gravis said. Bang! Water came out of the clam's mouth as it shot into the distance. This octopus was way out of its league. Arrrrrr! Gravis' spirit tore all the meat off the clam's body and then tore it into many small chunks. The clam had died very quickly. One down, Gravis said. I need another one. Orthar was impressed by Gravis' power. He had felt it before, but seeing its destructive effect gave a whole different feeling. Follow me, he said as he swam in a different direction. After around half an hour, Gravis saw the other spirit beast. It was a 30-meter-long eel with impressive teeth. Sadly, this one was a mid-rank spirit beast. Yet Gravis only shrugged and killed it. He would need these either way later. Might as well gather it now. Gravis explained the first 3 levels of beasts in more detail to Orthar so that this wouldn't happen again. The explanation took multiple hours, way longer than it should. It wasn't that Orthar wasn't smart enough to understand that concept, but that he repeatedly asked questions. When Gravis answered those, Orthar asked different questions. After some hours, Gravis had to stop the bombardment of questions since they were becoming increasingly philosophical. Gravis could only sigh. Orthar is really curious about everything. Well, it makes sense. After all, he is pretty smart and wants to learn as much as possible. Gravis promised Orthar that he would answer his questions later and tell him about all his experiences and his life up to now. Yet, doing that now was only a waste of time. Gravis could explain all these concepts to Orthar when he was eating. After the talk, Orthar said that there were 2 beasts fitting Gravis' requirement, and he quickly led Gravis to one of them. The number became smaller, since he didn't know the specific power differences between spirit beasts. The journey took nearly an hour this time. Yet Gravis wasn't disappointed. Some kind of 200 meters long, but very skinny worm appeared inside his spirit sense. However, the worm didn't look appetizing at all. Gravis only sighed and killed the worm. Something as unimportant as disgust wouldn't stop him from eating it. After that, Gravis sat down on the ocean floor. Finally, he had everything he needed to become a spirit beast. The only thing to do now was to eat. How strong is a unity beast? Orthar asked. Well, eating was maybe not the only thing. However, Gravis had time now. So, Gravis started explaining everything to Orthar. Gravis told him about his homeworld, about humans, about land, about other beasts, about technology, about psychology, about forging, and many other things. Orthar was interested in absolutely everything. Gravis didn't keep his background a secret. There was no reason to. The more Orthar knew about how the worlds worked, the better. Gravis didn't underestimate his intelligence just because he was a beast. If a beast learned enough, they could become as smart as humans. Sky was a good example. So, the more Orthar knew, the better his advice would be. Gravis couldn't always know everything. After around a day of talking, Gravis reached the level of a mid-rank energy beast. His body grew in size until he was 15 meters long. Yet, he still looked tiny in front of Orthar. By now, Orthar already knew why Gravis was so small, and he agreed to Gravis' assessment that a small body was more mobile and flexible in a one-on-one fight. Another day later, Gravis reached the level of a high-rank energy beast. By now, he was over 40 meters long, though that made it easier to eat the worm and clam. Gravis was still answering Orthar's constant questions, and if Gravis didn't have such a powerful will, he might have already grown annoyed. Orthar also didn't care about the fact that Gravis was a human. Humans just sounded like smarter beasts to him with different strengths. After another day of eating, Gravis felt the familiar itching sensation again. It was time to become a spirit beast. It's time, Gravis thought as he felt his body itching. This was his second most important evolution, the one where he would eat the scale to get a more powerful defense for his body. Whoop! Gravis summoned the scale and grabbed it, but his body was still weaker than his previous one. Carrying it was quite hard, but nothing unmanageable. He looked at it with burning eyes and shoved it into his stomach with his spirit. A stomach wasn't as powerful as an arm, so Gravis kept the scale levitating inside his stomach. If he let it fall, it might break his stomach. Gravis watched his stomach go to work, but the scale wasn't being digested at all. Slowly, Gravis grew worried. This scale was obviously way out of his league. Could he even digest it? Suddenly, the scale started shining, and formation arrays appeared on it. Gravis was shocked when he saw these formation arrays because there were just so many. Every formation array was as small as the letters he had read on the booklet about forging materials. He also only recognized about 5% of them. It was insane to him that this one scale had so incredibly many formation arrays on it. Their complexity baffled Gravis, and he couldn't even begin to understand the concept behind them. Father has probably put them on there to make the scale digestible, Gravis thought. Father wouldn't forget the fact that I wouldn't be able to digest the scale. Sure enough, the scale quickly dissipated into some kind of gas that charged through his body without his volition. The gas went through his entire body, but Gravis felt none of it. It was like it just existed inside a separate plane. Yet, Gravis trusted his father. Gravis' eyes burned with ambition as he quickly changed the image in his mind. He thought of his whole body being covered in scales similar to the one he had just eaten. The image inside his mind quickly solidified, and just as expected, Gravis felt like he could change something else too. Gravis tweaked the image inside his head until he felt happy with the changes. He felt like he could change a little bit more and also changed the shape of his tail. The fin on his tail vanished, and the tail now looked like a reptile's tail. This tail might not be as useful in swimming, but it was flexible and powerful. A tail whip would be quite devastating, another weapon for Gravis. With this tail, he would be able to keep his balance better and also protect his back at the same time. Gravis finalized the image, and his body quickly started changing. It shrunk down until it was only about 2 meters tall. While it shrank, his torso widened into a broad chest. Gravis kept his waist slender for more mobility and flexibility, but he required his arms to be powerful, and that required a broad chest. After Gravis had gotten his broader chest and new size, his skin started changing. His slimy skin fell off and revealed the blackest scales imaginable. They slowly appeared, and it almost looked like they absorbed light. They were so black that one would think that their eyes wouldn't work properly when looking at them. The color just didn't seem natural. After a couple of minutes, his whole body stabilized, and Gravis finished his third evolution. Gravis looked at his body and smirked. With his powerful fangs, dark scales, and alligator-like head, his smirk looked incredibly menacing. It was like a powerful predator looking at his prey. "I don't look shit anymore," Gravis said. While he had been at it, he also gave him some lungs to enable him to speak. Not being able to speak irked him to no end. Gravis lifted one of his arms and clenched his hands. His claws tried to dig into his palm, but it was impossible. His scales were more powerful than his claws. Then Gravis looked at Orthar. Orthar's body shook for a bit as Gravis' eyes fell on him. The weird, tasty-looking, and weak appearance he had before had been completely flipped by the addition of the scales and broad chest. Yet, Orthar wasn't stupid and knew that Gravis' temperament and personality didn't change. If one met Gravis for the first time with his new appearance, they might be cautious and nervous in front of him. Yet, when they got to know him better, they would see his honest and principled personality behind the threatening appearance. Orthar already knew Gravis, so the change only had a very momentary effect on him. "You look threatening," Orthar slowly said. "You look like a beast that slaughters out of bloodlust, not necessity. I'm not sure if that is conducive when talking with beasts you don't want to kill." Gravis' smirk vanished, and he started scratching his chin with one of his claws. Finally, he didn't need to be careful anymore that his claws would injure his skin while scratching. That had annoyed him more than necessary. When Orthar saw Gravis' thinking pose, all of his hidden worries, which he hadn't even realized existed, vanished. Gravis was still the same. "I think it's because my outer appearance spells danger and invokes fear due to its effectiveness for hunting and killing," Gravis transmitted. "My scales can hide me in the dark. My chest shows the power of my arms. My fangs and claws are strong weapons. Lastly, my tail can also defend my back." Gravis stopped scratching his chin. "I think that the menacing appearance comes from the instinctual fear of beasts." Orthar thought about Gravis' word and agreed. "I think I agree. Your whole body is a weapon, and that might intimidate beasts that aren't as ready to commit all their life to combat. When I saw you, I felt that my body was inadequate. My tentacles are powerful, but I need to pull my enemy to my beak to injure them if they are powerful." Gravis looked at Orthar and nodded. "I think so too," he transmitted. "You could use a smaller size to be more mobile. You could also use powerful claws or spikes at the end of your tentacles. Like this, you could injure your enemy without pulling them to your beak. Your fleshy outer layer also isn't as hard as it should be." Before Orthar met Gravis, he felt like his body was perfect. After all, he had followed his instincts while building it, and he felt most comfortable in this body. Yet now he felt that Gravis was right. His instincts went against Gravis' words, and Orthar even felt himself get angry. Luckily, Orthar was smart enough to realize that his instincts were wrong. Another beast might get controlled by their rage, but Orthar was different. He was incredibly smart and realized the truth of the matter. The body he had prided himself in was inadequate. He needed to change it in the future. His disguising ability was just that, a disguise. He wasn't able to create true weapons with it. He was only able to create the appearance of a powerful weapon. "Hit me," Gravis said to Orthar. Orthar was pulled out of his thoughts as he looked at Gravis. "Hit you?" he asked. "Yes," Gravis said. "I need to test these scales. Slap me with about 25% of your power. Judging by what you have told me previously, that would be an attack at the level of a mid-rank spirit beast, a full rank higher than you. Are you sure that you want that?" Orthar asked. Gravis nodded. "These scales should be able to let me survive an attack like that." "Okay," Orthar said and lifted a tentacle. Then he used a casual slap to hit Gravis. It was casual to him, but Gravis felt the power of the slap as it traveled through the water. It was also quite fast, but Gravis was sure that he would be able to evade an attack like that. Bang! Boom! The slap hit and Gravis' body was shot into the ground. A massive cloud of sand whirled around, making it impossible to see. Gravis felt some pain, but nothing he couldn't handle. This had been a blunt force attack without anything sharp. He felt how the power of the attack had been distributed along his scales, protecting his insides. The only thing that happened was that his organs were a bit injured, but that wasn't much at all. This small injury would only take 1% of his life lightning to heal. Yet Gravis found another problem, something that he had completely forgotten about. Gravis hadn't been hit with an attack before in this middle world. This meant that all his movements had been voluntary up to now. This was the first time he moved involuntarily, and that had shown a devastating oversight. There had been an explosion when Orthar hit him, and that explosion wasn't something that injured Gravis. Orthar's mind transmitted incredible pain to the surroundings. A full tentacle of his body had vanished into ash, and if Gravis hadn't reacted quickly enough, Orthar would be dead right now. Gravis' insides shook in fear and nervousness as he realized how close he had been to accidentally killing another one of his friends. A small ball of lightning hovered at his previous position. Gravis had always moved his lightning with his spirit, but, as said before, these were voluntary movements. Gravis hadn't moved his lightning while being slapped. His lightning had burned through his stomach and hit the gigantic tentacle, annihilating it in the process. After that, it had moved towards Orthar's body. Luckily, Gravis had reacted quickly enough and made it retreat into its ball form. Whoop! The ball of lightning went back into his body through the hole it had burned. After that, Gravis healed his body. "I'm deeply sorry, Orthar. I forgot about my lightning. Let me try to heal you," Gravis said with urgency. Bzzzzz. Gravis transformed all of his inherent energy into life lightning and hit Orthar with it. Luckily, one tentacle wasn't even 10% of his total mass. So, even though Orthar was 2 ranks higher, Gravis managed to heal almost the entire tentacle. Orthar looked at Gravis with rage. He had been injured, and his combat instincts awakened. Yet, Orthar was smart enough to realize that this had been an accident. "I require repayment," he said. Gravis sighed. "What do you want?" he asked. "Tell me more about the concept of psychological warfare and how to use emotions to win against your enemy," he stated. When Gravis heard that, he sighed. Orthar was angry, but he obviously didn't intend on attacking or leaving. He had only cleverly used this opportunity to siphon more knowledge out of Gravis. "All right," Gravis said. Orthar sat on the ocean floor as he waited for Gravis to start explaining. Obviously, his anger had already mostly vanished. Gravis had to talk to Orthar for a long time. Luckily, this couldn't be considered as a waste of time since Gravis just decided to eat the mid-rank spirit beast he still had. Like this, he remained as efficient as possible. After finishing the beast, Gravis stopped his conversation with Orthar. His questions seemed endless, and the conversation wouldn't stop otherwise. Luckily or unluckily depending on the viewpoint, Gravis' thinking was rather logical, and he knew a lot, so he could answer most of Orthar's questions. Orthar was a bit annoyed that the conversation ended, but he knew that they should continue. So Orthar led Gravis to the next beast with a small body he knew about. He didn't know of another high-rank spirit beast, which was why he had thought that he had reached the peak. Orthar also asked why he hadn't met any other beasts on his level, and Gravis' answer was straightforward and logical. "Because you are at the outer fringes of the world. No high-rank spirit beast wants to remain in an area with such a low energy density." Orthar hadn't known that there were areas with a higher energy density. He might have traveled a lot, but not in one direction. He mainly swam around the surrounding areas of his territories. As they traveled, Gravis also noticed something else. In order to keep up with Orthar, Gravis had to use more spirit than he was regenerating. His body's weight was becoming heavier and heavier. By now, Gravis would have to use a lot of his spirit even to fly. Gravis expected that when his body reached the mid-rank spirit beast level, it would be more effective to just swim instead of using his spirit. This would be his slowest possible state. After around an hour, they found Gravis' next target. It was a 30-meter-long swordfish. It was a bit big for Gravis' taste, but it was challenging to find small beasts at this level. So, the swordfish had to do. Gravis engaged it directly with his body to test it. The swordfish had charged at him with speed equal to Orthar, which was quite incredible for a mid-rank spirit beast. His pike hit Gravis' upper left arm and penetrated it. Gravis wanted to test his scales more, so he let himself get hit. The powerful charge of the swordfish might have penetrated Gravis' arm, but that was it. It wasn't able to tear the arm off or ruin it further. The surrounding scales kept everything together. Like this, the swordfish got stuck in Gravis' arm. Gravis rotated on the swordfish's pike until he sat on it, his tail coiling around the pike. Then he tore his arm free, severing half of it. Yet, with a quick heal, Gravis was in his peak condition again. After that, he used his arms to tear the pike off. The lever principle was powerful. The swordfish was in pain and tried to shake Gravis off, unsuccessfully. Gravis' tail was still wrapped around the pike's base, which obviously hadn't been torn off. Then Gravis used the pike and stabbed the swordfish through the eyes, right into its brain. The fight quickly ended. "Your body is powerful and deadly," Orthar said after the fight. "I didn't think that it was possible to kill a being a full rank above you. When you reach the mid-rank, you will probably be even more powerful than me without using your spirit." Gravis had already put the corpse away. "Because you followed your instincts. Your body isn't as deadly as it could be," he answered. After that, the long conversation with Orthar resumed. He didn't know of any high-rank spirit beasts. This meant that they had to travel towards the center of the world. Gravis no longer stored his food until he had enough for the next rank. Starting now, it was useful to gain battle experience with his body. It was already similar enough to his final form. The only things missing were legs. Gravis finished the fish in about 2 days, but something surprising happened that made him frown. "My rank didn't increase," Gravis said as he looked at his body with narrowed eyes. "My math has worked out up to now, but it doesn't anymore. Spirit beasts also don't require proportionally more food than energy beasts, so that shouldn't be it." "I think it's these scales," Gravis said as he looked at his arm. "Since they are so powerful, they probably need more food than normal." Then, Gravis turned to Orthar. "Orthar, lead me to the rest of the relatively small beasts that you know." "I'm also interested in your conundrum," Orthar said. "Follow me." After another hour, they arrived at the next beast. It was a 40-meter-long moray eel. Gravis decided to try his true fighting style and summoned his voidstone saber. Yet, Gravis found a problem, though he had already expected that. Usually, Gravis used both hands to grab his saber. Like that, he could use more force with his attacks. Sadly, his new hands were too powerful and massive. He wasn't able to grab the saber with both hands and could barely hold it with one. On top of that, the saber felt way too light and tiny. "I need a more fitting weapon," Gravis thought as he charged at the moray eel. The moray eel also charged at him, and Gravis easily evaded the attack. Then, he hit the moray eel with his saber. Poochie! The saber buried into the eel's body, but not that far. Gravis could only use one hand, and it felt weird to use such a tiny saber. All his previous fighting techniques couldn't be used anymore with his new body. If Gravis had a human body with this power, the eel would have been split into 2 parts. "Fuck this," Gravis thought as he put his saber away. Then, he summoned the severed pike from the dead swordfish. "This is bigger and more useful for now. At least, I can use my full power with it." The eel charged at him again, but Gravis simply stabbed the pike through its mouth, into its brain. Gravis could already confidently kill these beasts without a weapon. The addition of a weapon made these fights trivial. After more talking and more eating, Gravis realized that his body still didn't increase in rank. So Orthar led him to the next prey, which was also quickly dealt with. After eating his 4th mid-rank spirit beast, Gravis' body finally ranked up. "Double the cost, huh?" he thought. Gravis' body became bigger until he was 10 meters long. He would easily tower over a human, making for quite the intimidating picture. Yet, instead of being happy, Gravis only grimaced. "Now, even the pike is barely usable. On top of that, I can't even forge these beast parts into fitting weapons. They are only as powerful as my own body. I need to keep a lookout for materials in the Unity rank. However, they're probably not here." After some thinking, Gravis decided to leave this place. Orthar didn't know of other high-rank spirit beasts, so they had to travel to lands or seas with a higher density of energy. "It's time," Gravis said. "I've been waiting for this," Orthar said while a burning desire for knowledge and power radiated from his thoughts. "From now on, we need the same prey to evolve," Gravis said. "I propose a deal where we fight and eat the prey alternatingly. Since you haven't eaten longer than me, you can have the first one. However, if we find a rather small prey, it would be nice of you to give that fight to me. Of course, you can also have the bigger prey." "I accept," Orthar said. "It's not an issue for me to eat bigger prey. I also understand the concept of having a sturdy foundation, thanks to our talks. When one of us fights a fitting beast, the other won't interfere, even if the fighter will die." Gravis nodded. I agree. It's better this way. So, where do we go? Orthar asked. I have checked the density of energy while swimming around, Gravis said. I have noticed minimal changes in density along the way, and I'm pretty sure that the core of the world is in that direction. I'm unsure of how far we have to travel, but it will probably take a long time. I have waited for eons. A couple of years won't matter to me, Orthar said. I don't think it will take us years, Gravis said with a helpless smile. Maybe some weeks. I don't know. Even better. Let's go, Orthar said, and Gravis nodded. Then, they traveled in one direction without rest. Gravis' body was way weaker than Orthar's, and using his spirit to travel was too exhausting. Yet, Gravis' body was small enough that he was about as fast as Orthar. Orthar's massive body displaced just too much water. This slowed him down quite a bit. They traveled like this for an entire month. After a whole month of traveling, Gravis and Orthar arrived in an environment with around quadruple the energy density. This energy density was about equal to the core continent of Gravis' previous lower world. Along the way, they had also seen two other high-rank spirit beasts. The first one had been a sizable starfish with a diameter of around 300 meters. Orthar had immediately been interested and had engaged it in combat while Gravis watched. Their tentacles clashed against each other in a constant wrestling of superiority. Yet, due to Orthar's intelligence, he managed to turn the starfish around so that it was facing him with its back. At that point, Orthar's beak did the rest. I haven't felt this alive in eons, Orthar transmitted to Gravis in excitement. I feel like my youth is coming back. Gravis only smiled and let him have his moment of joy. Orthar hadn't fought a powerful opponent in who knew how many years. As Orthar was eating, Gravis asked him how much he would need to hunt to reach the next rank. Orthar explained to him that he hadn't hunted an equal beast to him yet, but had eaten a lot of weaker spirit beasts. They may not be nearly as nutritious as equally ranked beasts, but quantity was also a kind of quality. Orthar expected that he probably only needed another one of these beasts to reach the unity rank. At that point, he would also be able to reforge his body into a more suitable one for combat, something he had been looking forward to quite a bit. Surprisingly, the second beast they met was also a gigantic octopus. Orthar wasn't the biggest fan of eating another octopus, while this one was just too large for Gravis. Even with his new size, it would take forever to eat all that. That's why they left it be. The octopus probably thought something similar since it also didn't engage them. Sometimes there was just no reason for a fight. So, like this, they arrived at a peculiar location after a month. The ocean is quickly growing shallower, Orthar said. Are we getting closer to the central landmass? I think so, Gravis said with furrowed brows. I have feared this outcome. What do you mean? Isn't the landmass our goal? Orthar asked. Not directly, Gravis answered. Remember the map of the world I showed you? We are aiming for the ocean territories that stretch into the landmass. Like this, we don't need to leave the water, and you can fight in your usual territory. Now, Orthar understood why Gravis wasn't happy. So since the energy density lead us right to the continent, it means that we are not on the side of the continent from where we can enter via water. Gravis nodded. Exactly, he said. We might need to change our plans here. What do you want to do? Orthar asked. Traveling around the continent until we reach our destination might take us years. You may not mind the wait, but I do. I want to become more powerful and get my perfect body, Gravis said. I think we should hunt near the shoreline until we both reach the unity rank. Orthar hummed for a bit. Because we can then form our bodies so that we can go on land without a combat disadvantage, right? Orthar asked. Gravis nodded. With the body I have in mind, I can fight comfortably on land and in water, though maybe a bit better on land. Starting at the unity rank, beasts are also able to fly. If you make your body smaller, your tentacles longer and thinner, and attach some claws to them, you should also be able to fight on land effectively. I agree to the plan, Orthar said. I can't always be bound by the ocean. Adaptability to the environment is important. Gravis nodded again. All right, then, let's get closer to the shoreline, Gravis said. I have never seen the shore before. I'm interested in how it looks, Orthar said. Like this, they continued swimming for a couple of minutes. The ocean grew shallower until it was only around 5 kilometers deep, no comparison to its usual depth of about 60 kilometers. After reaching that spot, they stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue, but that a new situation required their attention. A vast gathering of spirit beasts appeared before them. They were all tightly packed together and seemed to wait for something. Gravis saw no weaker beasts around. Everything was just full of spirit beasts. Why are there so many spirit beasts here? Gravis asked Orthar with furrowed brows. On top of that, they don't show any indication of fighting, even though there is a lot of prey for them around. This is a horde, Orthar said. Horde? Gravis asked with furrowed brows. Are you just referring to the fact that there are a lot? Or is that a word for something specific? A horde is a gathering of beasts under a leader. You can liken it to the sects, villages, cities, clans, or other similar gatherings of humans that you have told me about. The beasts belong to one faction and are, therefore, not enemies, Orthar explained. Gravis' eyes shone a bit. Interesting, he said as he scratched his chin. Just as Gravis had expected, Orthar's knowledge about beasts was useful. Initially, Gravis had only been interested in staying with Orthar until he became powerful enough, but he quickly grew to like the octopus. For some reason, the two really hit it off. Maybe it was because of their mindsets. Orthar was rather smart and logical, similar to Gravis. Gravis might get annoyed by Orthar's constant questions, but Orthar never asked a question twice. He was also quite impressed by how well Orthar was assimilating the knowledge. So, this means that they are either gathered here because it's their home or because they want to do something, Gravis said as he watched the horde. He was sure that he could find some indication for their gathering. He saw all kinds of beasts: eels, sea snakes, octopuses, aquatic lizards, slugs, crabs, lobsters, and shrimps. Nearly everything could be found here. Yet, Gravis noticed a peculiarity, which quickly explained their reason for gathering here. There are nearly no fish, even though the fish make up the biggest portion of the sea population, Gravis said. I think I know what they're planning. They're attacking the land, Orthar said as he also realized the peculiar makeup of the horde. He didn't need Gravis' words to get on that idea. Orthar was smart enough to realize it by himself. Gravis nodded. I think so too. Is there a war between land and sea happening? I don't know, Orthar said. Let's ask somebody. I think it would be better if you do that, Orthar, Gravis said. On the outside, you appear stronger than me. It should be easier for you to talk to them. Gravis and Orthar didn't think about attacking the beasts, at least, not until they knew what was going on. If the other beasts got involved when one of them fought, Gravis would be forced to use his will aura. At that point, they wouldn't be able to gather any combat experience. There were plenty of fish in the sea. Because of that, they didn't need to attack everything they saw. They could find other opponents without any issues later. After all, they were as close to the continent as possible. Nearly every high-rank spirit beast born in the sea should be here. Not many high-rank spirit beasts had bodies fitting for combat on land, which was why they wouldn't leave the water until reaching the Unity Realm. Lots of beasts didn't even know about the continent before reaching the level of a spirit beast. If one didn't know about the existence of a different environment, they wouldn't be able to modify their bodies to fit that environment. At that point, they would need one more evolution to confidently go on land. That's why there should be plenty of spirit beasts swimming around. Orthar talked to one beast after another, but it was difficult to glean much from their weak minds. After a while, he just decided to talk to another octopus. This should make the conversation way easier. Orthar talked to the octopus for several minutes and then returned. We have a problem, Orthar said to Gravis. What problem? Gravis asked. As we've expected, this is a horde, and they are here to assault the land, Orthar explained. The problem I'm referring to is the fact that we are now also part of the horde. Gravis narrowed his eyes. I don't remember joining, he said. That's the problem, Orthar said. None of them joined voluntarily. Apparently, a chieftain of a larger group is staying here, forcing every passing spirit beast to join her cause. which is to attack the land. If any beast tries to leave the area, they will be attacked by him. Gravis' eyes shone a bit. And I'm guessing that she is at the unity rank. Otherwise, I doubt that she would be able to keep all these spirit beasts under control. The beasts don't know the specific strength of the chieftain, but she's more powerful than them by far, Orthar said. So, what do you plan on doing? Gravis smirked. Isn't it obvious? I've been drafted to fight against my will. I'm not a huge fan of that. On top of that, I didn't vote for her. I think I should talk with that chieftain, Gravis said with a smirk. Are you sure about that? Orthar asked. Apparently, she's very powerful. Don't worry. My will aura can stop anyone at the initial unity rank. I doubt that they would send more powerful beasts than that. After all, you said that she is from a more powerful organization. But won't that create enmity with the more powerful organization? Orthar asked. More enemies and food for us. I've explained the concept of a will aura to you. I need tempering, and for that I need pressure and enemies. You can still back out if you want. I won't mind, Gravis said. Orthar remained silent for a bit. This was a serious situation, and it might end in his death. He had to think carefully about this. No, Orthar said. Ever since I met you, I felt my hot-bloodedness return. So what if I die? I accepted my death a long time ago. Gravis smirked. Good. Then, let's go. But stay behind me. Okay, Orthar said. The chieftain is at the very front, away from everyone else. Gravis nodded and swam in that direction. He had to shove the beasts in his way to the side, eliciting some complaints. Sadly, the beasts were too afraid of the chieftain to attack. Like this, Gravis made his way to the chieftain. After some minutes, Gravis was at the front of the group and saw the chieftain. It was a mantis shrimp, about 15 meters long. Her claws seemed incredibly hard and powerful. When Gravis saw her, his eyes shone. Mantis shrimps have a powerful defense and attack. On top of that, her legs are longer than normal. This probably allows her to fight very well on land. That's an effective body. The chieftain noticed the new arrival and narrowed her eyes. She had been bugged by many of these beasts before. All the beasts living here knew how devastating it was to invade the continent. Nearly all of them would die. Because of that, the beasts had come and begged for their lives. This was not the first time where she took part in such a raid. Bang! She punched with her claws, creating a powerful shockwave that traveled right to Gravis. No mid-rank spirit beast would be able to evade that. The meddling beast would die without much fanfare. The shockwave slowly vanished while it traveled to Gravis until it was gone entirely. The attack had been casual, and it was performed from over 2 kilometers away. This distance gave Gravis easily enough time to eat away at the shockwave with his spirit. An incredible pressure pressed into the chieftain. She felt herself unable to move and continued looking forward with shock. She hadn't even deigned to look at Gravis before. Now she couldn't look at him even if she wanted to. That's all I needed to know, Gravis transmitted with a smirk as he swam closer. Stop, she transmitted in panic. I'm a chieftain from the Stone Tribe. Interesting, Gravis transmitted as he swam around her and looked into her eyes. His long tail was coiling around her as only his upper body peeked into her vision. And where is that tribe? He asked with a sinister grin. The chieftain looked at Gravis with confused and fearful eyes. She felt that he was only at the level of a mid-rank spirit beast, which was obviously way weaker than herself. Yet, she somehow knew that this incredible pressure came from him. I have been tasked with invading the land and reconquering it for the sea, she said, dodging the question. Of course, Gravis noticed that. Quite loyal, he commented. What do you get out of such a raid? The chieftain was a bit confused that Gravis didn't know such basics, but she had no choice but to play along. When we conquer a territory, our water makers reclaims it for the sea. The land will drown, and the new territory will be part of our tribe. Gravis transmitted. And what do you get out of such a territory? By now, the chieftain realized that Gravis wasn't from here. Otherwise, he would know such basics. Maybe she could get out of this. It's a territory with lots of natural essence. Others will flock there and we can hunt them. This will increase our power, she explained. Natural essence is probably their word for energy, Gravis thought. So, by reclaiming territory, they get more prey that they can hunt. That's a bit similar to humans, but also very beast-like. Our stone tribe is powerful, the chieftain said. Leader Stone is a level 4 lord. If you kill me, you won't know how you died. Gravis' eyes shone a bit. What's this level 4 lord thing? Gravis asked. The chieftain gained more hope as she realized that Gravis didn't even know that. He probably came from the boundless ocean, away from the continent. It refers to our power, she said. I am a level 1 lord. You might be stronger than me, but you're not stronger than Leader Stone. Don't make a mistake and become our enemy. So, a lord is a unity beast. Level 1 should refer to initial, level 2 to early, level 3 to mid, level 4 to late, and level 5 to peak unity realm. This means that this Leader Stone is a late unity beast. Even if I reach the unity realm again, I won't be able to win, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. The chieftain saw that Gravis remained silent for a while and finally felt some hope. She waited for around a minute where Gravis was just thinking about things until she spoke up again. I can lead you to... Oh, right. Gravis interrupted her. I forgot about you. Sorry. Let me just send you on your way. Bzzzzz. A small hole was burned in Gravis' torso as a thin strand of lightning came out of it. This will hurt just for a second, he transmitted. Fear returned to the chieftain and evolved into terror. The lightning transformed into a thin and long needle. Then, it stabbed into a soft part of her head and unloaded itself from the tip. Her brain was immediately fried, killing her quickly. Gravis knew that he wouldn't be able to tear her brain apart with his spirit. His spirit was only at the initial unity realm, and it wasn't so strong that it could do anything to such a powerful beast. So he needed to use his lightning. Gravis looked at his lightning and noticed that it was slowly absorbing the energy in the atmosphere. This made him sigh. I feared that my lightning wouldn't be able to regenerate without my control. But that worry was obviously unfounded. Bzzz. The lightning returned through the hole it had burned until it was gone again. About half of the lightning had vanished when Gravis had used it to attack the chieftain. Whoop! The body vanished as Gravis absorbed it into his spirit space. I should be able to eat the body in 2 sittings. A unity beast should be enough to get me halfway to the unity realm. After all, a realm increase could be counted as 2 stages. Guess what? The stone tribe probably hates us now. Gravis transmitted to Orthar. At least I know our enemy now, Orthar transmitted back. I feel fear for my life, but strangely, I also feel more alive. I don't know if it was the right decision to follow you, but right now, I don't regret it. Gravis smirked. The more pressure, the better. You're also not the only one. After over a year, I also feel alive again. The nervousness, fear, excitement, and pressure is what I've been longing for. This is not the first time that I have a way more powerful enemy, and it won't be the last time. Gravis' eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of the continent, with eyes burning with motivation. I'm back in action. Nearly all the beasts had noticed what had happened. After all, the chieftain had stayed at the front, far away from everyone else, making her quite conspicuous. When Gravis killed her, they nearly all stopped breathing in shock. A mid-rank spirit beast had killed a lord? That was impossible. What would happen to them now? Were they supposed to stay and wait? Could they flee? What were they supposed to do? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Gravis asked Orthar with a smirk. If the chieftain was confident enough in leading a raid party towards the land with her strength, the opposition on the land shouldn't be something she couldn't deal with, Orthar answered. Gravis' smirk widened, and he nodded. Exactly. I've got a unity beast to eat now, but I need another one to reach the unity realm myself. I should be able to find a suitable one at the shore. After all, the beasts on land surely wouldn't keep their territory undefended. Orthar looked at the stunned beasts behind them. Do you intend to use them? He asked. No, Gravis answered immediately. I'm not a fan of forcing people or beasts into servitude. They can follow me if they want, but they don't have to. I'm glad to hear that, Gravis, Orthar said. I'm also not a fan of forcing others to do my bidding as long as they didn't show aggression towards me. I think I should talk to them, Gravis said as he turned to the beasts. Not all the beasts were inside his spirit's range, but most of them were. When the beasts saw Gravis looking at them, they grew panicked. If they wanted to flee, this was their chance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many beasts suddenly started fleeing with all their powers into the distance while others decided to stay. It wasn't that they wanted to go on land, but that Gravis could probably kill the fleeing beasts. Acting against his potential wishes could doom them. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Gravis didn't chase any of the beasts. He just let them leave. When the hesitating beasts noticed that, a lot of them also decided to flee. Invading the land? They were not suicidal. Their instincts screamed at them that there was danger, and they followed their directions. After a minute, only around 10% of the beasts remained. Gravis grew interested in the fact that so many beasts stayed, even though invading the land was basically a death sentence. When he saw no more beasts fleeing, Gravis swam forward. It's interesting that you decided to stay, Gravis transmitted to them. You know that the land has food for me and, therefore, is also enticing to me. Why did you decide to stay? Most of the beasts remained silent. They weren't even sure why they didn't flee. Maybe they were just too indecisive? Even after several seconds, no one answered Gravis. Anyway, Gravis transmitted to them. It doesn't matter what you want to do. You can leave and I won't stop you. But you can also stay if you want. I have some nice ideas for assaulting the land. The beasts looked around unsurely. Yes, assaulting the land was akin to suicide, but that was only true when they were forced to attack like a suicide squad. Every beast was interested in becoming more powerful. Wasn't a raid on the continent perfect for that? How do you intend to attack? A beast transmitted. Gravis was a bit surprised about the clear message he had received. Apparently, this beast wasn't stupid. Gravis immediately noticed the speaker. It was a thin blue snake, and it was nearly 200 meters long. Its eyes appeared interested, sneaky, and in control of the situation. Gravis immediately knew that the snake prided itself in its craftiness. Gravis scratched his chin as he looked at the snake. You know what? Gravis transmitted with a smirk. I had some plans for an attack, but you look like you have a better idea. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spoken up like this, right? The snake narrowed its eyes a bit as its tongue briefly peeked through its mouth. Right now, the snake was thinking about a lot of things at once. It had expected many different answers from Gravis, but not this one. It was rare that the snake mispredicted its opponent's actions. This threw all its plans into the trash. Why are you asking me? It asked back. Gravis' smirk intensified. He preferred speaking to smart beings. Your eyes show a craftiness and greed. Gravis transmitted only to the snake, keeping the other beasts out of the loop. I think your goal is power, but in a different meaning than most beasts interpret it. Go on, the snake said with narrowed eyes. This weird creature in front of it was scary. The snake had never been seen through like this before. I think you're interested in authority, Gravis transmitted. I think you're chasing power to enable you to rule over the others. You want respect, followers, riches, beautiful companions, and many other things. Am I correct? Isn't that why every beast tries to become stronger? The snake answered, not denying Gravis' claim. They all want to live in security and live their lives to the fullest. You're wrong there, Gravis said. The snake narrowed its eyes. How am I wrong? It asked. You are assigning your values to others. I, for example, have no interest in ruling over others. I want the power to be free and unconstrained. The lives of the weaker beasts are irrelevant to me. Why would I care what an ant thinks about me? Gravis said. Some beasts have the same goals as you, but a lot of others chase power for different reasons. Revenge, freedom, riches, respect, protection, surviving, and even knowledge are motivators for others. The snake looked around at the other beasts and was honestly thinking about these words. Normally, when someone just said something, the snake wouldn't start doubting its usual outlook on life. Yet, Gravis had proven his intelligence by seeing through its plan. Gravis was also quite powerful. The words he spoke could be valuable knowledge. "Is that why you directly asked for my plan?" the snake asked. Gravis nodded. "Yes. You probably wanted to take part in the invasion and use your ingenuity to gain some followers." The snake remained silent for a bit. "I must admit that you're correct. Yet, even though you knew my goal, why did you still ask?" the snake asked with interest. It couldn't understand this beast's reason for directly giving the snake part of its authority. This seemed like Gravis was giving away part of his power for seemingly no reason. Gravis laughed a bit. "Because, as I said, I don't care about ruling over others. I'm only interested in becoming powerful. I'm interested in freedom. Ruling over others will inherently force me to bend my will to their well-being. This is only a restriction. A true ruler bends to no one," the snake said. "It depends on what your goal is," Gravis answered. "If you suppress everyone below you, they will feel stifled. As your following grows, the dissidents may start to overwhelm you and revolt. Maybe they will run to an enemy and inform them of your plans. As long as you rule with fear, your rule will only be shallow. If someone leaves, I'll just kill them," the snake said. "That works once or maybe twice, but the more you do it, the more your followers will fear for their own lives. They will start fearing for their lives even when they have never intended to betray you. At that point, they will only run away. With your power alone, you might be able to stay at your current position, but you won't be able to rise." The snake still wasn't wholly convinced. This went completely against its ideology. Yet, it remained quiet since its arguments felt very weak right now. "For example," Gravis said, "if I were to force you into serving me, you would search for every opportunity to get away from me, correct?" The snake narrowed its eyes again. "Yet, if I give you the authority you want, you wouldn't go against me. After all, we're allies. As long as I don't get between you and your goal, I won't be a hindrance, but an asset." The snake still had narrowed eyes, but its mind was going crazy. This strange beast was showing proof of its claims by using the snake as an example. The snake knew best what it would do in the situations that Gravis spoke about, and it knew that Gravis was right. After some seconds, the snake showed a kind of smirk, at least that's what Gravis thought he saw. "I want authority and knowledge," it said. "In return, I will manage the battle and beasts." Gravis shook his head. "As I said, I don't intend to rule over others. So, I'm not interested in finding or founding a group." Yet, the eyes of the snake remained confident. "You're new to this area, aren't you?" it asked. Gravis furrowed his brows. "Yes, so what?" he asked. "I thought so," the snake said. "If you want to become stronger than a level 1 lord, you need a group. Without a group, it's impossible." "How so?" Gravis asked. "Because the kingdoms and empires don't just allow anyone into their territories," the snake answered. "Of course, you can go to their territories as prey and live there. After all, if all beasts are hunted down in those territories, they would lose their value. Yet," the snake said with a crafty sparkle in its eyes, "prey is meant to strengthen the empire or kingdom, not weaken them. Not many beasts know of this. But as soon as a prey has killed a set number of assets from the empire or kingdom, someone far out of their class will come to clean them up." Gravis narrowed his eyes as he looked at the snake. Meanwhile, the snake only smirked. Gravis and the snake looked at each other. Meanwhile, all the other beasts waited for Gravis to speak up again. They noticed that Gravis was speaking with the snake but didn't know what they were talking about. Orthar also only watched. Suddenly, Gravis smirked. "You sure are crafty. You nearly got me there," he transmitted. The snake seemed to frown. "I'm not lying," it said. "I know, and that's why you're so crafty. You're not lying. You're just not telling me all the relevant information," Gravis said with a smirk. The snake narrowed its eyes, but it felt nervous inside. "If I were a ruler over a vast territory, and one beast showed incredible power by killing my underlings, I wouldn't directly kill it, Gravis said. I would first ask it to join my empire. If it declines, then I would kill it. Gravis swam closer to the snake. Doesn't that sound logical and efficient? He asked. The snake only narrowed its eyes at him. Yet it was sure that it would survive. Gravis had already shown that he was interested in its cleverness and ambition. Gravis wanted to use it, which gave the snake worth in Gravis' eyes. Due to that, the snake had taken the risk of trying to manipulate Gravis. And with that, the snake was unable to move. If you want to follow me, I need to trust you, Gravis said as he got closer. I am already willing to give you the majority of command. I am interested in you because you don't want to remain weak and want to further your power. Only by being this greedy will you put in more effort than anybody else. Yet, CRK. The snake felt unreal pain as it felt something essential in its body getting yanked out. Suddenly, a bloody bone shot out of its mouth. Seeing its own bone leaving its body, the snake became panicked. Its craftiness left it, and what replaced it were fear and terror. If I can't trust you, and you try to scheme against me, you're even more useless than a dumb rock, Gravis said as he looked deeply into the snake's eyes. The surrounding beasts were shocked as they watched. The snake was also a high-rank spirit beast like them. The fact that this strange beast was able to tear a bone out of the snake without using its body horrified them. You can leave or you can stay, Gravis said as he held the bone. But if you want to follow me, you're not allowed to scheme against me. If that happens again, whoop, RRRRK. The corpse of the chieftain appeared, and Gravis tore the shell of the meat with his spirit. Normally, his spirit wouldn't be powerful enough to do that, but he had already prepared the corpse inside his spirit space. After all, there was an incredible amount of lightning inside his spirit space. Tearing some meat apart in there wasn't an issue. This will be you, Gravis finished his monologue as he took a bite off the exposed meat. Understood. The snake was horrified when it saw how easily Gravis tore the corpse of a lord apart. This strength was unreal. Wasn't this beast just a mid-rank spirit beast? I understand, the snake said after some seconds. And I'm willing to follow you. Gravis smiled and retrieved his will aura. Good, he said. As long as you don't scheme against me, I won't mind. You can even ask my friend over there, Gravis pointed at Orthar, to teach you some interesting knowledge. He knows a lot. The snake looked over and noticed the colossal octopus swimming near Gravis. Initially, it had believed that this was just another beast in the horde. Apparently, it wasn't. Okay, the snake said deferentially. Good. Do you have a name? Gravis asked. Shira, the snake answered. Gravis nodded. By the sound of it, you're female, right? Gravis asked. Shira nodded. Good. I need to talk to my friend for a bit. After that, we can talk about our land invasion, Gravis said as he swam over to Orthar. I presume the snake said some things you didn't like? Orthar said after seeing what Gravis had done. What you didn't match your personality, he also commented. I need her to realize the truth of the world. Power is the most important thing, and if I wanted to kill her, all her craftiness wouldn't save her. If I didn't plan on using her, I wouldn't have done that, Gravis explained. Oh, Orthar said. You're planning on using her? What's your goal? Gravis sighed. Let me first tell you what we talked about, Gravis said. Then, he quickly told Orthar about his conversation with Shira. You're playing a dangerous game, Gravis, Orthar commented. The wild ambitions and greed of the snake may turn the horde against you. If you require a horde but don't want to lead, I can act as the leader. I know, Gravis said. But do you truly want that? No, Orthar answered quickly. That's why I didn't ask you, Gravis said. You have a very similar goal to me. Leading something like a horde will only keep you behind. Don't forget that we'll establish this organization only to enter the more fertile lands, or seas, if you will. Don't get attached to it. Normally, I directly understand your goals, but right now, I'm unsure why you want to establish a horde, Orthar commented. By entering the lands as prey, You get tempering and can join a kingdom or an empire. Why do you suddenly want to create a horde? Because I want to be free, Gravis said. By joining a more powerful organization, I'll need to abide by the rules and need to work. I'm cultivating specifically to not get into such situations. That does make sense, Orthar commented. But what about the danger of Shira turning the horde against you? Wouldn't all your work be for nothing then? Gravis nodded. The chances are high, but it doesn't matter. Craftiness can enable you to play the political game to perfection. But as soon as someone breaks the rules, it loses most of its power. In the end, strength is the most important factor. For example, Gravis said, if Shira turns the horde against me and instigates a revolt, I can just kill her. Then, I can offer the beasts to either leave or stay. Some might leave, but many others will stay. At that time, I'll have a pretty loyal following. And if Shira doesn't turn the horde against me, it would be even better. Remember that she has an incredible greed for power. This will drive her to strengthen the horde with everything she has. One way or the other, the horde will become more powerful under her rule. Also, the more she learns from me and you, the better. Orthar thought about this for a while. It sounds logical based on the foundation of your argument, but that can change. If Shira manages to become stronger than you with the help of this power, you might very well die. Gravis laughed. If someone greedy for material authority grows faster in power than me, then I deserve to die to them, Gravis said. Their goal isn't pure power, but mine is. If I can't even do that, then what's the point of trying to reach my goal? Also, as soon as I reach the Unity Realm, I'll regain the control over my lightning. On top of that, my body will be more powerful than before. I was already able to beat an early rank Unity beast back then. With my more powerful body, I might even be able to beat beasts in the mid-rank. I'm sure that I won't grow slower in power than Shira. Then I'm fine with Shira following us, Orthar said. After all, for all the danger she brings with her, she also brings powerful advantages. Then it's decided, Gravis said. We're going to establish a horde that can enter the more fertile lands. What position do you want in the horde? I think the position of an oracle fits me, Orthar said. I like the exchange of knowledge and I don't mind teaching it. I don't want to be involved in the mundane affairs, though. Gravis nodded. No problem. I'll just act as some kind of ancestor or something. Do you remember when I told you about the Darkness sect and Old Darkness? Gravis asked, and Orthar confirmed that he remembered. I'll be acting similarly to him. I'm just going to stay in the background and let Shira run the horde. Good, Orthar said. Then let's plan the land invasion. I think Shira already has a good plan. This is probably not the first time that she was part of something like this. Who knows? Maybe she even came voluntarily. Gravis mused. We should first consult her. After all, she will be running the horde in the future. Sounds reasonable, Orthar said. I should also introduce myself. We will be talking a lot in the future. I might not be the biggest fan of her, but I can see her uses. Good, Gravis said. And with that, they turned to the beasts again. The beasts were all waiting obediently behind the snake at the forefront. Apparently, they had realized that Gravis had given Shira a lot of authority. Though it could also be that Shira just directly told them. After all, not many beasts were as smart as Shira and Orthar. Then Gravis and Orthar swam over to Shira. It was time to plan the invasion. We'll assault the land, Gravis said to Shira. Do you already have a plan in mind? Gravis wasn't sure, but he thought that he saw Shira smirk. This is not the first time I've been part of something like this, she said. I know how these raids go, and generally they go horribly. How come? Gravis asked. He already had some answers in mind, but he wanted to be sure. Shira had first-hand experience in these things. Adaptation and strategy, Shira answered. We are not adapted to fight on land. Additionally, the common strategy is a war of attrition. We just send beasts into the enemy until either they die or we die. Gravis nodded. That's indeed a stupid strategy. What's your idea of a better one? Using the water makers, Shira answered. Water makers are beasts with an affinity with earth. They are very rare, but their skills are invaluable. After the war ends, they can lower the ground and distribute it over a wider area. Because of that, the lowered ground gets flooded with water. Shira knew that Gravis wasn't from here, so she had explained the concept of a water maker to him. Gravis was a bit surprised about the water maker's affinity. By the name, he had expected that they had an affinity with water, not earth. Yet, the explanation of Shira made sense. But that isn't so simple, right? Gravis asked. Yes, water makers are rare and, therefore, valuable. Sending them in while we're still fighting is putting them at risk. That's why they generally only come after the fighting is finished. Gravis nodded. And I guess the beasts on land have beasts that can do the same, correct? Of course, Shira answered. Additionally, beasts with an affinity for earth are more numerous on land. They create high walls and mountains to make it harder for us to fight. In general, the land dwellers don't do invasions but counterattacks. Gravis rubbed his chin in thought. When the invasion from the sea exhausts itself, they can take another territory by attacking. Yet, this forces them to survive the defense. Though defending is easier than attacking. Yes, but defending still isn't easy, Shira said. There are fewer beasts on our level among the land dwellers. This means that we have a numerical advantage. Gravis furrowed his brows. But isn't the continent in the center of the world and also bigger? Why do they have less spirit beasts? Shira's eyes twinkled a bit. Not many beasts knew about the greater layout of the world. The fact that Gravis knew about this but not about the concept of water makers or hordes interested her. Gravis wasn't simple. You're correct, but that doesn't hold true for beasts on our level. We have a far bigger territory with less natural essence while the continent is smaller with more natural essence. This means that we have more beasts on our level and about the same number of lords. The difference comes into play at the next level. Kings and emperors are more common for land dwellers. Gravis nodded. That makes sense. I also assume that the more powerful lords and kings aren't interested in territories this far away from the center of their land. Exactly, Shira answered. They see these invasions as an opportunity to increase the power of their followers. After all, when we lose, we leave behind a lot of meat for them to consume. Gravis fell into thought again. He remembered the map that his father had shown him of the world. There was a stretch of ocean that even touched the center of the world. When Gravis had seen that, he hadn't known about the existence of the water makers yet. The existence of these water makers would allow the land beasts to reclaim that part of the ocean. Yet they didn't. This could only mean one thing. There was at least one very powerful beast able to resist the land invasions in the core of the world. So, how do you plan to use the water makers? Gravis asked. I plan on conquering very small territories and defending them. The water makers will lower the land on these territories, giving us a stretch of water that enters deep into their territory. Gravis furrowed his brows. This is a better strategy, yes? But there is a giant flaw. Shira narrowed her eyes. She didn't like it when someone questioned her craftiness. Which is? She asked with a hint of annoyance. By defending the stretch of water, we can force them to attack us. That is true, but the issue is that they can attack our rear. Instead of attacking the stretch of water, they might go to the shore and attack the territory behind us. At that point, we would be stuck in that thin stretch of water, surrounded by land, Gravis explained. Shira narrowed her eyes in thought. She wanted to refute Gravis' claim since she believed that her plan was perfect. Yet, she wasn't sure what she could do against such a counterattack. Sadly, her pride was in the way and disallowed her from acknowledging her mistake. Instead, she only glared at Gravis. When Gravis saw that, he sighed. Shira, if you want to become powerful, you need to remember that you are flawed. Explain, she said icily. Think back to your life up to now. Would you say that the you from 10 years ago is as smart as the you today? He asked. Of course not, Shira answered as if that was obvious. So, the you from 10 years in the future will also think that you are stupid today? Gravis asked. Shira stopped glaring and fell into thought. The fact that the you in the future can look down on the current you means that you still have room to grow. You pride yourself in your intellect, but there are beasts just as intelligent as you that have the advantage of experience, and sometimes even stupid beasts can find a better way. Always reevaluate if there isn't a better way, even if the beast telling you about it is beneath you. Of course, Shira wasn't immediately convinced. Doing that felt like lowering herself to the level of common, stupid beasts. How could their plan be better than her own? I'll think about it, Shira said. Gravis noticed this and sighed. Not everyone could be introspective. Admitting one's fault was difficult and required inner strength. Admitting that one was wrong inherently felt like they lost a fight. Gravis remembered his first talk with Joyce after they have met in the core continent. She had said that her clansmen were stronger than Gravis since they were able to confront their pain. If Gravis hadn't seen the reason in that and admitted that she was right, he wouldn't have been able to confront his emotions at home. After all, he would still believe that his old way was the correct one. Gravis shook his head a bit when he realized that he was thinking about unimportant stuff. Finding a good tactic for the invasion was more important. Gravis looked back at Shira and decided to unveil his plan. It was similar to Shira's but a bit different. I'd like to share the plan I have, Gravis said. Please do, Shira said with an annoyed tone. We are also making channels but not one going through the middle. I'm guessing that the land is also split into territories, he asked. Yes, Shira answered. We only attack one territory at a time. If we attack the border between two territories, we will be besieged by two tribes. This makes the invasion almost impossible. Gravis nodded. Can you explain the size of our enemy territory in these measurements? Gravis said as he transmitted the concept and length of a kilometer to her. Our enemy is called the Sand Tribe, Shira answered. By what I've heard, they had been quite powerful in the past but have declined severely until they could only hold a territory at the coast. The closer a territory is to the coast, the less natural essence there is. Therefore, they count as one of the weakest land tribes. According to your specifications, the territory is about 400 kilometers wide and 500 kilometers deep. It's a rather small one, Shira explained. Gravis furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected the territory to be this big. His original plan was thrown out of the window immediately. Gravis scratched his chin as he tried to think of a new plan. Initially, he had expected that the territory would be around 50 to 100 kilometers wide. With these specifications, his plan would have worked pretty well. Sadly, reality didn't always conform to one's wishes. He had to create a brand new plan now. In order to make a better plan, I need some intelligence from you, Gravis said. What do you want to know? Shira asked back with boredom. How many beasts do we have? And how many of these beasts are water makers? Gravis asked. Please also tell me about how strong each beast is. According to your specification for power, we have 88 beasts that you would call mid-rank spirit beasts and 20 late-rank spirit beasts, Shira explained. As for water makers, we have none, Shira said, making Gravis furrow his brows. You said you wanted to use them. How are we supposed to use them if we don't have any? Gravis asked with a bit of annoyance. Because we can't start the invasion without water makers anyway, Shira answered. We need water makers in order to commence the invasion. We would need to search for them anyway, and then we would have them. Then we can also use them. And how do you intend to gather them? You said they are very rare, Gravis asked. Shira seemed to smirk again. You are the one that wants to invade the land. I can plan the invasion, but I can't find them for you. You must find a solution to this, not me. Gravis sighed. Okay, he conceded. What about our enemy? How many enemies are there? And what's the terrain like? Normally, we have the number advantage, Shira said. But since you so graciously let so many beasts leave, we are actually at a disadvantage in that category as well. The enemy should have about double our numbers right now. This means you also need to scout more beasts if you want to invade the land. Gravis fell into thought again for a few seconds. And their terrain? The land dwellers' territories are nearly identical to one another, Shira said. I'm pretty confident in their land's layout. Seeing that Shira paused, Gravis snorted. Just tell me. You don't need to show the worth of your knowledge. Shira was a bit annoyed at Gravis' direct answer, but started to explain the terrain anyway. The beasts on land not only have to defend from beasts from the sea, but also from other tribes. The best way to do that is to create some mountains at their borders. Of course, these mountains aren't directly at their border, but about 10 kilometers away from them. Since the other land dwellers use the same defense, you can generally see two mountain ranges around 20 kilometers away from each other with no beast living between those. The walls act as buffers. You could say that the area between the two walls belongs to none of the tribes or both of them. It depends on your viewpoint. Gravis continued scratching his chin. So, our enemy's territory is surrounded by a tall mountain range. How many of the beasts are stationed at these borders? About 10% per side, Shira explained. They obviously also have a mountain range that blocks access from the sea. We basically need to invade a land that has mountain ranges blocking every entry point. Gravis nodded. And flying creatures? How many do they have? It depends on the tribe, Shira explained. The Sand tribe is a group of ground beasts. I don't think they have any flying beasts. Gravis' brows furrowed. No flying beasts? This sounds like an obvious oversight. Their tribe is the Sand tribe. They are proud of their kind and affinity towards Earth. If they had flying creatures, they wouldn't call themselves the Sand tribe anymore, Shira explained. So, it's a matter of pride and purity for them, Gravis commented. That's pretty stupid in my eyes. However, I shouldn't complain. After all, this should make the whole invasion much easier. Do they have a central hub or headquarters or something similar? Generally, land dwellers create a spire in the middle of their territory, Shira explained. It's a singular, very wide and very high mountain that stretches deep into the sky. It acts as a status symbol and fortification. They can fight from a height advantage while everyone else needs to fight from the foot of the spire. Gravis hummed. Destroying the spire probably also isn't easy? Gravis asked. Of course it isn't easy. The stone they use is mighty, and, contrary to expectations, it takes more power to damage it than to repair or build it. The only ones that can damage the spire effectively are water makers. Yet, since the enemy has more water makers, they will easily counter our efforts. Gravis continued thinking as a plan was forming in his mind. Now, he actually knew what kind of territory his enemies occupied. The territory was very well defended and could withstand an incredible attack from land, sea, and sky. The walls, or mountain ranges, were a significant hurdle for any attacker. After some minutes, Gravis' eyes shone as he finalized his plan. We start our preparations right now, Gravis said to Shira and Orthar. Shira narrowed her eyes. We don't have any water makers, and we are at an environmental and numerical disadvantage. I know, Gravis said with a smirk, but we don't need any more beasts. As for the water makers, Gravis smirked. We already have some. Shira was a bit taken aback. We do? She asked. Gravis pointed at Orthar. Orthar has an affinity towards Earth. Therefore, he counts as a water maker. I guess I do, Orthar commented from the side. I haven't known the concept of a water maker up until now, but I do have an affinity towards Earth. Moving some ground from A to B isn't an issue. Shira looked at Orthar with interest. After some seconds, she looked at Gravis again. You said some, not one. Gravis only smirked. The horde went to work immediately. Gravis informed them of the rules and tactics of the invasion. This was not one of the typical invasions where they would just send beasts at the opponent until either side collapses. These beasts were willing to follow him, and he was already seeing them as part of his horde. After a lot of explaining, most of the beasts understood the plan. They also grew more confident in the fight. After all, if Gravis' plan worked, they would be able to fight the land beasts inside water, giving them a great advantage. While Gravis and Shira explained the specifics to the beasts, Orthar went to work around the environment. The ocean wasn't very deep this close to the continent. It was at a natural angle that ended in a shoreline. If one moved Earth around, the earth wouldn't just disappear. The enormous amounts of earth had to be moved somewhere else. Thus, Orthar started moving the earth at the shallow coast further into the ocean, creating a vast and deep abyss, ready to swallow the earth in the war. The preparations took over a week until they were finished. Now, every beast knew exactly what to do, even the stupid ones, though not directly. Explaining the plan to the stupid ones had basically proven itself to be impossible. So, Gravis decided on a different system. He found the smartest beasts in the horde and assigned the stupid beasts into their teams. Of course, the team leaders would receive part of the loot, and when Gravis officially established his tribe, they would have a higher position than other ones. These smarter beasts were smart in regards to beasts, but not smart in regards to humans. It still took a lot of effort to explain the plan to them, but they understood it at least. When they finally understood the advantages of the plan, they felt like a new world had been opened before their eyes. With these tactics, they had a high chance of winning. The loyalty of the followers increased as they realized the, to them, brilliant plan. As long as they followed Gravis, they would have a high chance of becoming powerful. Meanwhile, the environment before the coast had utterly changed. Orthar had moved a ridiculous amount of ground into the ocean. When one entered the ocean from the coast, everything looked normal, at least until they reached the 10-kilometer mark. At that point, they would notice a cliff. From a depth of around 5 kilometers, the ocean immediately deepened into a depth of nearly 100 kilometers. At one point, they were still near the shore, and at the next moment, they would be right above a seemingly bottomless abyss. Of course, it wasn't only Orthar that accomplished that. The mysterious second watermaker had done even more work than him. Like this, everything had been prepared for the invasion. All beasts swam behind Gravis as he looked at the continent with shining eyes. Gravis had already eaten the former chieftain and had reached the high-rank spirit beast level. With his new size of about 50 meters, he looked incredibly intimidating. Yet, all the other beasts still dwarfed him. Now, Gravis only needed one more unity beast to regain his unity. At that point, he would also have this perfect body. Everyone knows what they need to do? Gravis asked the beasts. Yes. The team leaders answered directly. They had been drilled thoroughly until they could recite the plan even in their sleep. Though beasts at that level don't really sleep. Are you ready, Orthar? Gravis asked. I've never done this before, but I think it shouldn't be too hard, Orthar answered. Gravis nodded with a smirk and turned back to the land. It's time to claim my first territory, Gravis said with fiery eyes. We notice Earth Movement Coast. An 80-meter-tall dung beetle transmitted to the gathered beasts. Yet, the beetle's imposing height couldn't intimidate anyone because, right now, it was lowering itself in front of the beasts standing before it. The only thing that could be seen around the gathered beasts was some stone and the bright sky. The clouds were far below them, creating a picture where it looked like the gathered beasts were at the top of the world, away from the mundane life of mortals. This could be a sea invasion, a 200-meter-long viper said from the side. It was coiled together like a cobra, ready to strike. The red viper had some intimidating spires on its head, making it appear incredibly dangerous. A most humiliating incident, indeed. An absolutely enormous pangolin said from the side. This pangolin alone took up nearly half of the peak of the spire. Together with its tail, it had an intimidating length of about 800 meters. If Gravis were to meet this pangolin, he would be impressed by its incredible size. This would be the biggest spirit beast he had ever met. One would even have to ask how it managed to get up this incredibly tall spire. Bang! Insolence! The beast in the middle shouted as the stone cracked around it. This was the smallest beast of all the ones present. Yet, it sat in the center at an elevated position. It was a brown scorpion, only around 10 meters long. Yet, it radiated an aura that would force every spirit beast to kneel before it deferentially. This was the tribe leader of the Sand Tribe, Krylas, the Sandlord. Ever since my ancestors have been slain, we were forced to relocate time and time again, Krylas said. We have fallen from grace, and now, even the lowest of the sea beasts dare to covet our lands. All enemies look down upon us, but we've managed to persevere. We shall show them that, Even though we have fallen from grace, we are still not something that some mere shrimp from the water can attack. Krylas stood up as he walked forward into the middle of the spire, the other beasts all lowering their heads. After we break this attack, we will gain new lands and more power. We will use that newfound power to reclaim our ancestors' territories. Immediately prepare for battle, Krylas shouted. The other beasts lowered their heads further. Yes, my lord, they said in unison. The viper immediately slithered away while the dung beetle also left. After a while, only the pangolin and Krylas were left. Do not underestimate an invasion from the sea, the pangolin said. Our tribe isn't very good at fighting the sea beasts. We must take care in the upcoming battle. If anyone else had dared to speak to Krylas like that, they would have been killed and eaten by him. Yet the pangolin was special. You know me, teacher, Krylas said. I won't take any foe lightly. Very well, my lord, the pangolin said. Yet strangely it didn't move from its spot. It merely remained at the top of the spire while the whole sand tribe was going crazy around them. Different kinds of beasts started coming out of caves in the spire and started readying themselves for battle. After some minutes, the whole tribe had gathered before the humongous spire, looking upwards. After some seconds, the viper appeared some kilometers high on the spire. To the coast, it shouted with a mighty hiss. Coast, every beast answered. Then, they started charging in the direction of the coast. It would only take some minutes until they reached the coast 200 kilometers away. A war was about to break out. The beasts arrived, but they saw no sign of an invasion. Slowly, they grew confused. Where was the enemy? The viper that had followed them looked with narrowed eyes at the silent coast. Was their intelligence wrong? Sea scouts, enter the sea and investigate, the viper ordered. Quickly, 4 relatively small lizards stepped forward. The biggest of them was only around 2 meters long, incredibly small for spirit beasts. Then the 4 lizards charged into the sea. They had the ability to camouflage themselves and dig into the ground. Together with their small size, they were the perfect scouts. The viper waited for several minutes, and just when it grew impatient, the lizards returned. Report, the viper ordered. 52 viper lengths, nothing special, one of the lizards said. 53 viper lengths, immediate depth. Over 100 viper lengths deep. Can't go lower to investigate. The viper narrowed its eyes. It had taught the scouts how to properly transmit accurate lengths. So, it had told them that they should just inform it how many vipers the distance had. Of course, 1 viper length was just as long as the viper itself, about 200 meters. Are there any sea beasts? The viper asked. None. No beasts. But we found big cave, one of the lizards explained. How big is the cave and where is it? The viper asked, narrowing its eyes. 70 viper lengths deep. Cave has size of 5 viper lengths, the lizard reported. The viper narrowed its eyes and looked at the sea. Then it looked at the ground. Dung beetles, is there ground movement? It asked. The dung beetles lowered themselves to the ground and remained still for several seconds. Then one of them stood up. Weak ground movement, it said, coming from direction of spire. Initially, there have been reports of small earthquakes at the coast. The viper muttered to itself. Yet now there are no beasts in sight. The viper looked to the sea again. Yet, they have created an abyss right in front of our coast. There is definitely an invasion happening. Yet, there are no beasts. This can only mean that the beasts are somewhere else. One cave wouldn't be able to host an entire invasion of sea beasts. Suddenly, the eyes of the viper widened. Unless that's not a cave, but a tunnel, it shouted. To the spire! The viper shouted to everyone with urgency. All the beasts heard the urgency and ran with everything they had. The viper knew that they had been fooled. It had left the spire with about 80% of its forces. If the enemy ambushed their home, it would be hard for them to defend. They had to get back to the spire as soon as possible. Yet, after only running for 150 kilometers, they found that their home had completely changed. A vast river blocked their path forward, around 30 kilometers wide. But that was not the only bad thing. Splash, splash, splash. They saw lots of sea beasts swimming right in the river. Their enemy had arrived, and the enemy was between them and their home. The viper narrowed its eyes in anger. "Go around it!" it shouted. The army quickly started circling the vast river before them, but they quickly noticed that it went around the whole spire. Right now, their home was surrounded by an abyss of water, ready to engulf it. The viper grew more nervous. It had to get back to its lord. Without their lord, they would only be food for the adjacent tribes. They couldn't let their lord die. "There's no other way," the viper said. "Ready for combat," it ordered. The beasts grew nervous. They couldn't fight properly in the water. "Earth movers, create a pathway to the spire. Everyone else, defend the earth movers," the viper ordered. The beasts calmed down. Meanwhile, the dung beetles and several other beasts stepped forward, closer to the water. The remainder of the beasts started protecting the earth movers in their midst. "Charge!" the viper shouted. And with that, all the beasts charged at the water chasm. Arrrrrr! The earth moved in front of the earth movers, and the ground around them heightened until it was around a kilometer higher than the sea level. The water was pushed to the side and flooded the landscape. Yet, to the beasts, this flood of water didn't even reach their knees. This was no hindrance. Rrrrrk. The beasts immediately jumped back to the shore after their bridge crumbled. A water maker had destroyed the foundation of their bridge, making it collapse. When the viper saw that, its eyes became bloodshot. "We need to stay near the water," it said, creating fear inside its army's ranks. "We have no other choice. We need to confront them directly. If we can't get to our lord, we will become prey to these shrimps. And even if we manage to survive, the surrounding tribes will also see us as prey. We have carved our territory here, and if we can't defend it, we will die." The beasts were still fearful, but an incredible amount of motivation appeared in their eyes. It was now or never. If they couldn't defend against this horde, they would die. There was no way out. "Charge!" the viper shouted, and the earth movers lifted the land so that it was just a couple meters above the sea level. The beasts charged forward, and an army of sea beasts greeted them. Fish started springing from one end of the bridge to the other, biting anything they could find and pulling it into the river. Crabs and shrimp stood vertically at the bridge, using their shears and claws to attack. Beasts with the water element started shooting water from the side, pushing the beasts into the water. The opposition was powerful, and a massive amount of beasts fell into the water. Yet they were spirit beasts. Even if they fell into the water, they weren't helpless. They were still powerful and could defend themselves. The remaining sea beasts waded in the water, attacking everything that fell into the river. Yet the fighting was brutal. There were a lot more ground beasts than sea beasts, making this fight incredibly difficult. The viper's narrowed eyes shone. "There are not that many," it shouted. "Continue going forward, but go slower. We can exhaust them." The beasts roared and continued going. The sea beasts were threatening their home, and they had to defend it. Their lives were on the line. After some minutes, the assault of the sea beasts became less relentless. By now, the beasts only fired at them occasionally. The crabs also retreated back into the river. When the viper saw that, it hissed angrily. "They are gathering their forces to kill our lost tribesmen. We can't save them, but we can use this opportunity to assault the front. Follow me," the viper shouted as it charged to the front, where it used its tail to throw away the few sea beasts in its path. Meanwhile, down in the water, a pair of eyes narrowed. "This viper is a problem," the owner of the eyes thought. "He motivates the army and leads them. If I can stop him, I can secure a more secure position in the horde and demonstrate my power. Time to go in." The viper continued pushing beasts away from the center of the army, and it had already received several injuries. Yet, it continued forward with courage, motivating all the beasts behind it. Splash! Suddenly, a snaketail shot at the viper's head. The viper didn't panic and simply opened its mouth and showed its venomous fangs. Psh! Psh! It bit the tail and injected its venom, but it also felt a searing pain from its own tail. It noticed that it had bit the tail of another snake, while that snake bit the viper's tail. Additionally, due to the power of Shira's jump, they both tumbled over the edge of the bridge, falling into the river again. Pong! Pong! The owners immediately severed both their tails. Usually, only lizards had this ability, but both snakes had seen the effectiveness in that and had modified their bodies accordingly. As it reached the water, the viper could finally see what was happening. All the ground beasts that had fallen in the water were fighting other beasts. Yet, even though there were still more sea beasts in the water than land beasts, every fight was a duel. The sea beasts that didn't have an opponent just watched the fighting with bloodlust in their eyes. When a sea beast died, another one would take its place and attack the land beast. Yet, that attack was never made as a sneak attack. They always came straight at the opponent. When the viper saw that, its eyes narrowed further. They are using this opportunity to gain combat experience. This would also solve the issue of food distribution. Yet, why are they bothering to temper themselves when the war hasn't even been won? Yet, the viper quickly looked at its opponent. Noticing that Shira had also abandoned her tail to get rid of the venom, the viper knew immediately that this opponent wasn't stupid. Snakes were crafty creatures, and the viper knew that very well. This fight wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, the beasts stopped moving as their commander had fallen into the water. What were they supposed to do now? Continue onward! A mighty roar resounded seemingly throughout the heavens. The beasts looked at the spire. There they saw the pangolin standing tall. Kill these beasts and gain their power! It roared into the heavens. The beasts roared in rage as they continued their charge. The elder had ordered that they attack, and even the Lord listened to the elder. As long as they trusted in the elder, they would survive. The charge continued, and the battle became more bloody. A lot of sea beasts that hadn't had an opponent yet started going for one. After several minutes, every sea beast was fighting with their opponents. Lives were lost left and right. Land beasts and sea beasts all died in swathes. Yet, due to the terrain advantage, the sea beasts lost way fewer lives than the land beasts. Some sea beasts that had already decimated their opponents grabbed another one. The mass of creatures on the land grew fewer until only the 10 earth movers remained. All their guards were gone. Yet, surprisingly, no sea beasts attacked them. Some of the sea beasts that had won their battles only looked at them without attacking. The earth movers were unsure of what was happening, but they still continued their charge. Without any opposition, they reached the other side of the river and charged up the spire. They had to protect their lord. Their lord was powerful, but numbers could overwhelm him. On top of that, such an invasion always had another lord leading them. If that lord used the other beasts to wear their own lord down, the enemy would have an advantage. The earth movers quickly reached the top of the spire. "Lord!" they transmitted with worry and fighting spirit. Yet, they only saw some kind of weird, black snake-like creature with massive arms sitting on their lord's corpse. The creature had some meat in its hands as it took a bite off it. "How many remain?" Gravis asked, not looking at the new arrivals. The gigantic pangolin stood humbly to the side. "I have instructed our tribesmen to continue fighting. The defenders at the border have also already noticed the commotion and entered the fight. A little over half of the tribe has died," it explained calmly. The earth movers were shocked and weren't able to process what was happening right now. Their lord was dead, and the elder was talking to this creature like it was their lord. A nightmare had descended. They knew that their lives were over. Gravis nodded. "That should be enough. I'll keep my promise to you. Don't worry," he said as he slithered forward. He passed the shocked earth movers and looked down from the spire. "Everyone that is not currently fighting an opponent will immediately come to the bottom of the spire," Gravis shouted. "Free beasts to the bottom of the spire." The pangolin also shouted. The land beasts who were not fighting right now were shocked. Their elder was standing beside this weird creature? What was going on? In comparison to the land beasts, the sea beasts immediately swam to the spire and sprang on land. The remaining duels were still happening while all of this was going on. After a while, 2 camps have gathered before the spire. One camp was filled with ground beasts, while the other was filled with sea beasts. Over the next several minutes, the fighting calmed down. By now, the river had a lot of visible red splotched dotted all over it. Gravis looked over them but still felt two beasts fighting. He also noted the absence of Shira. Gravis started scratching his chin as he fell into thought. Shira is very smart, and therefore also powerful in fights. The fact that she is still fighting her opponent shows that they are rather powerful. I think it would be a waste to lose such a talent, he thought. Gravis leaped off the spire and used his spirit to accelerate his fall. Of course, he also used it to protect himself from the impact. Bang! An explosion thundered throughout the surroundings as Gravis hit the ground. Sadly, he was too heavy to fly. Then, he shot at the river, which he quickly entered. In nearly no time at all, the two combatants appeared in his spirit's range. Another snake. Who would have thought? Shira and the viper were both entangled in some kind of knot as their heads dueled. The knot was continually moving around so that the other snake wasn't able to bite their body. Suddenly, both of them couldn't move anymore. The war is already over, Gravis transmitted to them. Shira was unhappy, while the viper had a horrified expression on its face. Don't worry, everyone that is still alive will survive, Gravis said. Survive? The viper asked incredulously. Yes, Gravis answered. We are not annexing this territory for the sea. I will create a tribe with both sea and land beasts. The tribe's name will be the River Tribe. Shira had already known Gravis' plan. That's why she wasn't even a bit surprised when he said that. Instead, she grew angry and frustrated. I tried to kill this viper because he's going to be a powerful opponent. This will be troublesome, she thought. Meanwhile, the viper wasn't sure what it should think. It wasn't going to die? Also, what did that beast just say? Are you kidding me? The viper transmitted to Gravis with an angry voice. No, I'm not, Gravis answered. Are you not fine with killing us now? Do you want to kill us all later? What's your goal in this? The viper answered. Gravis only smirked. Oh, I know about your so-called established laws, Gravis said. Let's go to the spire. We can discuss all of this in public so that all beasts in the river tribe will see that I'm serious. Whoosh! Gravis swam towards the spire, and the viper watched. Meanwhile, Shira glared at the viper. Don't get in my way, or you won't know how you died, she said before following Gravis. The viper was still angry. What Gravis had proposed was akin to suicide. Yet he followed the two of them. Splash! All three of them left the water. Gravis went to the spire to climb it to a sufficient height where every beast could see him. Shira and the viper went to each of their camps and stood at the forefront of their groups. The sea horde didn't show much respect for Shira. To them, she had only shown that she was intelligent. On top of that, they didn't know her for long. Lastly, she hadn't proven her strength. After all, nearly all survivors managed to kill a beast at their level, while Shira didn't win. Meanwhile, the land beast stood respectfully behind the viper, showing everyone that they acknowledged it as their leader. No beast dared to stand close to the viper. When Shira saw that, her eyes narrowed further. Just you wait, she thought with spite. By now, all beasts had gathered in front of the spire, and Gravis looked at them. Every survivor will stay alive and join my tribe, the River Tribe, Gravis announced. The land beasts looked with skeptical eyes at Gravis and then at the sea beasts with disdain. They weren't sure if Gravis actually meant that, and even if he did, they wouldn't join hands with some shrimps. The sea beasts knew that Gravis was serious, but they also weren't the biggest fans of that development. They had only taken part in the battle to get some food, which, by the way, was still lying dead in the water. They'd rather go get their food instead of listening to Gravis. You do know that it's against the laws for sea and land beasts to unite? The viper transmitted with an angry voice to everyone around them. This was a public discussion. I do, Gravis said. He had spoken at length with Shira about this topic when they were readying their plan. The viper waited for Gravis to continue, but apparently he was done speaking. This made the viper only angrier. This will make everyone here the enemy of every sea and land tribe out there. This is suicide. If you want to kill us, why don't you do it now? Gravis only smirked. I know. So? He asked. The Viper was taken aback. What do you mean with so? This will kill all of us. It shouted with anger and frustration. And if we kept to the laws, the other tribes wouldn't attempt to kill us? Gravis asked. Yes, they would still attempt to kill us, but we wouldn't be the prime target for every tribe in the surroundings. The Viper shot back immediately. This will give the surrounding tribes a reason to band together and attack us as a united force. Gravis laughed a bit. In the end, it's all about becoming more powerful. You say the laws are just a means to an end to find an arbitrary reason to attack us. Is that it? The Viper remained silent for some seconds, thinking about Gravis' words. Yes, it is, it said. Yet, that doesn't change the reality of the situation. We will be the enemies of the whole world. Let me give you some hypothetical situations, Gravis said. Sure, the Viper said with annoyance. When we are weaker than an adjacent tribe, will they attack us? Would breaking the laws make a difference in this situation? Gravis asked. No, it wouldn't, the Viper answered quickly. When a resource of power is too weak to defend itself, it will be swallowed by the stronger beasts. Gravis nodded. When we are stronger than an adjacent tribe, will they attack us? Not alone. Yet, they might find allies in other tribes to take us down. After all, we would be a threat to them, the Viper answered. Gravis smirked. Doesn't that sound like the same situation as when we broke the laws? Yes, but... The Viper answered but stopped. It wanted to counter that argument, but it couldn't. It wasn't some stupid beast that always believed it was right. The Viper was this smart because it always analyzed its own thinking and looked for mistakes. After some more seconds, the Viper's eyes narrowed further in thinking. Now, it started thinking of this situation from a point of view that honestly compared the relationships with other tribes in both situations. Yet, even after half a minute, it saw no difference. Everything would end in the same fight. Just the way to that fight was different. The eyes of the Viper were still narrowed, but for an entirely different reason. Now, they were narrowed because it was planning and going through all possible advantages and problems that such a merger would bring. It was no longer against the idea. In the end, it doesn't really matter, Gravis said as he didn't see the Viper reacting in a while. He would have let it think some more if this were a private conversation, but it felt awkward waiting for it in this public setting. If you're too weak, you will die. If you're strong, the weak will fear for their lives and band together. The Viper was taken out of its thoughts and looked at Gravis, paying more attention now. Think about it, Gravis said as he slithered down from the spire. If we break the laws and the enemy is stronger than us, they won't search for help. They will just attack us immediately. If we break the laws and the enemy is weaker than us, they will search for help. Yet, the exact same scenario would happen if we didn't break the laws. It makes no difference. By now, Gravis stood in front of the Viper. The Viper was 200 meters long but didn't use its full height to stand up. So, the Viper and Gravis looked at each other's eyes from the same height. Gravis hadn't been so close to the Viper before, and it felt Gravis' power for the first time. It was rather shocked not by how strong Gravis was, but by how weak Gravis was. This was obviously the Sea Horde's leader. Yet he wasn't even a lord. This shocked the Viper to no end. How did this creature manage to kill their lord? No normal beast had the power to kill a lord. It was impossible. Gravis noticed the subtle changes in the Viper's eyes and knew what it was thinking about. You doubt my strength, Gravis commented. If you want, you can try to kill me right now. I swear that I won't kill you in return. I'll also not use the power that allowed me to kill your lord. You only need to face my body, nothing more. The Viper hesitated for some seconds while looking at Gravis. Then its face relaxed. No, I don't doubt dash whoosh. The Viper's head shot forward out of nowhere, trying to bite Gravis. This was the perfect opportunity. Their bodies were very close, and the Viper's strike was fast. If it managed to bite Gravis, he would die to the venom. Yet, Gravis easily rotated his upper body to the side to dodge the attack. The Viper's eyes widened in shock when it saw that. At one point, Gravis' broad chest was just before it, but now it had moved to the side. The Viper had never seen a technique like that before. A human's upper body was very flexible and broad. Yet, it was also rather thin compared to other beasts. Together with the flexible waist, a seemingly massive and wide chest in front of someone could evade an attack without moving the lower body much. The human just had to rotate their upper body a little bit. Of course, Gravis' body was similarly designed to a human's. Pack. Before the Viper could ready itself for another strike, Gravis' hand grabbed its throat. The Viper felt an incredible pressure at its throat, creating panic inside its mind. Its most vulnerable body part was in the enemy's hands. Pack. It used its newly regrown tail to strike Gravis from the right side. Gravis was using his right hand to hold the Viper's neck. So, he wouldn't be able to block this attack since his hand was busy. Yet, Gravis simply rotated his upper body by 180 degrees. Like this, his left hand grabbed the tail. His body was going crazy trying to get out of Gravis' grip, but it just didn't work. If it were a human's hand, the Viper might manage to get out. Yet, Gravis' hands were bigger, more powerful, and with longer claws that extended his grip. Gravis pulled the head forward so that it looked into Gravis' eyes. "Convinced?" he asked. "Yes," it answered in fear and defeat. "Good," Gravis said with a smirk. Gravis threw the Viper back, freeing it from his grasp. The Viper felt an avalanche of relief washing over it when that happened. It was still alive. "I said, I won't kill you, but I still need to show you that you shouldn't go against me in the future," Gravis said. CRK. Poochie. A powerful force immobilized the Viper's body. Then it pulled at one of its bones inside its body, tearing it off. After that, identical to what Gravis had done to Shira, the bone shot out of the Viper's body. After leaving its body, the bone only hovered above Gravis' opened hand. The Viper felt incredible pain and fear. What was this power? How did this beast manage to tear a bone right out of its body without even touching it? Not even their lord had that ability. When Shira saw that, she felt some satisfaction. She had gone through the same, and it felt good to her to see someone else go through her humiliation and pain. Gravis just looked at the Viper. "What's your name?" he asked. "Silva," it said weakly. "You're male judging by your name, right?" Gravis asked. "Yes," Silva said. "All right," Gravis commented and slithered back to the spire. None of the gathered beasts dared to get close to him. His display had intimidated them. As you all have heard by my discussion with Silva, it makes no difference if we break the laws or not. The tribes have created these laws to keep their forces together. The land beasts don't want to lose their forces to the sea beasts and vice versa. They make everyone believe that there is only one enemy. Yet that is not true. Plenty of tribes on the so-called same side fight with each other, maybe even more than with the so-called enemy. When your tribe gets annihilated by a tribe from the same side, do you not consider them as enemies? They are ready to kill you. Therefore, they are your enemy. Beasts that think that the only enemy is the other kind are blind to the truth. From the very beginning, everyone is your enemy. There may be unions and alliances, but those exist only because they can't defeat each other. As soon as one member of such an alliance becomes weaker, they will all pounce on that member. Do not confuse superficial benevolence with peace. Most of the beasts were too stupid to realize the meaning behind Gravis' words. These members only followed the words of the powerful, and Gravis had proven that he was powerful. Therefore, convincing these beasts wasn't hard for Gravis. The real problem was the semi-smart beasts. They understood some concepts but weren't smart enough to realize that they didn't know much. These beasts believed themselves to be superior to others since they didn't have the ability to notice their own flaws. Yet, these semi-smart beasts were, at least, smart enough to not butt into the conversation. After all, Shira and Silva kept quiet. However, that didn't change their opinion about the other faction. In their eyes, the other faction was beneath them. "I know that many of you are still against allying with the other kind," Gravis said. "Yet, I see no problem in that. The major difference between land and sea beasts is simply the fact where they live. That's everything. But after reaching our power, the environment becomes unimportant. We can live and fight wherever we are, and when a beast becomes a lord, it becomes completely unimportant where they fight. Water or no water, it makes no difference to lords. Gravis chuckled a bit. But I know that my words alone won't accomplish much. You need to see and feel it for yourself. Therefore, I'm going to end this speech with some announcements. All beasts paid attention to Gravis. First, the water makers will carve wide rivers through the territory. This will be the living space for the sea beasts. The water makers already know how the territory should look like and will start shortly. Second, Shira will officially be the commander of all sea beasts, while Silva will be the commander of all land beasts. Third, the pangolin Morn will be the elder. He is very wise and experienced and can give any land beasts guidance when they require it. The octopus Orthar will be the oracle. This is the same position as the elder, but for sea beasts. Of course, every beast can visit both the oracle and the elder. There's no restriction. Fourth, the spire will remain and will act as a status symbol and command center for the land beasts. Of course, it will also house the team leaders, the elder and land commander. Fifth, we will create a deep and powerful abyss surrounding the spire. Of course, we will leave bridges for the land beasts to reach the spire without having to go through the water. The abyss will be the command center for the sea beasts and will house the team leaders, the oracle and sea commander. Sixth, we will create a hole that starts at the top of the spire and reaches the bottom of the abyss to make it easier for the upper echelons of each side to meet. I will live in a separate cave at sea level inside this hole. If something requires both sides to decide on something together, everyone will meet in this cave. Then, Gravis smirked. And lastly, seventh, even though you are from the same tribe, you are allowed to fight to the death with one another. The fights will be duels, and both sides need to be at the same level of power. We will create 4 arenas with both land and water in them. But keep in mind that you need to request a duel from either the elder or oracle. If you attack without consent from any of those two, you will be killed. The consent of your opponent is not required. That's all, Gravis said. Then, he lifted his arm to the sky and summoned his life ring. Whoosh! Splash! A massive amalgamation of tentacles or roots, or something similar fell from the sky, right into the water. The beasts had no idea what that was, but it looked incredibly creepy. Was that a beast? Earthquakes appeared as new rivers were being created. This was the second water maker, the common fungus. It had lived its whole life inside the earth. Therefore, it wasn't weird that it had an affinity for earth. When Gravis had caught the fungus, he had believed that it would prove itself useful in the middle world. And it did. It had helped in moving a lot of earth into the ocean, and now it helped in terraforming his new territory. The fungus was a unity plant, and therefore could move a lot more earth around than spirit beasts. On top of that, it could work as an effective defense in an emergency in case Gravis was occupied. The beasts were astonished by the mystical powers that Gravis had shown. He had ripped a bone out of Silva's body without touching him, and now he had summoned a humongous creepy being out of thin air. They had no idea how he did that. The pangolin was already huge, with his length of about 800 meters, but this thing that Gravis had summoned was just unreal. Its roots or tentacles seemingly stretched into the horizons. One shouldn't forget that the fungus could cover an area over 20 kilometers wide. A spirit beast was nothing in comparison to its size. After recovering from the shock brought on by the fungus, the land beasts concentrated on the beasts from the other side. The land beasts looked with hunger, disdain, and battle intent at the sea beasts. Yet, the sea beasts all charged into the water. After all, the bodies of their slain prey were still inside the water. Every land beast that has managed to kill a sea beast in the war is allowed to retrieve and consume their prey, Orthar said as his massive body came out of the water. While everyone else had been gathered, he had cleaned up the corpses of the sea beasts that had died in the war. With the two sides' current relations, making the land beasts dive into the water might intensify the tensions. The land beasts were skeptical of this new arrival. Who was that? I am Orthar, the oracle of the river tribe, he announced. I have created a shallow shore and laid out all the corpses of the sea beasts. You are only allowed to retrieve the corpse of your own prey. Anyone found out lying will be killed and consumed. Arr. Part of the river lifted as a lot of corpses were revealed. Something like this wasn't hard for Orthar. After all, he was also a water maker. After that, Orthar climbed out of the water and started climbing the spire with his incredibly long tentacles. Surprisingly, he wasn't alone while climbing. He was pulling the corpse of a powerful lion behind him. Apparently, he had also managed to kill a beast. The abyss wasn't ready yet, so he decided to live on the spire for the time being. After around a minute of climbing, he arrived at the spire's top, where he saw Gravis, Morn, Shira, and Silva all present. All 5 leaders of the tribe had gathered. The loss percentage of the river tribe will increase sharply with that last rule. Morn, the pangolin, transmitted to everyone. What is your goal in allowing our tribe to fight and kill each other? Lord? Gravis only smirked. I guess with loss percentage, you mean the fact that a beast that eats another one at the same level isn't worth as much as 2 beasts if a third one kills and eats that one, right? Gravis asked with a smirk. Morn had already realized that Gravis wasn't stupid. When Gravis had invaded the spire and killed their lord, he had talked a lot with Morn. After discussing for a while, Morn had realized that Gravis had quite some intricate plans and a lot of knowledge regarding psychology and similar things. Morn had been the imperial teacher for their lord for a long time. Back then, the ancestors of the Sand Tribe hadn't died yet. However, back then, the Sand Tribe wasn't called the Sand Tribe but the Sand Kingdom. This meant that they had had a nascent beast as their leader. Because of that, Morn knew many things. Yes, that is what I mean, Morn said. There are a lot of beasts with peculiar abilities that make them effective against a specific kind of beast. Those beasts might be able to beat another beast but have a weaker overall battle strength. Allowing every beast to fight every beast without the opponent needing to consent to the battle could create a lot of meaningless death, Morn explained. I agree with the elder, Silva said from the side. Additionally, this will only increase the divide between the 2 camps. Gravis listened to them as they spoke. Sometimes other people or beasts had some insights into things that Gravis didn't know. If the leader didn't listen to their advisors, the spot of an advisor would be meaningless. Yet, this time Gravis was sure of his plan. So, there are 2 problems, Gravis said. One problem is the loss percentage while the other problem is the divide between the 2 camps. Correct? Morn and Silva nodded. Shira, what do you think about this? Gravis asked. Shira was a bit surprised that Gravis was asking for her opinion. Was this a test of loyalty? Was this a test of her intelligence? A lot of scenarios went through her head at once. When Gravis saw that Shira didn't immediately answer, he only laughed slightly. You see, that's the problem, Gravis said, making Shira narrow her eyes. You are so used to your own way of thinking that you assume everyone else is constantly scheming against you. This is not some kind of test or something. I'm only asking for your opinion. Nothing more. Shira still looked at Gravis with shifty eyes, but she decided to state her opinion. The increase of the loss percentage would be a small problem, she said. Of course, the outstanding beasts will be able to rise faster, but way more beasts will just die for nothing. I think you're planning to increase the quality of the troops by sacrificing a large amount of quantity. Yet this brings some issues to light. For example, one camp could become ruthlessly suppressed by the other one, creating a vast divide. On top of that, when new lords come out of this fighting, your leading position will be in danger. Personally, I don't think the cost is worth the reward. Gravis nodded. Okay, that sounds reasonable. Then Gravis looked at the eating Orthar. Orthar, what do you think? He asked with a smirk. Orthar didn't stop eating. I see no problem with the plan, he simply said. The others narrowed their eyes at him. They all saw the issues with the plan, but Orthar simply accepted it without any discussion. Was he not seeing these issues, or was he just blindly following Gravis? Could you explain your reasoning? Gravis asked with a smirk. Gravis knew that Orthar had learned a lot from him, and therefore also knew the hidden effects of the plan. The others just weren't experienced enough with tempering and had perspectives limited by the political environment between tribes. This clouded their vision. We will lose a lot of beasts, but the few with powerful combat abilities will quickly rise to power. One unity beast can kill tens of spirit beasts. The addition of one more unity beast is worth more than all other lower members of the tribe. Ordhar explained without having to think much. Right now, we will mostly be fighting smaller tribes, but that won't go on for long. What's the point of having 200 spirit beasts when the enemy has one or two more lords than us? We are not aiming to stay alive but to rise to power. We are not preparing for our current enemies, but for our future ones. The others listened intently and thought about Orthar's words. After thinking about these words for a while, they realized that their current neighbors were no danger to them. They had all witnessed Gravis' power, and there was no level 1 lord that could stop him. The spirit beasts made no difference, while the lack of an additional lord would be an issue later on. As for the second problem, Ordhar said, the one about the enmity between camps, it doesn't matter. The others narrowed their eyes. Doesn't matter? Silva asked incredulously. Wasn't this a problem? Didn't they need to work together? Yes, it doesn't matter, Ordhar answered. The strong will prevail, and if one camp gets completely annihilated, it just proves that the other one is more powerful. We accept beasts from both camps, but we don't need to protect them when they're not able to protect themselves. The best thing we can do is to create a battleground where both sides have equal chances of victory. That's the first case, Ordhar said. The second case is that both sides remain at the same power. In that case, they will notice that the other camp isn't that easy to kill. After all, they would have tried it for a long time by then without success. At that point, they will acknowledge the strength of the other side, even if they still dislike them. This will reduce the infighting. If we were to prevent the camps from clashing, they would both continue thinking that the other camp is weak and unworthy of staying in the river tribe. With this, both camps will remain at full power, but they won't be able to fight together when an external force attacks us. As long as they acknowledge the strength of the other camp, they can fight together. As for the possibility that a new lord could threaten Gravis, Ordhar said and then huffed, that won't matter even a little bit. You don't know him as well as I do. Right now, no level 1 lord in this entire world can even threaten him. On top of that, he has enough meat to reach the power of an actual lord soon. At that point, not even a level 2 lord would be an issue. So, Ordhar said as he took another bite from the dead lion, as long as a member of our tribe doesn't reach the power of a level 3 lord soon, they will only commit suicide by challenging Gravis. The other 3 beasts felt astounded by Orthar's analysis. They all had a lot of knowledge, so they understood everything that Ordhar had said. Yet they hadn't noticed these effects. How could they not have seen something this simple? Gravis clapped in his hands a bit. Great explanation, Gravis said. This is the same thing I would have said. So, are you still against the plan? You can say if you're still against it. After all, you're my advisors, and I won't ignore your advice. The 3 remained silent for a bit. It seems I still have a lot to learn, Morn said to the others. I have prided myself in my vast knowledge. Yet, I wasn't able to make these seemingly obvious connections. I agree with the plan. Also, Morn said as he looked at Ordhar, I would like to exchange knowledge, principles, and ideas with you, Oracle. Your explanation has shown that I still have a lot to learn. You can talk to me any time, Ordhar answered. I am also interested in your experiences. My earlier complaints have vanished, Silva said. But due to your explanation, Oracle, I see a new problem now. Silva looked at Gravis to see how he would react to this. Saying that he didn't mind their disagreement was one thing, but would he keep his word? Gravis didn't react at all and just continued eating the previous leader of the Sand Tribe. It was like this whole discussion had nothing to do with him. Do tell, Ordhar said with interest. Shira and I are the commanders of each camp, and if one camp kills the other one of us might get suppressed. Without a camp to lead, we would waste a lot of potential for either of us, Silva said. Mind your own problems, Shira spat from the side. I don't need you to defend me. After all, It won't be my camp that will be eradicated but yours. Silva narrowed his eyes. We are part of the same tribe now. By using your power to interfere with the fighting, you give the sea camp an unfair advantage. This might result in a situation where the weaker camp suppresses the stronger one. Wait, Gravis said, lifting a hand as he saw that Shira wanted to shoot back again. Then he turned to Silva. Shira is part of the sea camp. Therefore, she is part of their power. Your idea of keeping yourself out of this is noble, but not realistic or result-oriented. Silva looked at Gravis with skepticism. What do you mean? First, let me make one thing clear, Gravis said. You and Shira are not companions or friends. You are rivals and maybe even enemies. Rivals? Enemies? Silva asked with shock. This came entirely out of the left field for him. When had he ever heard of a tribe that was enemies with itself? This seemed absolutely insane and stupid. Exactly, Gravis said. Silva waited for an explanation, but apparently, Gravis was done talking. Why? Silva asked. By not being united, our whole tribe will suffer. If we get involved, there will be cases where we specifically send weaker beasts with an advantage against stronger beasts to weaken the other side. Isn't this exactly what we don't want to see? This is against the interests of the tribe. Gravis only looked at Silva. Because you have no other choice, Gravis said. What do you mean? Are you forcing me to become enemies with Shira? Silva asked with narrowed eyes. No, I'm not forcing you, Gravis said and then pointed at Shira. She's forcing you. Silva looked at Shira while Shira looked with narrowed eyes at Gravis. I chose her as my commander because her goal is power and authority above anything else, Gravis explained. This greed and ambition will drive her to increase the power of her camp as quickly as possible to stomp out all other competition. You are in her way to power. She wants to be the sole ruler of the whole tribe, bar none. Shira was deeply enraged inside. To her, it felt like Gravis was unveiling all her plots and secrets. This would make it much harder to become the ruler. But then, aren't you also one of her enemies? Why would you choose someone like this as your second in command if you know that she will try to usurp you as soon as possible? Silva asked. Gravis just laughed. Her ambition will drive her camp to power. The more powerful the camp, the more powerful the tribe. Her greed is putting pressure on all of us. If we don't become more powerful, we will die. She will force all of you to become powerful if you don't want to die. Gravis rose from his sitting position. Without a constant enemy at your throat, you will become complacent. Only by constantly fearing for your life will your power increase with ridiculous speed. Our goal is not to survive, but to become the most powerful tribe, kingdom, and empire. Gravis slithered forward until he was in the middle of everyone. His smirk intensified as he gestured grandly to the surroundings with opened arms. We are burning our bridges of retreat. It's either power or death. If you can't keep up with the others, you will become food. This is the truth of the world. Our tribe will be the most dangerous one to live in, but also the one with the best environment to become powerful. If you aren't prepared to put your life on the line for power, you don't belong in my tribe, Gravis said while looking into the eyes of Shira, Silva, and Morn. I won't force you to stay here. Any beast can leave this tribe if they want. Silva and Morn felt incredibly shocked and even afraid. This was insane. Wasn't a home a place where one felt safe? Why would anyone want to put themselves in constant danger? Wasn't the goal of everyone to be happy? How could anyone be happy in this environment? This is insane, Silva said as he rose and glared at Gravis. You're mad. How many beasts will live to see the next year? You are dooming all of us to die to our own tribesmen. Gravis only smirked at Silva with narrowed eyes. I'm dooming no one. You can always leave the tribe. If you manage to convince others as well, you can take them with you. I won't stop anyone from leaving. I'm sure that with a large enough following, you can even join another tribe. You're driving everyone away with that, Silva shouted at Gravis. You will weaken the tribe until it completely collapses. This is insanity, and I won't be part of this. You can go kill yourself without me. Then Silva turned around to leave the spire. No one stopped him from leaving, and Shira even smirked coldly. Her biggest rival had left. This was the best-case scenario for her. I will stay, Morn said after he had remained silent for a while. Silva's eyes widened in shock as he heard that. Then, he turned around and looked at Morn in shock and anger. Elder, he shouted aggressively. How can you condone this insanity? Have we not stayed in the Sand Tribe for many years together? Have you given up on life and want to commit suicide with everyone else? Morn looked at Silva. What our Lord has said goes against all tradition and previous experience. Yet I see clearly now, he said with a severe voice. Silva could hear the battle intent inside Morn's voice and his brain completely stopped working. The elder had always talked emotionlessly and wisely. Silva had never heard the elder speak in this way. It was almost like the elder was in the middle of a battle. Why has our Sand Kingdom declined to such a state? Morn asked as he looked at Silva. We have always been united, thinking that it makes us stronger. And yes, it does make us stronger, but only for the moment. It promotes temporary strength over future growth. Morn stood up with burning eyes. We have not lived to become powerful but to survive. We haven't fought to win but to not lose. We only defended but didn't attack. We were bound to be reduced to this weak state. Oh, how naive I have been. I have dreamt of returning to our glory days. Yet, I wasn't ready to put my life on the line. The world isn't a kind place. If you aren't powerful, you will die. Creating a safe place will only let us live in peace until we are inevitably consumed by beasts that are willing to risk everything for power. Morn looked deeply into Silva's eyes. In my opinion, trying to live in peace in a world full of death and war is more akin to suicide than fighting for your life. By accepting peace, you have decided to die. Gravis smirked from the side. Surely enough, Morn was similar to Orthar. He had seen enough of the world to see its true face. Yet, he had been blinded by the bright colors of peace and complacency. Creating peace and happiness in such a world was accepting your death. There is no peace for beasts that wanted to become powerful. If a beast wanted peace, they had to sever their path to power by going to an area with such a low energy density that there wasn't another powerful beast willing to stay there. Staying in a territory useful to cultivation required someone to fight. If they didn't, they would only die. Silva's body shook in rage. Had the elder also lost his mind? This was insanity. Fine. If you want to live through this torture, go ahead. The Sand Tribe and I will leave, Silva shouted as he left the spire. No one stopped him. Shira smirked. Her rival had left. This was perfect. I get to lead both camps now, right? Shira asked Gravis. Gravis smirked and laughed a bit, confusing Shira. I'm surprised that you don't see how this will go. After all, you understand the greed for power very well, Gravis said. Shira narrowed her eyes. But he has left, she said. This fact doesn't change. How many beasts will Silva be able to convince to leave? Gravis asked. Shira thought about that for a bit, and she didn't like her conclusion. Not many, Gravis said. And with Silva's strong sense of responsibility, he won't abandon them. He knows that if he leaves, he will doom all of his tribesmen to die to you. The previous Sand Tribe will be happy to fight and kill as many sea beasts as possible. They believe themselves to be superior to sea beasts. They believe that they don't need Silva's power to eradicate the sea camp. In their eyes, the sea camp is only a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered and eaten. They know Silva, and they would maybe even prefer it when he left. After all, no one would stop them from killing the other camp then. Without a leader, they could do whatever they wanted as long as they follow my rules. Silva knows that without him, the land camp will be eradicated, and he won't abandon them. Shira grew angrier as she listened to this. She felt like Gravis had control over the whole situation, and she didn't like this one bit. It felt like Gravis was manipulating her to do whatever he wanted. She felt like Gravis' claws held her throat, forcing her to do his bidding. Shira huffed and left the spire out of rage. She felt incredibly frustrated and knew that she might make a mistake if she remained at the top of the spire. She needed to regain a cool head to plan her next course of action. "You are terrifying," Morn said from the side. "You are honest with everyone and reveal all your plans. Yet, everyone is forced to follow your plans." Gravis shook his head a bit as his smile vanished, replaced by a frown. "I'm not manipulating anybody," Gravis said. "This is just how the world works. Everyone sees the truth of the world now. I have opened your eyes to how the world works, and therefore, allowed you to make a more informed decision. I have given you as much information about the world as possible, and I have given you every freedom to make your choice. If you think back, there is only a single rule in the entire tribe, and that is the rule about fighting each other. Except for this rule, everyone can do whatever they want." Gravis' eyes narrowed. "This world is designed to make as many powerful beasts as possible. That's why I don't create any additional rules. The truth of the world is the most effective way to power, and you all know that now." Gravis stood up and slithered over to the edge of the spire, looking at the approaching dusk. "Silva can't leave because the ways of the world will kill all his companions. Shira can't leave because she knows that if she joins another tribe, they will sooner or later be consumed by us, including her. You can't leave because you understand the world now. As long as you want to become stronger and understand the truth of the world, you will decide to stay. You will know that other mindsets will decline, while ours will become more powerful." By now, the clouds beneath them glowed in a red hue as the sun started vanishing. "You are free to make any choice," Gravis said. The sun was barely visible by now. "But if you want to become powerful," the sun vanished as darkness consumed the world. "You have no choice." And like this, everything unfolded as Gravis had predicted. Silva wanted to leave, but after 2 days of trying to convince his tribesmen, he only managed to convince 4. All the others thought that this was the perfect training ground for becoming lords. They didn't have to wait for any invasions anymore, and they could simply eat another clansman after killing them in a duel. When Silva told them that Shira was dangerous and that she would use everything to eradicate them, half of them just waved it off while the other half said something that made Silva feel incredibly frustrated. They said that they didn't need to fear Shira since Silva would lead them to power. The sea camp had a crafty snake, and the land camp also had one. This only increased their confidence since, in their opinion, Silva was much smarter and craftier than any other snake. After that, Silva fell into deep thought. All his tribesmen wanted to stay and wanted him to support them. Yet he wanted to leave. What was going on with all these beasts? Didn't they realize that they were marching to their deaths? When Silva finished his thoughts, he went to talk to Morn. Initially, he had intended to never talk with Morn again since he saw Morn's support of the plan as a kind of betrayal of their tradition. Yet, Silva felt himself unable to decide on what to do. On one hand, he wanted to leave, but on the other hand, his tribesmen needed and depended on him. Morn and Silva had a lengthy and heated discussion. Sadly, no one was able to convince the other one. After hours of talking, Silva and Morn agreed that Silva would stay for now. He just had to see the future of the tribe for himself. Silva still wasn't convinced that this was the correct path, but he decided to watch how it would go. Shira also wanted to leave. She felt thoroughly suppressed by Gravis and felt like he already knew all her schemes. This was not a place where she could rise to power. If she weren't as crafty as she was, Shira would have believed that she could overthrow Gravis in no time. Luckily for her, she was outstanding in estimating danger, and Gravis felt incredibly dangerous to her. But after thinking about what she would do when she left, she felt herself also grow more frustrated. If she went to a closed tribe, they would sooner or later fight the river tribe. Her predictions on such a fight looked devastating. So this option was a no-go. She could go to the ocean and travel around the continent to a far-off tribe. The problem with that was that she hadn't established herself there yet. On top of that, all her accumulated knowledge about this area would become worthless. Additionally, she didn't know if these areas had different rules. She could stay in the ocean and eat enough beasts to become a lord. Then she could lead an invasion into another tribe. Sadly, this would require a long time of gathering followers. On top of that, leading an army and also being the most powerful of the tribe was an issue. She would need to fight and also lead the army at the same time. Yet, when she thought about finding a beast to take charge of the army, she grimaced. All other beasts looked inadequate in her eyes. How could she let them lead the army? All of these choices were before her. Yet, all of these choices had an additional danger. That danger was the possibility of suppression. If she joined another tribe, it was possible that, as soon as she reached the power of a lord, the leader would directly kill her to stop her from becoming a danger to their rule. Another problem was the possibility that one or two of her followers became powerful enough to threaten her. All of this felt incredibly risky. The choices were either very time-consuming or risky. Most of them were both. After thinking about all these things, Xianxia started thinking about what would happen if she stayed. She would be the commander of half of a tribe. On top of that, the three really dangerous beasts, Gravis, Morn, and Orthar, wouldn't stand in her way to become the sole ruler below Gravis. On top of that, she already knew most of the tribesmen. She could prepare for any eventual danger. Additionally, she wouldn't fight much. So, the other tribesmen wouldn't know her fighting techniques while she could study theirs. Like this, any fight would fall in her favor. The future of the tribe also looked very promising. As long as she remained, she could become the commander of a tribe with multiple lords. This would give her more power than she could achieve in probably 100 years. Also, who knew what the future brought? Maybe Gravis wouldn't grow as fast, or maybe he would die to someone else. At that point, she could become the sole ruler. On top of that, Orthar and Morn were very useful with their knowledge. She could even let them lead the armies. In her mind, Morn and Orthar were adequate. And with this, Xianxia decided to stay in the tribe. After a lot of thinking for over a day, she moved her greedy eyes towards the land camp. At that time, Silva hadn't yet decided to stay. This would allow her to get a head start on planning. 3 days after the creation of the river tribe, the terrain had been successfully modified by the common fungus. Vast lines of water went through the whole territory, allowing the sea camp easy access to any spot inside the territory. The walls at the edge of the territory had also been modified. Outside the territory, before the mountains, a vast chasm of water could now be seen. When their neighbors saw the change of the territory, they grew suspicious. Was the Sand tribe planning something? Yet, they started seeing sea beasts appear in these rivers. Quickly, they concluded that the ocean had annexed the Sand tribe. The fact that the mountains remained was probably a ruse to keep it a secret until they finished converting the territory. The fact that they didn't see any land beasts anymore solidified their conclusion. 3 other tribes surrounded the river tribe. Yet, only the 2 territories to their right and left were interested in the river clan. The tribe further in the continent was busy with their own war right now. They couldn't pay attention to the river tribe right now. Yet, from the 2 interested tribes, only one of them actually noticed that something was happening. Why was that? That was because the chasm of water only appeared at one border of the territory. All other borders had land beasts stationed on the mountains, making it appear like nothing had changed. This was a plan that had been created by the joint effort of Morn and Orthar. Morn knew their neighbors very well, and he had quickly started planning an attack on one of the territories. Since he wanted to talk to Orthar more anyway, he quickly contacted him and told him about his plan. The Oracle and the Elder both had caves at the ground level. After all, both kinds of beasts were allowed to visit them. Living on top of the spire or deep in the abyss would make it hard for one of the camps to visit them. Like this, they were easily in each other's awareness range. They didn't even need to leave their homes to talk. Speaking of the abyss, the spire was now surrounded by water. For bridges led to and from the spire, positioned in every cardinal direction. At about a depth of 1 kilometer, the abyss connected and led deep into the earth. They couldn't dig below the spire since it was too heavy to be supported by these couple of bridges, so the abyss was in a ring form. The territory was complete, and the river tribe had already started planning their next invasion by gaining the attention of one of their neighbors. Now, they only had to wait for them to fall into their trap. Xianxia and Silva were also slowly implementing their plans of sending specific beasts against the other ones. Yet, Xianxia realized a problem, and even worse, she realized that Silva probably didn't have that problem. Silva had established himself in the land camp, and all beasts trusted him. Even if a beast became a lord, Silva would probably still be able to lead them. Xianxia didn't have that luxury. If a beast of the sea camp broke through, she would most likely have to concede her position. Thus, she immediately stopped her planning and started fighting the land beasts by herself. She needed to become a lord before using her forces to destroy the land camp. Yet, she also needed to be careful while fighting. If she became too exhausted after a fight, Silva might directly fight her after that or send a powerful beast. She had to pick her battles carefully and analyze the workings of the land camp. Yet, Silva had already started planning countermeasures. Whenever Xianxia tried to spectate a fight, she realized that only mid-rank spirit beasts fought, which wouldn't benefit her. Meanwhile, in a different arena, a fight between high-rank spirit beasts had concluded that she hadn't been able to watch. Silva was sending the beasts in such an order that Xianxia didn't notice most of the critical fights. He knew what she was planning, and he was already countering her plans. After these 3 days, Gravis had finished most of his food. About a third was left. Yet he didn't need to eat more. He felt the familiar tickling of an evolution arriving. "It's finally time, huh?" An unfamiliar-looking lord said from Gravis' side. Gravis smirked. "It's time. You are finally able to craft the perfect body," the unfamiliar lord said from the side. The lord could be described as some kind of weird octopus. His head was only a meter tall, but his tentacles had 5 times the length. Additionally, his whole body was covered in tough scales. Of course, this unfamiliar-looking lord was Orthar. His tentacles ended in long and sharp claws. Yet, instead of being round, his claws had the form of a 4-pronged hook. Orthar was able to move them around, and if he put them together, they would take the form of a powerful spear. After penetrating a target with that spear, he could move the hooks around inside the target to injure it or keep himself glued to its body. He could crawl along his enemy's body, piercing them with many small hooks along the way. His tentacles also had several more hooks that he could move around. This would allow him to open holes to dig into his enemy's body and kill them from the inside. When Gravis had first seen Orthar's new body, he was surprised by his small size. Yet, Orthar had told him that he wasn't able to truly make his body that small. When asked for an answer, Orthar told him that this was only his temporary size. Gravis didn't exactly know what he meant, so Orthar explained it to him. Apparently, starting at the Unity Realm, beasts were able to make themselves appear bigger or smaller. Yet, when they changed their size, they could only unleash about half their power. Changing one size required concentration and put the body under stress. If they wanted to fight, they needed to return to their original size. With his original size, Orthar's head had the length of about 10 meters, not nearly as small as he wanted. When Gravis asked him why he made himself appear that small, Orthar simply said that it was easier to walk around like this. On top of that, fewer beasts would notice him, and he might be able to find out some interesting information by listening to them. When Orthar had evolved, he went to Gravis to show his new body and to watch him evolve too. Orthar wanted to see what Gravis' perfect body looked like. That's why he was currently beside Gravis. Right now, Gravis was inside his own cave inside the spire. Just as planned, the cave was at ground level and could only be accessed by the hole that connected the abyss and the peak of the spire. The cave was vast, taking up nearly half the width of the spire. After all, Gravis needed the cave to be big enough to fit everyone if he required his officers to gather. There was no furniture or light in the cave. Beasts didn't know the concept of furniture, and Gravis also didn't care. The only human-like thing in the cave was a door that Gravis created. He didn't like it that everyone could just look into his cave. Right now, Orthar was watching Gravis with interest while Gravis was planning his evolution. His most critical evolution was coming up, and nothing could go wrong now. When Gravis felt the tickling sensation, he checked his spirit space and summoned Heaven's body. His father told him that he should eat it when he reached the Unity Realm again. When the black worm, filled with eyes, appeared, Orthar looked at it with a mixture of emotions. Somehow, when he looked at the body, he felt himself like an ant before an emperor. Felt holy, powerful, and awe-inspiring. It felt like something that could never be desecrated or hurt. Crunch! Orthar was pulled out of his thoughts as Gravis tore half of Heaven's body off with his teeth. Then, he simply swallowed the other half. Orthar somehow felt impressed that Gravis simply tore this seemingly divine thing apart without any reaction. It looked like Gravis only saw this body as more food. As Heaven's body entered his stomach, Gravis felt himself get transported to a different world. A vision appeared in his awareness, and Gravis felt like he saw the lower world again. Gravis looked at the world, and he felt his awareness expand until the whole world appeared before his eyes. He saw everything, including the edge of the world. At its edges, the lower world broke off into an abyss. After seeing the whole world, Gravis finally knew how it looked like. It was a singular continent floating in a massive chaos, protected by a barrier at the edges, top, and bottom of the world. Gravis looked closer at the world and noticed some peculiarities. He saw all the elemental sects and also noticed that all the dead people had revived. He saw Byron, Old Man Lightning, Laser, Joyce, and everyone else he knew. He also saw Ion overlooking the southeastern branch of the Heaven sect. Gravis quickly realized that this was the world before he had arrived. He mostly concluded that by the fact that Joyce existed in this world but looked like a teenager. He also felt an intimate connection with the world. Felt like he could control everything that happened. He could bestow karmic luck and steal it. He felt like he could form the world into any shape that he wanted. He had complete control over this world. All the elements followed his calling. He could summon lightning, lava, wind, rain, fire, and everything else. Nothing was beyond his control. Or at least that was what he had thought until he noticed something. He noticed that he couldn't control the elements of the beasts or cultivators. Their elements belonged to them, and he had no power over them. So this is how heaven feels, huh? He thought. Gravis also felt his body changing. He hadn't noticed it until now, but he was inside this world not with his spirit, but with his actual body. His 50-meter-long, snake-like body hovered above the world. In the chaos, he felt the control of the elements fusing with his body. When Gravis felt that, he immediately knew what was happening. He also realized what the choice was that his father had mentioned in the past. He could keep his affinity towards lightning, but Gravis could also regain the elemental synchronicity that he had lost. At that point, he would have the best of both worlds, an unprecedented affinity towards lightning and elemental synchronicity. Yet, Gravis sneered. Bang! All his connections with the elements broke apart until Gravis felt nothing but lightning. When he destroyed his connections to the other elements, he felt his consciousness expand. Felt like his mind was way more relaxed than before. Apparently, keeping up the connection to these elements put pressure on his mind. He hadn't noticed that pressure until now, but as soon as it vanished, he felt its absence. A pressureless feeling, huh? I'm not a fan of that, Gravis thought with a smirk. Gravis' mind concentrated entirely on lightning. He felt his mind becoming more strained, but at the same time, his control over lightning increased. Soon, even the lightning from the living beings was under his control. Gravis knew that this world wasn't real, so he had no qualms about destroying it. All the cultivators and beasts with lightning affinity died as their lightning left their bodies. Additionally, the lightning storms all over the world vanished until there was no more lightning left in the world. It had all gathered together to appear in front of Gravis as a massive ball of lightning. Bzzzzz. A hole burned through Gravis' abdomen as his own lightning joined the massive lightning ball. Then, the massive lightning ball changed until it was fully converted into punishment lightning. After that, Gravis concentrated on the lightning ball and forced it to shrink. After some minutes, the lightning ball had the size of an apple. It appeared minuscule in Gravis' humongous hand. Gravis looked at it with a smirk and felt the drain on his mind. It felt like controlling this lightning was sapping him of all his concentration. There is only lightning, Gravis said. Then he swallowed the ball. Immediately, Gravis felt his body get destroyed by the lightning. Immense pain assaulted him, but he realized that it wasn't just mindless destruction that his lightning brought. When the lightning ate part of his body, it left behind an identical part. Yet, that identical part was still lightning. All matter in the world was made out of energy, but not these parts. There was no energy, only lightning. Gravis felt pain, but it also felt exciting. It was like he heard the dying cries of his inadequate body as it was replaced by something more powerful. All matter in this world was comprised of energy. Yet, that didn't include Gravis' body anymore. His old body burned away as a new one took its place. The gigantic body vanished into nothingness and only left behind a seemingly small speck. Yet, this speck was only small in comparison to Gravis' old body. This was Gravis' new body. He was 2 meters tall, and his black scales seemingly absorbed all the light in the world. His body also had a new addition in the form of legs. Gravis had long finalized the look of his new body, and he had concluded that human legs were inadequate. Instead, his legs were nearly identical to a raptor's legs. There were only some very minute differences that one would only notice when they searched for them. Now, Gravis' body was complete. He had powerful, black scales that gave him incredible defense. He had powerful and long arms that had a superior grip to a human's. His hands had long claws that he could use as an additional weapon. His mouth was filled with fangs. His snout was like an alligator's to give him a powerful bite. His chest and neck were broad to support the power of his arms and head. His waist was flexible and allowed him to make complex motions without having to move his lower body. His tail was long and powerful, allowing him to defend his back and use it as an additional weapon. His legs were optimized for speed and acceleration. With one jump, he could achieve ridiculous speeds in no time. His legs covered the aspect of speed. His scales covered the aspect of defense. Everything else covered the aspect of offense. He had converted his body into a powerful weapon. Additionally, by eating Heaven's body, Gravis had achieved what he had been missing. Back then, the manifestation of lightning had converted his spirit and energy into lightning. Yet, his father and the highest heaven had stopped it before it could convert the body into lightning. Now, his spirit was lightning, his energy was lightning, and his body was lightning. Gravis smirked, and then, his whole body transformed into a lightning bolt that shot out of the world, into the endless chaos. Gravis opened his eyes as his actual body woke up. He quickly checked his body and noticed that it had changed in the same way as the one in his vision. Now, Gravis had a body size that was similar to a human's. Slowly, Gravis stood up with his new legs and felt their power. He had missed the feeling of walking around. His upper body leaned forward instead of standing completely straight, but he had planned it like that. With an upper body that was more front-heavy, it would be harder to hit his waist and legs, and if his enemy tried to attack his torso or head, they needed to get through his weapon, arms, and teeth first. His huge tail easily offset the gravity imbalance that his upper body brought. Cutting it off seemed like a good choice for any opponent, but Gravis had already considered that possibility. Even if his tail completely vanished, Gravis just had to use more of his back muscles to stay straight. His massive tail could be called a decoy. After checking the outside, Gravis checked the inside. He felt a deep connection with his body, even deeper than what he had felt when he had still been in his previous body. His spirit and energy had transformed into lightning, but his body hadn't in the past. Yet now his body was also lightning. Gravis felt that his body was part of his spirit and not something entirely different anymore. After achieving unity again, Gravis also felt the connection between his centers of power return. Whoop! Gravis moved everything into his spirit and noticed that it tripled in power. When he felt that, he smirked. Sure enough, all his centers of power had an equal strength now. After moving all the power into his body, he felt like he could destroy everything. Additionally, his lightning was finally part of his body again. Currently, his lightning rested in his dantian, but he could move it around however he liked. Finally, his most powerful weapon had returned. Lastly, his new body had several new abilities that Gravis could use. The transformation into a lightning bolt was one of them, but Gravis first needed to thoroughly test this new ability. Gravis never forgot his motto: the good comes with the bad, and the bad comes with the good. There was a high chance that an ability like this came with a drawback. After all, there was a reason why everything was made out of energy and not lightning. It could be possible that if he transformed into a lightning bolt and hit something, his whole being would scatter. This could be considered dying. There was only one thing missing before Gravis would achieve his peak power again: a proper weapon. The Voidstone saber was hard but too small for his liking. His hands and body had become bigger, making the saber feel awkward in his hands. He would need to forge one appropriate for his body. "You look menacing," Orthar said from the side. Gravis forgot that Orthar was here and looked at him with a smile. "I can finally use my lightning again," Gravis said. Bzzzzz. A small lightning ball appeared in his hand. Then it got reabsorbed and appeared somewhere else. After that, some small snakes of lightning left his body in different places. His body showed no resistance towards the lightning. "So, you won't shock me anymore when I slap you?" Orthar asked. "Not involuntarily, at least," Gravis answered. "What happened while I was evolving? I couldn't keep watch over my actual body. Your old body burned away and left behind your new one. It looked kind of mysterious, and I was even quite a bit worried. This didn't look like a normal evolution at all," Orthar answered. Gravis nodded. This was about what he had expected. "How long have I been in this state?" he asked. "Around 2 hours," Orthar answered. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. It didn't feel that long, but it doesn't matter. "I should test my new abilities," Gravis said with a smirk. "New abilities?" Orthar asked. "Since when did evolutions grant new abilities?" "Yes, this one, for example." Bzzzzz. Gravis' body immediately transformed into a small lightning bolt, which quickly shot through the cave at impressive speeds. He circled the cave a couple of times and then returned to his previous position, in his normal body. Orthar's brain had completely stopped working. What did he just see? Did a beast just transform into a lightning bolt? He had so many questions that he couldn't even decide what to ask first. "What?" Orthar asked as all his questions condensed into this single word. Gravis heard that and genuinely laughed. This was the first time he managed to confuse Orthar to this degree. Gravis found his simple question hilarious. After that, Gravis explained to Orthar what happened inside his vision and what his new body could do. First, Orthar was shocked, but then he started thinking about many different ways how one could use this. Yet, before that, Orthar noticed something else. "Wait, did you become weaker?" Orthar asked as he looked at Gravis. Gravis' eyes widened, and he checked himself. What he saw made him incredibly nervous. "My realm has slightly decreased," he said. This wasn't just using up the saved energy, but actually using up his cultivation. All his centers of power had been weakened by around 0.3%. This was devastating. The good mood quickly vanished, and Gravis gnashed his teeth. "I need to test it again." "There's no other way," Gravis said. Bzzz. Then, he transformed into lightning again and shot around the cave some more. This time, he decided to fly for 3 times as long. If his transformation used up his cultivation, he had to know for sure. Bang! As the lightning hit the floor, Gravis transformed back into his normal form. Quickly, he rechecked his centers of power. They remained the same and were not weaker than before. Gravis' brows furrowed. How was it possible that his realm decreased one time but didn't decrease the other time? He quickly started thinking about what had been different. After some seconds, Gravis got a hunch of what had happened. He grimaced. "I think I know what happened, but I need to test it just to be sure." Bzz. Gravis summoned a bit of lightning and threw it away. It was about 1% of his total storage. Then, he transformed into lightning and then directly transformed back. "That was it," Gravis said as he saw his realm weaken again by 0.3%. "I understand," Orthar said from the side. "You told me that you have 3 centers of power: lightning, spirit, and your body. By completely transforming into lightning, your foundation gets liquidized. Then, when you manifest again, you need to create a new foundation. Yet, when you're not at full power, the foundation will only be as powerful as the power you currently have. So, all in all, you can only use this transformation on 2 occasions. One occasion is before a fight even starts. You charge in with your speed, transform back, and then start fighting. Like this, you wouldn't have used anything yet. The other occasion is when you are at your peak condition and don't intend to fight. Is that right? Orthar asked. Gravis nodded solemnly. I should test if I can regain energy while being lightning. Bzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning but only hovered slightly above the floor. After several minutes, he transformed back, his hand already scratching his chin. Interesting. I can absorb the inherent energy in the air, but only to my previous peak. This means I can regain my lost foundation. Orthar started rubbing his tentacles together, a habit he had developed after looking at Gravis' thinking pose for too long. This pose meant that he was also thinking about something. So, your foundation didn't completely vanish. Orthar looked at Gravis with furrowed brows. But that makes sense. If you truly are only lightning, you wouldn't be you anymore. There has to be something that separates you from other lightning. So, now you can also use this ability to flee. Yet, you shouldn't play around with this too much. Gravis nodded. I know. The weaker I get, the less energy I attract, and the slower my recovery will be. Going down to 50% might take me days to recover. Additionally, if I go below 33%, I would probably fall out of unity entirely. Then, I would need to regain my unity. Orthar nodded. That's what I meant, he said. Gravis nodded back but then smiled. Anyway, this gave me another idea. If this works, this would be a dream come true. Oh? Now I'm interested. Gravis smirked and then transformed into lightning again. We think the neighboring territory has been taken over. That's why you 5 will scout out the territory. A mighty hyena transmitted to 5 small snakes. Are you sure? Bang. The talking snake was slapped away by the hyena. You lower-class beasts have no right to your opinion. The only reason why you're still alive is that you look like sea beasts. Now, if you don't want to die, you will go and scout. The hyena shouted. The other 4 snakes looked at their brother with rage and pity. Yet, they weren't angry at him but at this tribe. They had been born into the hyena tribe. Their parents had been captured sea snakes, who had been forced to reproduce. Before the snakes even understood anything, their parents had been killed. After that, they had been raised by the hyenas. The hyena tribe, as its name suggested, was a tribe led by the hyenas. Over 90% of their population was made out of hyenas from the same family. Describing it as a clan was actually more accurate than describing it as a tribe. You either scout or you will die right now, the hyena shouted. You still have a chance to survive as long as you bring us good intelligence. We didn't put so many resources into your growth so that you can do nothing. Learn your place, trash. The snakes were angry. All of them were only mid-rank spirit beasts. Yet, in a tribe full of high-rank spirit beasts, they couldn't even defend themselves. Every day they had to endure insults from the hyenas, not being allowed to strike back. Yet what were they supposed to do? They were under constant supervision, making it impossible for them to flee into the sea. On top of that, fleeing to another tribe would force them to go through the fatal prey process. Becoming the prey of another tribe was incredibly dangerous. They would need to fight multiple beasts one-on-one, and only if they won all fights would they become part of the tribe. On top of that, beasts that joined via the prey process generally had lower standings. These 5 snakes were rather smart. That's why they realized that they could do nothing else but follow the tyrannical hyenas. Okay. The same snake from before said in defeat. There was nothing they could do. The hyena snorted. Good. Then go. If you don't come back in 5 hours, you will receive a severe punishment. The snakes didn't object and just traveled to the mountain range bordering the river tribe. A small meerkat, another low-class citizen, had already dug a tunnel to the river separating the 2 tribes. Without talking, the snakes entered the tunnel and entered the other territory. Like this, nearly 5 hours passed. Shortly before the 5 hours were up, one of the snakes returned, incredibly injured. The hyena saw that but didn't react. Report, it demanded. The snake had a frustrated and horrified look on its face. "My siblings have betrayed the tribe," it said with pain. Yet the hyena didn't fully buy the story. "And you didn't go with them?" it asked with narrowed eyes. The small snake shook in fear. I was too afraid of dying. They decided to become prey, but I don't want to die." The hyena still didn't fully believe the story. "Why are you injured?" it asked. The snake looked incredibly angry. "When I told them that I would return, they all decided to attack me." "Why?" the hyena asked. "If I returned, I would be forced to tell you the current state of the territory. They said that if no one returned, you wouldn't attack as quickly, giving them a chance to prepare for our invasion," the snake reported. The hyena snorted again. "And I'm supposed to believe that you managed to escape from all 4 of your siblings alive?" The snake narrowed its eyes in bitterness. "They quickly overwhelmed me and bit me. Our venom is devastating, and I played dead, knowing that they wouldn't want to eat their sibling. When they turned around, I quickly ran off." "How did you survive the venom?" the hyena asked, more convinced now. "We've never bit each other. Apparently, we're immune to each other's venom. I thought that I would die but quickly realized that I didn't feel as weak as I thought. That's when I realized that their venom didn't work," the snake reported. A bite mark perfectly fitting a snake's bite was visible in the middle of its body. The hyena nodded. "Okay, and what about the territory?" it asked, not caring about the snake's injuries at all. The snake took a deep breath to calm down. "Just as you have expected, the sand tribe has been annihilated. Only sea beasts are left behind the mountains. Currently, they are searching for new sea beasts in the oceans to bolster their rank. Yet, there are still many sea beasts. I estimate that they are about the double of our numbers." The hyena thought for a bit. "Did you find out anything about their lord?" it asked. The small snake shook a bit. "That was the reason why my siblings didn't want me to return, because if I told you, you would decide to immediately attack." The hyena's eyes shone. "Is their lord dead?" it asked. "Yes, the leader of the sand tribe died to the lord, but the venom of the sand tribe's leader also killed the lord. Right now, the tribe is being led by an incredibly smart sea snake, who battles as many other beasts as it can. In probably another day or 2, it will manage to become a lord." The hyena narrowed its eyes. "It's a normal occurrence. A horde that occupies a valuable territory needs a powerful leader." Then the hyena turned around. "Go back to your den. You will be rewarded with a corpse equal to your power." The snake's eyes widened. "With all due respect, but why do you believe me so suddenly?" the snake asked. The hyena only snorted. "The tribe is wise and beyond your ability to comprehend. We have never told you anything specific about our neighboring tribes. The fact that you knew that the sand tribe leader had venom showed me that you didn't make this up. Also," the hyena said as it looked with disdain at the snake, "no tribe would accept anyone from another tribe in under 5 hours. No rational beast would trust a spy from another tribe that quickly." The hyena let out a slight laugh. "Also, we still have your smaller siblings with us. If you betrayed us, you know exactly what would happen to them. You wouldn't dare to do anything." The snake lowered its head. "Okay," it conceded with a small voice. Then the snake left for its den. Meanwhile, the hyena quickly went to the headquarters of the hyena tribe. There was a huge tree in the middle of their tribe, and all the high-ranking hyenas lived under it. A load of differently sized hyenas walked around the tree, but none of them dared to enter its shadow. Yet this hyena entered the shadow directly. After some seconds, it was flanked by 2 other hyenas that walked alongside it. Every hyena that entered the shadow was forced to meet the matriarch, but they better had a very good reason. If they didn't, they would be killed. After walking for a while, the 3 hyenas stood before a white but relatively small hyena. Nearly every other hyena massively towered over this one. Yet no one dared to be disrespectful. This was their matriarch. "Yes?" she asked with a seemingly lovely smile. The hyena that came to visit her immediately became fearful as it saw that smile. "Great matriarch, I come to report that the ocean has annexed the sand tribe. The matriarch nodded. Anything else? She asked. The hyena grew more nervous. Obviously, the information she brought wasn't enough to satisfy the matriarch. The invading lord managed to kill the sand lord but died to his venom after that. Right now, a sea snake is quickly fighting and eating beasts to become the new lord. Now the matriarch grew interested. Will you bet your life on that information? She asked. The hyena gritted its teeth. Yes, it said. It had to bet its life. If it didn't, the matriarch would kill it for bringing unreliable information. It was always risky to talk to the matriarch, but if one managed to survive an encounter with her, they would receive massive rewards. The matriarch hummed for a bit. Little treasure, are you interested in that? The matriarch asked. The hyena wasn't sure whom the matriarch was referring to, but another hyena quickly spoke up. I'm interested, mother. Ever since I've become a lord, I thought about having my own territory. Of course, I will only pursue that thought if you allow me to, the hyena said. This hyena was a bit bigger than the matriarch. Yet, instead of her white color, this one was blood red. On top of that, its teeth looked way more imposing than every other hyena. It's okay, the matriarch said. But let the tribe practice for a bit before you kill these shrimps all by yourself. Fish is quite delicious. Of course, mother, the red hyena answered. After the fight, you can rule it in my place, but don't forget, the matriarch said as she smiled at her daughter. I am the real leader. For giving this territory to you, I also demand the corpse of another lord. You have 1 year to bring such a corpse to me. If you don't, you know what will happen. Of course, mother, the red hyena said. The matriarch laughed a bit. Good, good. Then, go play with the neighbor's kids. Of course, mother, the red hyena said deferentially and left. And you, the matriarch said as she looked at the reporting hyena again. You will be rewarded with 2 corpses equal to your strength. That is, of course, only if the information was accurate. After all, you bet your life on it. The hyena shivered a bit. It had taken the risk to report this for exactly such a reward. Yes, great matriarch. Thank you, great matriarch, it said. You can leave, the matriarch said. The hyena quickly scooted away while still keeping its upper body lowered. It had survived this encounter. Investing in the small snakes had finally paid off. Princess, an army of 100 hyenas of our clan has been gathered. We are ready for your orders. A very muscular, black hyena shouted. It currently stood in front of the blood-red hyena, and it absolutely towered over her. Yet, it didn't dare to be disrespectful. Behind the black hyena, 100 other hyenas could be seen. All of them had lowered their heads to show respect. Very well, the princess said. She was only 30 meters tall, but she felt gigantic to all the present beasts. She was a lord, something they couldn't fight. Then we will proceed with the attack as planned. Yes, princess, the black general said. Then he turned to the army. The earth movers will create a pathway on sea level. You will then fight the sea beasts and kill them however you want. This is a war, not a duel. So, you will do everything in your power to kill as many enemies as possible. The corpses will be shared among the participants in the fight, while a third of the corpses will go to the leaders of our great tribe. Make the tribe proud and kill as many enemies as possible, the black general shouted. For the great tribe, the hyenas answered in unison. The black general looked back at the princess. Begin, she said. Begin, the black general shouted. The hyenas charged forward in unison. They had been over 10 kilometers away from the water so that their enemies wouldn't be prepared for their invasion. The brown hyenas ran in the middle of the pack while the others ran alongside them. Hyenas were versatile beasts and had different affinities. Except for water, wind, and lightning, every other element could be awakened by them. Of course, there were also hyenas that didn't have any affinity towards an element. Instead, these hyenas just had slightly more powerful bodies that allowed them to be faster and stronger. A slightly more powerful body made them equally as dangerous as the ones with elemental affinities. As soon as they came close to the sea, they saw a lot of sea beasts go forward. Yet, Some sea beasts also retreated. These were probably informants that would relay the information to the leaders. Yet that would take some time. After all, the headquarters of a territory was nearly always in the middle. This gave the invaders an advantage. A vast area of land rose from the sea as the Earthmakers created a powerful and wide pathway. The hyenas didn't care about the minor flooding. Their own mountains would stop the water. The pathway was created with incredible speed, and a lot of the sea beasts couldn't retreat in time. Seeing the fleeing sea beasts close to them, the hunting instinct in some of the hyenas awoke. Some of the hyenas quickly jumped at the closest prey in the water. Right now was the best opportunity to kill sea beasts. After all, the enemy was still confused. They would only need to become more careful later in the war. One hyena jumped at a small and slow squid. With one attack, the hyena would kill this squid. Clamp! A massive shear came out of the water behind the squid, grabbing the whole hyena. The hyena grew panicked. Crabs were slow, but their shears were powerful. Usually, it wouldn't be hard for a hyena to dodge these shears. Yet, the hyena was above water in the air and couldn't dodge. Beasts didn't have spirits. This meant that they couldn't perceive their surroundings in detail. They could only feel living presences in their surroundings. Yet, when the water was full of beasts, they couldn't discern which present had what body or shape. The hyena thought it was about to die, but surprisingly, it only felt its body being thrown into the distance. It landed in the sea after a couple of seconds and looked around. Some sea beasts were present, but not that many. On top of that, they didn't attack. "You, me, fight!" a barracuda transmitted from its front. The hyena was surprised. "Was this a duel?" "Duel?" it asked back. "Yes. You win, you live," the barracuda said. "Fight!" the hyena answered. Not all hyenas were smart. Most of them were only a little bit smarter than fish. That's why the hyena accepted its situation that quickly. It only had to win this fight. What the hyena didn't know was that similar things were happening to its tribesmen. The seemingly retreating beasts had only been bait. After they jumped into the water, the hyenas would quickly get separated by different means. Then they would be forced into a duel with a sea beast. Hyenas were powerful fighters on land. They could be considered to be above average with their teeth, speed, and claws on land. Yet, in the water they were weaker. Of course, fighting in water only reduced their battle strength by a little bit. They were still quite powerful. The princess was watching this from the land. She didn't take part in this invasion yet. After all, her mother had said that the tribe needed some practice. Only when about half of her tribesmen died would she get involved and finish this invasion. "The enemy is prepared for our invasion," the black general shouted. "Stay in formation and don't jump into the water. They need to come to us." The hyenas followed the general's command and stayed in their positions. Sea beasts rarely used earth movers, in their case water makers, in a fight. That was because sea beasts with an earth affinity were rare. This was not the case for land beasts. Many land beasts had earth affinities, which allowed them to use the earth movers more freely. Yet, the earth movers were still essential in a war. If they all died, the army would need to fight the enemy in a disadvantageous territory. "Idiots," Shira said 5 kilometers away from the fighting. As soon as the 5 spies from the hyena tribe had been apprehended, she had been informed. Ever since then, she had waited here. How did the river tribe notice the spies? When an enemy thought that the river tribe was full of sea beasts and saw such a big mountain range, they would immediately assume that there were tunnels underwater that lead through the mountain range. That case was, of course, also true for the river tribe. Yet, what the enemy didn't know was that it was forbidden to use these tunnels. Like this, the spies would search for the tunnel and swim through them, right into an ambush. After that, the 5 snakes had been put before a choice. Win a one-on-one fight and join the tribe or die. After hearing that the snakes only had to win one fight, they grew ecstatic. Other tribes required many fights to join them, but here they only needed to win once. They quickly accepted the proposal, and their enemies were determined very quickly. In actuality, the enemies had already been prepared beforehand. After all, at some point, a spy would come through the tunnel. The less time passed, the more effective Shira's plan would be. The chosen enemies were the mid-rank spirit beasts that were considered the weakest in their category by Shira. Losing them wouldn't be an issue in exchange for some smart snakes. Additionally, if all 5 snakes died, they wouldn't be able to feed the enemy false information. Yet 2 of the 5 snakes died. Their enemies had been the weakest of their category, but the snakes also didn't have much fighting experience. They hadn't had many fights in their tribe. After the 3 snakes survived, they had been put before another choice. One of them had to feed the enemy false information. Yet, in exchange, they would be allowed to fight another weak beast. Finding weak beasts wasn't so easy since the snakes had no idea how the other tribesmen fought. Yet, if Shira were the one searching for them, it would be no issue to find a weak opponent. One of the snakes had stepped forward and had bargained. Instead of fighting a weak opponent, it was ready to report the false information for something else. Shira listened to the snake's offer. In return for delivering false information, it wanted its smaller siblings to survive. Shira thought about it for a little bit and got an idea. After speaking to Gravis for a bit, she said that the tribe accepted the snake's proposal. Like this, the false information had been fed to the hyena tribe. Use the sea cucumbers, Shira transmitted to the army. Meanwhile, the army was progressing quickly. They had already covered over 1/3 of the territory. As soon as they reached the mountain range, they would be able to use it to their advantage. Splash! Suddenly, several fish appeared close to their pathway. Yet these fish were not alone. Every fish had a gigantic sea cucumber riding in their open mouths. The sea cucumbers were quite big with a length of about 50 meters, but the fish were all over 200 meters long. Directly after they appeared, the sea cucumbers shot a white and sticky substance at one hyena each. Before their allies could save the captured hyenas, the fish bit down on the sea cucumbers, but not hard enough to injure them. Then they shot away, pulling the hyenas into the water. Everything had happened too quickly for anyone to react. As soon as the hyenas fell into the water, every single one of them burst into flames that burned away the sticky substances. Surprisingly, the sea cucumbers had all only targeted the hyenas with a fire affinity. Of course, this was Shira's doing. Land beasts with fire affinities were incredibly dangerous to sea beasts while fighting on land. The main reason was that these hyenas could attack from a long range. Yet, in the water they were weakened even more than normal hyenas. The water in the middle world wasn't as simple as the water in a lower world. The water had more energy and, therefore, was also more resistant to fire. Only unity beasts or stronger could ignore the water. After pulling them in, other beasts started dueling the hyenas. Of course, part of the corpses would go to the sea cucumbers. Meanwhile, only 70% of the hyenas remained on the pathway. This will be troublesome, the Black General said. The Black General noticed that only the fire hyenas had been targeted, making him even more careful. He was absolutely sure that the leading snake, which the reporting hyena had talked about, led this attack. For some reason, that snake had anticipated their invasion. Keep the formation. Don't wildly attack, the Black General shouted. Being careful was the best option right now. Sooner or later, the sea beasts would run out of these tactics. When Shira saw that, she sneered. Idiot, she commented again. Use the squid tactic, she ordered. Quickly, a lot of beasts started moving around seemingly at random. Shira had had several hours to plan for the incoming fight. Of course, she had created a lot of plans and had informed her army about them. This invasion was meant only for the sea camp. The main reason for that was rather interesting. It had everything to do with the recruitment of new members. A lot of sea beasts had been scouted from the ocean by their tribesmen. Hearing that they only needed to win against one enemy to join a tribe made these sea beasts go wild with greed. Therefore, most of the fighting sea beasts were new recruits from the ocean that hadn't proven themselves yet. If they managed to kill a hyena, they would be able to join the tribe and also eat their enemy. The hyenas that won the fight would also join the tribe. Of course, they would be part of the land camp. Like this, both camps would get powerful new members. Shira's new plan would take some minutes to come into effect. Meanwhile, the front of the pathway was blocked by a lot of hard and annoying to catch sea beasts. The blocking party was mostly comprised of shrimp that could take a hit and retreat quickly. Because of that, the plan was ready before the enemy arrived at the 50% mark. When Shira saw that everything was ready, she ordered the army to start. Splash! A lot of gigantic fish appeared at the surface and slammed their fins into the water, creating a powerful wave that swept towards the hyenas. Of course, this was a common tactic that sea beasts used. So, the enemy's earth movers were prepared. Big walls appeared around the pathway that deflected the waves. Yet, CRK, 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 CRK. Holes opened up beneath the earth movers, and long tentacles came out of them. The hyenas had been distracted by the wave and hadn't noticed the tunnels that had been created below them. Of course, that couldn't be blamed on the hyenas. Usually, water makers didn't appear in such wars. On top of that, these tunnels had been created way too fast. Something like this needed more than one water maker. The responsible water maker was also responsible for something else. Far away, many injured hyenas were thrown to the mountains of the river tribe together with the sea beasts they had killed. It was Orthar doing all of this. Whenever a hyena won, he would transmit a prepared speech to them and throw them at the land by enlarging his tentacles. Changing his body size made him weaker, but he was still way stronger than high-rank spirit beasts. The transmission of information was also very fast. Like this, Orthar had collected the new members for their tribe. Of course, creating so many tunnels wasn't an issue for a water maker unity beast. Shira had asked him for his cooperation, and he had agreed. The squid tentacles wrapped around many of the earth movers and pulled them into the water. Then, the squids would fight the hyenas in a duel. Losing so many earth movers made the creation of the pathway nearly grind to a halt. When the Black General saw this, he gritted his teeth. "Retreat!" he shouted. The formation stopped and turned around, walking back to land. "Oracle, if you will," Shira said. "Sure," Orthar said back. Bang! Their pathway was cut off before them. The hyenas' earth movers went to work, but they couldn't outspeed Orthar. The pathway was vanishing way faster than they could create it. "They've been weakened enough," Shira transmitted to her army. "Choose your target freely," she ordered. All the beasts had been waiting for this. In nearly no time at all sea beasts not currently fighting burst out of the water and jumped on land. Then they charged at the hyenas. The hyenas fought against them, but all the hyenas with a fire affinity had already been dealt with. The rest of the hyenas had to fight in close quarters with their enemies. Of course, the hyenas were still very powerful. This meant that the casualties of the sea beasts were higher than the hyenas. Yet, that didn't stop the greedy horde of sea beasts. They only needed to kill a single opponent to join the tribe. Shira also sneakily grabbed a hyena with the darkness attribute. She was pretty confident in dealing with such an enemy. She just needed to avoid its darkness-covered teeth. Meanwhile, the hyenas on land that had managed to kill a sea beast were grabbed by some sharp tentacles from below the ground and pulled away. After this had happened a couple of times, the Black General noticed something. "Is this a lord?" he thought in panic. The tentacles were too fast and too powerful to come from a spirit beast. Also, the hyenas that the tentacles grabbed were only the ones that had won their fight. "They're recruiting them. This isn't a war. The enemy is just playing with us," he thought in panic. "RAA!" the Black General shouted with all his power, his voice echoing into the horizons. This was a signal for the princess, which said that they faced annihilation. The princess narrowed her eyes and decided to charge forward. It was time for her to get involved. As soon as she reached the water, she started flying. Unity beasts could fly just like Unity Realm cultivators. Yet, flying worked differently for them. It wasn't their own spirit that lifted them, but the world itself. This was an advantage created by heaven for beasts. After all, if cultivators could fly, but not beasts, the beasts couldn't act as good tempering to cultivators. She charged at the isolated island with all her tribesmen on it with incredible speed. Yet, before she could arrive, "You are my enemy!" a powerful and imposing voice thundered from the mountain range of the river tribe. The princess halted and looked over. What she saw was the biggest beast she had ever seen in her life. It was an absolutely massive pangolin, nearly 2 kilometers long. No spirit beast could possibly become that big. So, the princess was sure that this was a lord. Morn became a unity beast around a day ago. As soon as the new rules had come into effect, he had quickly looked for opponents, creating some panic among the beasts. Every beast knew that they would die as soon as Morn challenged them. Morn was just too powerful. Boom! Morn jumped off the mountain he stood on, completely decimating it in the process. He was absolutely gigantic, and his shadow nearly covered the whole island where the hyenas currently were. At this moment, the princess knew that all the intelligence they had received from the reporting hyena was wrong. Not only was there a lord, but the lord was also a land beast. No words were spoken as the two lords charged at each other. Boom! The princess burst into flames. After that, the flames left her body and shot at the approaching Morn. SSSSSSSSS. Morn curled into a ball and spun quickly. The sound of something burning was heard as the flames spread across his body. Yet, the princess' attack only had so much energy. The flames were distributed across a massive surface, and the spinning quickly extinguished them. Morn's whole back and tail were charred, but that was all. He didn't even feel any pain. This had been one of the princess's most powerful attacks, and she had expected her enemy to get injured. After all, Morn was too big and cumbersome to dodge that attack. The fact that Morn wasn't injured shocked her to no end. Morn easily closed the distance in that short time, and the princess tried to charge to the side. Yet, Morn's gigantic tail stretched while he was spinning and came at her from above. The princess only managed to flee 100 meters to the right. That would have been enough to evade any attack. Sadly, Morn was just too massive. Boom! The tail hit her, throwing her like a bullet towards the water, and a gigantic splash of water shot into the sky as she hit it. When one hit the water at such speeds without the help of a spirit to soften the water, it wouldn't be any different than hitting the ground. The princess was stunned for a moment as she felt pain from all over her body. Yet, she quickly recovered and looked at the sky, just to see a gigantic, open mouth engulf her. Boom! She burst into flames again, but Morn bit down anyway. His mouth was burned beyond recognition, but due to his size, his brain was far enough away to not get injured by the burns. Yet, in exchange for these burns, he had killed the princess. Typically, a huge size was a disadvantage in a fight. Yet, with good defense and intelligence, one could make use of this size. Everything had its advantages and disadvantages. Morn easily had enough experience to create a fighting style fitting for his incredible size. When the Black General saw the gigantic pangolin swallowing the princess, all hope left him. "We surrender. Please give us a chance to survive," he shouted. After some seconds, the sea beast stopped attacking and retreated into the sea. Then, Shira poked her head out of the water and smirked at the Black General. Some blood was running down her chin. "Sure," she said with a bloodthirsty smile. The hyenas were still ready to strike. The enemy commander had said that she would give them a chance to survive. But they couldn't just trust her like this. In case the enemy went against her word, they would die fighting. "What is your proposal?" the Black General asked. Shira only continued smiling deviously. "Does it matter? 2 lords are surrounding you. You have no choice but to accept." The Black General gnashed his teeth. He hated it when someone talked down to him like this. Sadly, there was nothing he could do. These 2 lords could eradicate all the hyenas easily. "Okay," the Black General conceded. "What will you have us do?" he asked. "You all need to win a life and death duel. If you win, you join our tribe. If you lose, you die," Shira said as she slowly crept on land. As soon as she came on land, the others noticed that her stomach had a huge bulge. Apparently, she had already finished eating her prey. The Black General narrowed his eyes. "This sounds too good to be true. What's the catch?" he asked. Shira only continued smirking. "Since you're the losing party, I will decide who fights whom. That's the catch." The Black General looked at the floor with furrowed brows. This still sounded too good to be true. After all, if they would join the tribe when they won, it would make no sense for the enemy to pull any dirty schemes. This would only weaken the force of their tribe. No commander would weaken their own tribe like this. Okay, we accept, the black general said. Xianxia snickered a bit. Very well, follow me, she ordered to the hyenas. You're allowed to create a pathway to the mountains. Forcing you to swim is too disgraceful, she said. The black general was a bit surprised at that. The enemy commander even considered their honor? Apparently, this commander was a rather respectful and honorable snake. Follow her commands, the black general said. Surprisingly, the hyenas weren't as distraught as one would imagine. Joining a tribe with 2 lords was incredible. On top of that, they only had to win one fight. Most of the hyenas didn't care about their family back home. In actuality, now that they were forced to join another tribe, they started getting annoyed at their old rules. Maybe losing this war was a good thing. The few earth movers that remained created a pathway to the mountains. Since they didn't need to make the pathway big or defend themselves, they reached the other side in only a minute. After that, they simply climbed over the mountains. Something like this wasn't hard for land beasts. As soon as they reached the top of the mountains, they could finally see the river tribe. The rivers immediately confused them. Surprisingly, the hyenas didn't know the concept of a river. After all, such rivers would give easy access to invasions from the ocean. That's why they didn't have rivers in their territory. They only had some isolated lakes for water, nothing more. Yet they kind of liked the look of the rivers. For some reason, they found them beautiful. They also saw something else that shocked them. Behind the mountains was an army of around 100 land beasts. This showed them that the river tribe didn't even attack with their full force. On top of that, they also saw their other tribesmen standing there. About 20 hyenas stood beside the army, and they all looked at an imposing-looking viper. The hyenas quickly realized that this viper was also some sort of commander. When their tribesmen saw their siblings coming over the mountain, they felt relief wash over them. They were happy that their army didn't get destroyed. The more hyenas there were, the better they would feel. Silva looked at the approaching hyenas, but as soon as he saw Xianxia leading them, he knew that the enemy was no threat anymore. Apparently, his army wasn't needed today. Do you want to watch your tribesmen prove themselves? Xianxia asked Silva with a smirk. Silva narrowed his eyes. Xianxia looked very happy right now, and that couldn't mean anything good. She was definitely plotting something. Yet, there was no benefit to running away. Sure, he answered. Then, he instructed his army to scatter. They weren't needed anymore. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone heard powerful steps, as Morn also walked over the mountains. Follow me. I will lead you around and introduce your new home, he transmitted to the already proven hyenas. The hyenas were shocked. A lord was personally showing them around the tribe? This was an incredible honor. Most of them hadn't even seen their matriarch in their life. Before the attack, they also hadn't seen the princess before. Lords seemed like existences that never crossed their paths. Yet, this lord volunteered to do such menial tasks. I am Morn, and I'm the elder of the river tribe. It is my duty to answer your questions when you require guidance. The small octopus beside me is the oracle, Orthar, and he has the same duty as me. You can visit either of us anytime you like. There is no punishment when asking for our guidance, Morn told them. The hyenas only now noticed the small octopus beside the massive pangolin. To their shock, they also felt the power of a lord from him. They could visit 2 lords whenever they wanted? This sounded too good to be true. All of this already felt like they were dreaming. Also, the hyenas noticed that these 2 lords weren't the actual leader of the tribe. Didn't this mean that there was a 3rd lord? On top of that, that lord would need to be even more powerful. Otherwise, these lords would never follow them. They wondered how mighty and imposing the leader was and how they were able to keep such powerful lords under their rule. Morn led the proven hyenas to the spire, while Orthar followed Xianxia and Silva. The tribesmen only had one rule that they needed to follow, but that wasn't true for the commanders. Since the commanders had more power, they had to adhere to more rules. One of these rules stated that meaningless genocide was not permitted. There had to be a reason. Orthar followed them to keep an eye on Shira. After some minutes, they arrived at the eastern arena, the closest one to the hyena's territory. It was a 3-kilometer-wide lowered ring. It was made out of earth with many deep rivers going through it. In total, around half was earth while the other half was water. As discussed earlier, I will decide the opponents. When it's your turn, you will enter the arena. After that, I will announce the start with a clap of my tail. Then, you will fight each other until only one survives. The winner gets to eat the loser and join the river tribe, Shira explained. Immediately, Silva noticed Shira's plan. This was not good. Why do you get to choose the combatants? To make it fair, the combatants should choose themselves, Silva interjected. Shira only smirked. Because I have won this battle, not you. Additionally, they have already agreed. Shira slithered closer to Silva and smirked at him while looking deep into his eyes. And there's nothing you can do about it, she slowly whispered. Oracle, Silva shouted as he looked at Orthar. This is a violation of fairness. She has won the battle and they have already accepted. It's at the boundary of the rules, but still with their accordance. Orthar transmitted emotionlessly. Silva narrowed his eyes, and his body shook in frustration. He knew exactly what Shira would do, and he knew the approximate outcome. Not many of the hyenas would survive, while many new recruits from the sea would join the sea camp. Shira's army would become way bigger while he would only get a few. The Black General noticed their reactions and started frowning. Had he committed a mistake by accepting Shira's conditions? The first 2 combatants were quickly chosen, and the Black General's suspicions were confirmed. The last fire hyena of their group was facing off against a jellyfish with the water attribute. This was clearly an unfair matchup. The Black General had a lot of battle experience, so he knew how the fight would go. The jellyfish could easily sacrifice some of its tentacles to block the powerful but very exhausting attacks from the hyena. In his opinion, the hyena only had a 10% chance of winning. Sadly, no miracle happened. The hyena quickly died to the jellyfish and was pulled out of the arena. After that, a hyena with an earth affinity was put against a wooden fish. Obviously, this wooden fish had an affinity for the wood element. The hyena had an incredible defense, but the wooden fish had incredible stamina. The wooden fish easily outlasted the earth hyena. The Black General already realized how all of this would go, and he grew angry and frustrated at himself. He shouldn't have accepted Shira's conditions. The Black General gnashed his teeth. Why had he been so stupid? There was a high chance that the 2 lords wouldn't have gotten involved in the war. After all, they hadn't gotten involved before the princess had attacked. If they continued fighting, they could have at least taken a lot of enemies down with them. Yet, by accepting this condition, nearly their whole army would get destroyed without even taking many enemies down with them. Immediately, the Black General looked with blood-filled eyes at the grinning Shira. Don't commit a mistake, Orthar transmitted to the Black General. You have already accepted her conditions and fell into her scheme. Accept the pain of seeing your comrades die and become stronger. After you join our tribe, you can directly challenge her and take your revenge. The Black General grew even more frustrated. That was because he had abandoned his plan of attacking Shira. If he attacked now, there would be no doubt that the Oracle would get involved. This was nothing more than a meaningless death. Shira is our common enemy, Silva transmitted to the Black General. Follow my commands, and we will be able to kill her quickly. The Black General looked at Silva, but he didn't trust him. He had already been fooled by a snake. He wouldn't be fooled by another one. Because of this, the Black General didn't answer and ignored Silva. Silva also grew frustrated. Shira had destroyed the Black General's trust towards the tribe. Silva already realized that he wouldn't be able to convince the Black General to join his side in the short run. Was this also part of your scheme? He thought angrily as he looked at Shira. Shira was only smiling slyly as she watched the slowly ongoing massacre in the arena. The fights continued for several hours. The death rate of the hyenas was a shocking 9 out of 10. The matchups were all unfair towards them, and the hyenas that were left didn't look forward to joining the tribe anymore. They only felt panic and fear for their lives. Would they die today? The Black General felt immense pain as he saw one of his siblings die after the other. He remembered all their faces and names, and he wouldn't forget them. This massacre increased his hatred towards the river tribe until it reached its peak. Joining this tribe was not a dream but a nightmare. After another hour, the results were clear. Only 5 hyenas managed to survive, and the Black General was one of them. Xianxia knew that the Black General must be very powerful. After all, he was the leader of the whole army. Because of that, she had sent the weakest beast against him. There was a high chance that the Black General would win his fight, and she didn't want to risk losing a powerful new recruit. In comparison to all other fights, the Black General had it incredibly easy. Instead of being relieved, the Black General only grew even angrier. All his siblings had suffered while he had been given a pass. This frustrated him to no end. Like this, the river tribe had gained 25 hyenas for the land camp and 70 beasts for the sea camp. Now, the power of the sea camp eclipsed the power of the land camp. This put Silva under a lot of pressure. Another thing that put him under even more pressure was the fact that Xianxia had also fought one hyena personally. Because of this, she had gotten another powerful corpse. There was no doubt in Silva's mind that Xianxia would soon become a lord. He had to become stronger, fast. He couldn't let Xianxia annihilate his tribesmen. After the fight was finished, the upper echelon of the tribe met for a meeting inside Gravis' cave. Most of them also saw Gravis' new body for the first time, and what they saw surprised them to no end. Gravis felt incredibly weak. They knew that he was a lord now, but somehow, his body felt very fragile compared to other lords. They had no idea what was up with him, but they wouldn't dare underestimate him. Even if his body felt weak, they wouldn't entertain the thought of challenging him. Orthar was the only one that knew why Gravis felt so weak to everyone. The others didn't know, but Gravis currently had an ability active that he called the Lightning Fork. If he wanted, he could stop this ability at any time and return to his peak. At that point, he would feel many times more powerful than now. Yet something quite funny had also happened. Morn couldn't fit through the hole inside the spire. This meant that he had to take part in the discussion from outside, which made everyone feel a bit awkward. After a lot of planning, the next steps were decided. It was decided that the land camp would invade the hyena's territory, and the one fighting the matriarch would be Orthar. The fact that the matriarch had been able to keep the princess under her control demonstrated her power. The reason why it was Orthar and not Morn fighting was because Morn had already conceded the fact that Orthar was more powerful. Orthar's small size and his ability to dig into an enemy's body was very powerful. After that, Silva talked to the Black General about the invasion and proposed a plan. As a show of trust, he told the Black General everything about their plans. He also very emotionally showed his outrage at what Xianxia had done. They would be companions from now on, and they needed to be united to stand a chance against her. After that, the Black General agreed to the plan. He would return with about 10 hyenas and tell the matriarch that the snake of the river tribe had already reached the level of a lord. Similar to the made-up fight against the Sand Lord, the princess had killed the snake but died to her venom. Yet, in order to make the lie more believable, they also said that there was another lord inside the tribe. It was a powerful octopus that had been fighting the snake for supremacy over the territory. This lowered the chance of the matriarch attacking them, but it was more believable that way. Then, the Black General led 10 of his tribesmen away towards the hyena tribe. Of course, while the war had been going on, there had been some hyenas watching from a distance. Yet Xianxia had already silently dealt with them. On top of that, she wouldn't have been able to lie with that. After all, this was a war. If she let one hyena run intentionally, Orthar would deal with Xianxia. Like this, the Black General entered the hyena's territory again and quickly led his tribesmen to the matriarch. As soon as they arrived, the matriarch smiled warmly at them. "I presume something went wrong with the invasion?" she asked. The Black General lowered his head to show submissiveness. "Yes, the enemy is far stronger than we have thought." The matriarch hummed. "Tell me." "Yes, matriarch," the Black General said. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the matriarch. "The enemy has captured us and forced us into unfair duels. Nearly all of our tribesmen have been killed in the duels, and I had to watch them die. The hyenas behind the black general shivered. This was not according to the script. What was he doing? Yet they didn't dare to show any reaction. There are 15 other tribesmen that have survived, and they have joined the so-called river tribe. The tribe is an abomination that mixes land beasts with sea beasts, he reported. The matriarch grew interested. This is contradictory to our previous information, she said. Then, she looked at one of her guards. Deal with the reporting beast from yesterday and store its corpse. The guard bowed and left quickly. Then, the matriarch turned back to the black general. And why are you here and not there? She asked. Because I have been sent to tell you a lie. I was supposed to tell you that the princess has killed one of the 2 enemy lords but died in the battle. This would, in their opinion, entice you to attack again. Their so-called land camp would then ambush our forces. I'm glad that you didn't forget your loyalties, the matriarch said with a smile. What is the true power of our enemy? The black general took a deep breath. At least 3 lords. They also have an undisputed leader, which means that he is much stronger than the other 2. Yet, I trust in your power with all my heart and soul, the black general said powerfully. By killing the ambushing lord, you will surely be able to become a level 2 lord. By then, the days of the river tribe will be over. Just give the order, and I will give my life for the tribe. The matriarch hummed a bit. Then, she looked at the bowing hyenas behind the black general. And what of them? Do they know about this plan? She asked. The black general shivered a bit. Yes, but I have told them that we would return to our true home and that we won't be used by this river tribe. They have all agreed to my plan. All of these powerful brothers and sisters have proven themselves in battle and are ready to die for the tribe. The matriarch looked at the black general and sighed. What a disappointment. What do you mean dash? A powerful blizzard appeared that froze the black general and the 10 hyenas behind him. They were dead before even a second passed. You have lied to me, the matriarch said to the ice statue of the black general. You might be able to hide your lie, but I could feel the shock of the others when you told me the truth. If you are all ready to die for the tribe, then you shall. Your loyalties lie with your siblings, not with me. That has disappointed me greatly, General. Then the matriarch lay down. Let them attack, she muttered. We have the terrain advantage. As long as a lord doesn't get involved, our tribe will prevail. And if we don't, then this tribe has no reason to exist anymore, she said lazily. I can create a new one whenever I want. The surrounding hyenas were not shocked in the slightest. They had accompanied the matriarch for a long time, and they knew her very well. Yet, they were still nervous and fearful of the upcoming battle. This wouldn't be easy, and the matriarch had shown that she wouldn't get involved as long as no lord from the enemy fought. You may all leave, the matriarch said. Plan the defenses for the tribe. All hyenas bowed and left, leaving the matriarch alone. Then, she looked at the horizon. Valra, you were my third child that reached the lord rank. Yet you have also died now. Are none of my children destined to become powerful? She asked herself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountains, the land camp and surprisingly Shira were waiting there. Soon, the enemy would attack. The whole land camp, except for the hyenas, were ready to battle the hyena tribe. Silva didn't want to force the hyenas to battle their siblings. After about an hour, the land camp was on high alert. The enemy should strike soon. Yet, Silva paid more attention to something else. Shira had been smirking all the time while she had been here. This was irking him to no end. He absolutely despised her smirk. What are you smirking about? Silva asked aggressively. He couldn't take watching her anymore. Shira only snickered a bit. I'm just here to see your face, she said. Silva narrowed his eyes. Why? He asked. Because you're a trusting fool. Do you honestly believe that this so-called black general will go through with the plan? She asked with a smirk. Why not? He has accepted the terms willingly, and I have shown him my trust and companionship. He has no reason to betray us, Silva said. Shira laughed. That's what I meant. You are so trusting. Have you not seen the hatred in his eyes? That was not hatred towards me but towards the river tribe. He hates the river tribe, and he will take the first chance to tell his leader about our plan. Silva thought about this and grimaced. He had forgotten that, to him, the river tribe consisted of the land and sea camp. Yet, that concept hadn't taken root inside the Black General's mind. Now that Shira explained it, he realized that there was a genuine possibility of betrayal. It doesn't matter, Silva said. Even if he has betrayed us, I will count it as repayment for his unfair treatment. When we win, I will show him mercy and give him another chance. Shira laughed louder. Do you honestly believe that they are still alive? She asked with a smirk. Silva narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? The Black General is loyal to his tribe, not his leader. As soon as I saw his reaction towards his tribesman's death, I was sure of that. Shira laughed a bit more. There are only two possibilities. Either he has told his tribesmen of his plan or he didn't. If he did, they are likely still alive, but if he didn't, they are all already dead. Silva grew incredibly angry again. And what makes you so sure that they are dead? Shira laughed some more. Because no straggler has returned. Not every hyena wants to return to the hyena tribe. With the Black General's mindset, he wouldn't kill them. Like this, some of them would have already returned. Yet, I see no fleeing hyena. Shira looked with a cold smirk at Silva. That's why I have been smiling all this time. Not only have you only received 25 new tribesmen, but you have also doomed 11 of them, including your most powerful weapon, to death. Your naive trust has cost you more of your power. Silva's body shook in anger. He didn't want to believe it. He wanted to trust in the Black General. Yet, deep in his mind, he started believing Shira's words. Had he committed a mistake? The land camp waited for a full day, but nothing happened. No attack was coming, and Silva had to concede the fact that he had committed a mistake. He shouldn't have trusted the Black General like this. What was going on? Ever since Shira appeared, he had continuously been suppressed by her. The river tribe had only existed for a week, but in that short week, Shira had already increased the power of her camp to be about double the power of the land camp. Silva grew incredibly frustrated because of this. He had never been suppressed like this, and it felt horrible. He was sure that Shira wasn't smarter than him. In actuality, judging by some stuff she had done, she actually appeared not as competent as him. Yet why was he being suppressed like this? He had outsmarted her when she had tried to find enemies from the land camp to increase her power. But as soon as an external force got involved, she had dealt him a vicious blow. To Silva, the world looked dark and oppressive right now. After a long time, he had finally made his decision. 10 beasts of the land camp will keep watch over the border. The rest of you can scatter. I will call on you when it's time for the battle, Silva said. Shira only laughed loudly, but Silva didn't pay her any attention. There was something he had to do and Shira could wait. Like this, Silva traveled back to the spire. He needed to talk to someone. He quickly climbed the spire and went into the hole connecting the peak of the spire and the abyss. When he reached the ground level, he took a deep breath and opened the door. Silva knew that Gravis could feel him, and Gravis had also said that they could just enter if they wanted. He saw Gravis sitting in the middle of the cave, seemingly doing nothing. No one but Orthar knew what Gravis was doing all day. In their eyes, it just looked like Gravis was doing nothing, but they were smart enough to realize that he wasn't that simple. I would have expected you to come later, Gravis said as he opened his eyes to look at Silva. But I can understand that after the heavy blow that Shira dealt you, you would want to come earlier. Silva was a bit surprised. How did Gravis know about what had happened? His senses shouldn't be able to stretch that far, and he always only stayed in his cave. Gravis started to become more mysterious in his eyes. If you have expected me, you probably also know why I'm here? Silva asked. Yes, Gravis said. You want to know why Shira has been so successful in suppressing you, even though you have more unity in your camp and are just as smart. In your eyes, it doesn't make any sense. Silva narrowed his eyes. Gravis was spot on. Yes, I can't find the answer myself, and I'm interested in what you think about this situation. I have told you all the reason why I have given Shira such a powerful position. Gravis told you. The reason is pressure. Without pressure, you won't be able to see your own shortcomings that easily. Only when you see that the situation is slipping out of your control will you truly start reflecting on yourself. Gravis stood up and used his spirit to create 12 stone statues. 2 of them had the appearance of Shira and Silva, while the rest were slightly smaller than these 2. Half of the remaining statues depicted some sea beasts, while the other depicted some land beasts. The beasts stood behind their respective commanders as they were facing off. Silva was impressed by Gravis' strange powers. Something like this wasn't possible for lords. You and Shira are both brilliant and capable strategists. Yet, you both have different strengths and weaknesses. In total, one could say that your strengths and weaknesses have a similar weight, making you about equal. Silva looked at Gravis deeply. And what are these strengths and weaknesses? He asked. Your combat power is about equal, and your intelligence is also about equal. So, it all depends on how you make use of your strengths and weaknesses, Gravis said as he walked between the statues representing Shira and Silva. Shira is ready to sacrifice her assets for the greater good, which, in her case, represents the increase of her own power. This allows her to do this. Bang! 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 3 statues exploded. One of them was a sea beast, while 2 of them were land beasts. She sacrifices one part of her assets to take out 2 parts of your assets. You don't have the strength since you don't want to see meaningless death. Gravis saw that Silva wanted to say something but lifted his hand to stop him from speaking. I know that this goes against the greater good of the tribe. I also know that morals are on your side here. By not sacrificing your assets, you keep them loyal and trusting towards you. This obviously is a good thing. Silva seemed to calm down again as he watched Gravis. By now, he was ready to listen to him. He had gone against the concept that the river tribe is based on for a whole week, thinking that his way was better. Yet that thinking had changed. There was a difference between arguing about eventualities and actually seeing the results. Silva had already realized that if his way were better, he wouldn't be this suppressed. So he was ready to listen to Gravis now. This loyalty of your camp increases the fighting strength. If we fight against external enemies, your land camp would be superior to the sea camp as long as you have a similar amount of assets. Yet, this loyalty and teamwork won't be effective while fighting inside the river tribe. So, Shira can do this again. Bang! 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 Another sea beast and 2 land beasts were destroyed. Now, there was only 1 land beast behind Silva, while there were 3 sea beasts behind Shira. If it reaches this point, the 3 sea beasts surrounded Silva and the last land beast. Shira can end the game and you lose. With only this bit of assets left, the increased loyalty won't save you or your camp. So, in this scenario, how did you and Shira use your strengths? Gravis asked. Silva looked at the figures with narrowed eyes. Obviously, he wasn't happy. Shira has used her advantage of sacrificing her assets to win the game. Yet, such a representation of reality is unfair. I haven't gotten the chance to use my advantage. Clap. Gravis clapped once in his hand. And exactly that is the problem, Gravis said. You say it is an unfair representation of reality, yet isn't this exactly how the reality currently looks? You only have around 65 to 70 beasts, while Shira has over 100. Currently, you have 3 figures while Shira has 5. You say it's unfair, yet it represents the reality very well. Silva frowned but kept silent for a while as he looked at the statues. He determined that they really represented the current reality. Was Gravis right? What about our weaknesses? Silva asked. Gravis walked to the statue of Shira and leaned on it. Before this whole invasion started, what did Shira do? He asked. She tried to reach the power of a lord as quickly as possible, Silva answered. Gravis nodded. Exactly. Yet why didn't you also do that? He asked. Because, if Shira isn't the most powerful beast in her camp, she will be ruthlessly suppressed by her own camp. I don't have that problem, Silva said as he trailed off at the end. Then he fell into thought. Gravis only smirked. Exactly. Her weakness is that she can increase the power of her camp faster than you. Yet, the drawback is that she must remain the most powerful beast in the camp. You can't gain power as quickly due to your nice nature. But on the other hand, you don't have to fear a mutiny. Shira's path is risky, while your path is steady. She uses a high-risk, high-reward approach while you take a low-risk, low-reward approach. In a safe place, your approach would show more effect. Yet, in a dangerous place, Shira's approach is the only one that gives her a chance of survival. Silva thought about Gravis' words for a bit. And since the river tribe is a dangerous place, her approach is more effective than mine, he said. Gravis sighed and shook his head. You still don't get it, do you? Silva furrowed his brows. What do you mean? The place I'm referring to is not the river tribe, but this world, Gravis said. In a peaceful world with fair rules for battle, your approach would be better. Yet, you are not residing in such a peaceful world. Gravis stepped away from Shira's statue. Why did Orthar and Morn accept my philosophy for the river tribe with such enthusiasm? That was because it's a good representation of this world. Think back to the Sand tribe. You have been continually suppressed until you could only hold a territory at the edges of the continent. Why was that? Were the methods of your enemy unfair? Were your enemies crueler than you? Maybe they banded together to fight you. You look down on these tactics and are proud that you are not as heartless as them. Yet, when you get suppressed like this, you and your camp will die. What will you think then? Will you be happy and have no regrets? Or will you think about what you could have done better? Gravis chuckled a bit. You might still be proud of your philosophy when death arrives. Yet, from an outsider's perspective, they will only see a stronger beast killing a weaker one. You might be proud. Yet, your corpse will be ruthlessly kicked by the feet of your enemy and then eaten. Gravis looked at the statue representing Silva. I don't see any pride in that. Silva's emotions weren't calm anymore. A lot of the things that Gravis had said rung true inside his mind. On top of that, he was also sure that he would try to think of his errors in this hypothetical scenario and what he could have done better. Slowly, he started becoming more open to Gravis' words. What can I do to take advantage of my strength? Silva asked. Gravis smirked and laughed a bit. You already did without realizing, he said. This was not the answer that Silva had expected. What do you mean? He asked. Gravis laughed some more. You have done something that will help you become stronger that Shira won't ever do, Gravis said as he walked over and now leaned on the statue of Silva. You've asked for help. Silva wasn't happy with that sentence. I asked for guidance, not help, he said. That's the thing, Gravis said. When we refer to help, we don't only refer to the aspect of combat. Guidance is also a form of help. Depending on someone else's strength will be detrimental to you, but asking for guidance is learning, and learning is growing. As long as you fight your battles yourself, this kind of help will only be beneficial to you. Tell me, Gravis said, is it forbidden for Shira to ask for guidance? No, Silva said. Do you think that if she were to ask for guidance, we wouldn't help her? Gravis asked. No. I'm sure that you would answer her questions too, Silva answered. Yet, why doesn't she ask for guidance? Gravis asked. Because she is too prideful. Asking for help would feel like she has lost against me, Silva answered. And that's her weakness, Gravis answered. She can grow by asking for guidance, but she doesn't. You could sacrifice some of your assets to kill some of hers, but you don't. These are the weaknesses of both of you. Now, Gravis said as he stepped towards the middle of the room. If it weren't for Shira's pressure, would you have realized these truths? If you weren't backed into a corner, would you have learned all of these things? Silva remained silent for a bit as he fought with his emotions. It was always hard to concede that someone else was right while you were wrong. This always felt like a loss. After a while, Silva sighed. No, I wouldn't. Gravis smirked. And that's the truth of the world, Gravis said. You can have all the morals, ways, assets, techniques, or whatever else you want. Yet, the end goal is the same for everyone. We all want to become more powerful. And when your way doesn't work, it's not wrong to modify it. Several new statues appeared. They all had the appearances of different beasts, but they were all the same size. We all have a few close ones and a countless amount of enemies. There are not infinite resources in this world. Look at these 10 statues. Imagine that these statues represent all the beasts in the world. Silva nodded. All their goals are supreme power. Yet, there are only enough resources for 2 of them. What would happen? Gravis asked. They would all become enemies while some will form teams of 2, Silva answered. Gravis nodded. That would be true if these spots were permanent. Yet, as soon as someone achieves one of these spots, they will ascend to the next world. At that point, a new spot would open up. Then we would have a complex mix of sides. Some will stay away and at the sidelines to wait for their chance. Others will form bigger teams and decide on a fixed order of ascension. Some weaker factions will target the ones keeping themselves out of the fight. After all, if they win against the strong factions, the sidelines might get involved and kill them when they are exhausted after the fight, Gravis explained. Your approach is similar to the people staying on the sidelines. You don't want to risk dying and try to take a safe approach. Yet, the strong will never give you a chance while the weak will first deal with you. By not risking anything, you have already accepted that you will never achieve your goal. Now, Gravis said as the statues all moved to the same side. Then, another statue appeared. Yet, this one was bigger than all other statues. Another 3 smaller statues appeared behind the big one. These 2 groups represent tribes. One group has a lord and 3 high-rank spirit beasts. The other one has 10 high-rank spirit beasts but no lord. What would the second camp need to win against the first camp? Gravis asked. Silva thought for a bit. It wasn't that this was a complex solution, but that he didn't like the answer. The second camp needs to raise a lord, Silva said. Gravis nodded. And if there are no external resources? Silva sighed. Then they need to battle each other until one becomes a lord, Silva said. All right, Gravis said. Then, 5 statues in the second camp were destroyed while one of them grew to the same size as the enemy lord. If the battle strength of the ranks were equal, what would be the outcome of this fight? The first camp would get annihilated while the second camp would have 1 spirit beast remaining, Silva answered. Gravis nodded. So, in the end, the second camp would have 1 survivor. Now, if we hadn't sacrificed the beasts to raise a lord, how many survivors would the second camp have had? Silva sighed again. None, he said. Gravis smirked. This course of action seems cruel to you, but that's only because you have overlooked one fact. Silva looked with interest at Gravis. Which is? He asked. We didn't decide who the lord was going to be. We have only allowed the camp to fight itself until the most powerful beast of the 10 became a lord. Isn't this similar to the earlier scenario where there were only 2 spots of supreme power open? Silva quickly found the similarities between the river tribe, the world, and these scenarios. He started understanding why Orthar and Morn liked the concept of the river tribe that much. It was basically a slightly fairer version of the wider world. Yet, it was as close to the world as a tribe could be while still remaining a tribe. We have given them the freedom to rise to power, Gravis said. Everything else is up to them. Then, Gravis walked closer to Silva. You are not the father of your camp. Your camp is not your offspring that needs your protection. Just like you have decided to chase supreme power, they have made the same decision. You should respect that decision and allow them to chase it. Many will die, but many others will become more powerful. If you don't allow them to chase their goal, fearing that they would die, they will never be able to achieve their goal. To many, not having the chance of reaching their goal is worse than death. By protecting them, you have restricted their growth. Yet, most of the beasts don't have the intelligence to realize that fact. You don't need to become as cruel and self-serving as Shira, but you need to realize that when they die by their own decision, it's not on you. Silva looked to the ground as he thought about many things. His camp was his responsibility. Yet, their survival was not his responsibility. To him, it felt contradictory. Yet, what Gravis had told him also made a lot of sense. Seeing that Silva was still conflicted, Gravis sighed. I will help you this once, but it won't happen a second time. For fairness' sake, if Shira asks for guidance, I will also extend my helping hand to her once. Listen carefully, and I will tell you how you can get out of your current crisis. Silva looked at Gravis. By now, he was exhausted. This conversation had questioned his whole ideology. This wasn't something that he could accept with just a couple of minutes of talking, even if it all made sense right now. In the end, he just nodded. Don't restrict the fighting of your camp, Gravis said. Let them go wild. Let them challenge whatever beast they want. In a short amount of time, the most powerful beast of your camp will reach the power of a lord. At that point, it doesn't matter how many spirit beasts the sea camp has. One lord is worth more than 100 spirit beasts. Of course, you should also take part in that. If Shira becomes a lord when you're not, it will become troublesome again. Doing this will get you out of your current crisis. Yet, if you don't keep fighting, you will reach this position again in the future. Then Gravis narrowed his eyes at Silva. At that point, no one will help you and you will die. Never let your guard down. All future fights are completely on you. Silva looked unsure at the floor, but after a couple of seconds, he sighed in acceptance. His old way hadn't worked. He might as well try Gravis' way. Of course, Gravis added. That's only after you have taken the land of the hyenas. Try to gain as many new members as possible. Then let them all go wild. Shira can manipulate a couple of fights, but not all of them. By making the situation as chaotic as possible, none of you will be able to manipulate it. Then, Gravis smirked. Yet, only you have the power to end this chaos. At that time, everything is back to the status quo. Silva thought about it, took a deep breath, and nodded with conviction. He had decided to go through with this, and when he decided to go through with something, he would use all his power to succeed. I will. Gravis grinned and nodded. Good. Then go take the land of the hyenas. Yes, I will. Thank you, leader, Silva said with respect and conviction. Then he left. Gravis only scratched his chin with a smile. Leader? Huh? That doesn't sound that bad, he said. Then he went back to the middle of the room and closed his eyes. No one but Orthar knew what he was doing all day.